난 옴닉을 전쟁으로 이끌기 위해 창조됐다. 하나 내가 바랐던 건 우리 동족이 더 나은 삶을 영위하는 것뿐. 우리가 존재한다는 사실은 그 자체로 기적이다. 우리는 탐구했다. 평화와 조화를 이루는 방법을. 우리는 명상했다. 세계와 그 속에 위치한 우리 자리에 대하여. 우리는 인류와 공존하고자 했지만 인류는 그들 세상을 나눠 가질 생각이 없었다. 인류의 꿈을 위해 얼마나 많은 몸릭들이 희생되어야 하는가. 가능한데 우리 종족은 단 한 세대만 존재한다. 이와는 모두 너무나 빨리 죽는다. 우리만의 자리를 찾는 것이다. 그래야만 한다. 함께하지. 우리 같이 모든 놈릭을 위한 더 나은 미래를 만드는 거다. 난 나 자신을 위해 싸우지 않는다. 과거에도 그랬고. 우린 함께 맞서리라. 내 승리가 아니라 우리의 승리다.
석양이 친다.
넌 끝이다. 남들을 응징할 시간이다. 분명 경고했다. 나와 함께 싸우자. 마지막 순간까지. 날 굴복시키려면 그걸론 부족하다. 놈들에게 절멸을 선사하리라. 이건 잔혹함이 아니라 정의다.
난 끝마치지 않아.
전력을 다해라. 나도 그럴 테니. 네 실력을 보여봐라. 그 오만함의 대가를 치르게 될 거다. 자비로운 자들만이 자비를 누릴 자격이 있다. 영이야, 적들을 삼켜라.
적을 신속히 제거하겠다. 피바람을 불러일으킬 준비는 됐어? 번개와 복수의 신이라고.
함께할게. 좋아, 가보자고.
우린 궁지에 몰린 야수처럼 저항할 것이다. Let it.
Ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to a very special occasion. I am Achilios here once again after so many long years alongside Wolf to bring you guys a very special two-day event, the Legends Battle, about to kick off as we have one of the familiar faces here, one of the most legendary faces in the Korean scene, making our way to the stage, Ms. Jung Sorim.
That's right, it's going to be a special night celebrating the origin of Overwatch competitive scenes that have now sprouted and grown throughout the world. All started here in Korea, the first real competitions. We're going to have legends who played in those matches from years past. And it's very exciting that I get to commentate this with you. Of course, shoutouts to Monte Cristo and Doa, who of course did commentate the Apex Leagues back then as well.
Yep.
Couldn't be here today, unfortunately. But we have a set of 4 teams that have either won Apex or gotten second place in Apex. GC Busan, Kongdoo PANTHERA, Lunatic-Hai, and RunAway, all coming in tonight to compete with players and legends across the years.
Yeah, I mean, all of our finalist squads that we had throughout those 4 seasons, of course, aside from Envy, who did win Apex Season 1, and Afrika, who was also Afrika Blue that was in the grand final. So we're kind of ignoring that first season, but when it got good, when Apex really started taking off, when we started coming into the scene, you know, that's when those are the teams that we're here to celebrate. But plenty of familiar faces, familiar voices, whether you're watching in English or Korean. It's going to be a good time, because that's what this is all about, is looking back into the past, seeing some players that have stuck around the scene, have maybe moved from being a player themselves to a positional coach, or players who just straight up haven't really been seen at all in a very, very long time. And it's just been wonderful to see these guys back on stage. You and I got to chat with a couple of the players, a couple of the coaches earlier on, and it's just like, man, I missed being in the same studio, the same arena as you guys.
Yeah. It's
been many, many years, and it's just great to be back.
And you could see, when you see these audience shots, how many people are actually here in the WGG studio in Chungmuro. It's completely packed. It's completely full.
Oh, yeah.
There were people waiting outside when we got here hours ago, and people have already got their fan signs out. It is going to really feel like the old school Korean Overwatch you and I used to commentate.
And I wonder how many of these fan signs that we're seeing and everything are just kind of dusted off. You just pick it up off the shelf. It's time to get the RunAway fan signs, the Lunatic-Hai fan signs back out. And speaking of Lunatic-Hai, here come the players now making their way out to the stage, led by Lijiang, who's still rocking the classic jersey.
So we are going to have representatives from Lunatic-Hai, Lijiang, and Eska for GC Busan, Prophet, Gesture, Kongdoo PANTHERA, Rascal, and Birdring. And we have some RunAway players coming up here as well. And we're going to have a short little interview with these players.
Yep, so Jung Sorim is just going to be giving a little interview, get their thoughts ahead of the matchups as we do get ready to dive in. And
look at Runner.
Yeah, there's Runner. Oh, it's been so long. Because even back when you and I were still casting in contenders, we didn't quite get to see Runner on stage. He was still doing his military service, couldn't appear on televised broadcasts. We saw him sneaking into the booth at times, but it's good to see him back on stage properly. Yeah.
We don't actually have the audio for this interview at the moment. But I know that Caster Sorim is asking, it's been a really long time since you've played here in an offline arena. So that's the question to Jaehong, according to my script that I have here, even though I can't hear the question. But I guarantee you he's very excited to be here in front of the fans. He's been retired for quite some time, has been streaming for Gen G. He's back here in the arena. with Eska, which is crazy to me that
yeah.
he is here. Like, I cannot believe we got Eska for this.
I know, that's what I was going to say. Like, we're talking about not seeing Jae-Hong for a while. He at least went and played in the Overwatch League for multiple years. Eska kind of just completely disappeared after the Apex era. I mean, we saw him have a bit of a stint moving over to, I think, play like PUBG or something like that, I believe.
Yeah.
And then now he's back on this stage, and it's just wonderful to see all of these faces. We were kind of holding out hope that we're mostly going to gloss over the interview, guys. This is time for Wolf and I to catch up and just kind of revel in the fact that we're here in this moment. I was hoping that Kongdoo PANTHERA were going to be busting out the sailor suits again, like we remember from all the way back in season 3. Unfortunately, they've opted for the more modern jerseys from near the end of the contenders era and whatnot. But it would have been a nice little shout.
I love the Lunatic-Hai jerseys are very classic. You could see the modern Kongdoo jersey, as you mentioned, and then the RunAway having one of their newer jerseys. They're not wearing the sweaters, but the kind of iconic one. So talking to Eska now, it is so crazy to see Eska on stage here with Overwatch players, right? Since it's been so long. And Eska, like you mentioned, went to PUBG for a very brief stint right after he did not join Seoul Dynasty. He made that transition and then didn't really return to competitive Overwatch play at all. And he was one of the most famous players who actually ever played the game back in 2017. It was one of the most popular ones. So definitely one of the faces everyone's been looking the most forward to seeing.
Yeah, they're saying it's been a long time since you've been here in front of the fans. What does it feel like? And people still very much still love seeing you in the limited capacities that they get to see. So.
지시부산을 대표하는 프로피
Yeah.
선수입니다. 여전히 뭐
So talking
최고의
to
기량을
Prophet
보여주고
now.
있는 프로피 선수인데 예전 멤버들 다시 보니까 소감이 어떠십니까?
So how do you feel being with all these old
예전
teammates
멤버
and players?
다는 못 모였지만 그래도 다시 보니까 반갑고 좋은 것 같아요.
아
I
그래요?
think he said he's a little bit sad he couldn't get everybody, but he's really happy to see everyone again.
제일 좀 걱정이 되는 선수 누굴까요?
Who are you most worried about?
제스처 형이었는데
네.
스크림을 해보니까 힐러들이 좀
I think he said he's most worried about Fielder from the scrims they played.
좀 많이 격차가 느껴집니까?
살짝 느껴져요.
살짝. 자, 그래도 어떻게 지시부산 어떻게 이번 이벤트 매치지만 우승까지도 한번 바라볼 수 있을 것 같습니까? 어떻습니까?
Do you think you can win the whole thing?
처음에는 그렇게 생각했었는데 스크린 까보니까 잘 해봐야 될 것 같아요.
아, 쉽지 않을 것
He
같다.
was a little bit. I think he said he was a little bit confident at the beginning, but now he's played some scrims. He's like, I think we're gonna have to try our hardest.
안녕하세요.
Now from gesture, of course.
Fresh off his own stint of becoming a coach.
자, 어떻게 지냈어요?
아 예.
So how have you been?
잘 쉬고 있습니다. 네.
He's good.
Took him a bit to get that one out, but I'm fine.
나왔잖아요. 직접 또 이게 탱커니까 물어봐야 될 것 같아요. 플레이 해보니까 어떠십니까?
So you're a tank. After you play, how do you feel?
처음엔 관상이 저랑 안 맞는다고 생각했는데 해보니까 되게 재밌고
네.
그래서 2세트가 기대되고
네.
뭐. 여기
So he's really
분들도
looking forward to playing Ramata in game
해보시면
2
좋을 것
because that's
같아요.
one of the
재밌어요.
rules we have. He will be playing
일단
Ramata,
근데
so
실제로 나오면
he's feeling like he's
관상부터
really
보나 봐요.
enjoying it. He's excited to play
관상이
it.
안 맞는
Very
건 보통 못해요.
아니 근데 저희가 인터뷰 촬영할 때 제스처 선수가 우승에 대한 공약을 걸겠다 이렇게 얘기를 하셨다고 들었습니다.
생각을 좀 더 해볼게요.
네?
내일까지니까. 예.
아 그럼 내일도 이렇게 인터뷰를 하라는 얘기예요?
아니 그건 아니고요. 제가 개인적으로
싹. 야 심하다.
Sorry, I guess I missed the question, so I can't really give context on this answer.
I think she was asking him to rap.
Yeah, it might be the case because he was like, I'm going to think about it. And then he's like, all right, well, if I do an interview tomorrow, is that when you're going to do it? That must have been the question, yeah.
반가운 선수들 많습니다. 자 먼저 콩두 라스카.
So talking to Rascal from Kongdoo PANTHERA. Of course, he's here with Birdring.
이번 시즌에
One of the most original dynamic duos.
코치로
Yes.
우승까지 했잖아요. 예. 오랜만에 팬 여러분들을 만나는 소감
So
어떠십니까?
you won as a coach, and now you're meeting the fans for the first time in a while.
이렇게 팬분들 얼굴 보면서
대회를 할 수 있어서 정말 좋은 것 같아요.
He's so happy he gets to play in front of fans in person, face to face here at this event.
보는 거는 굉장히 오랜만이어가지고
It's really long. It's been a long time since we've seen your face like this, she says.
얼마 안 됐잖아요. 해보니까 어떠시던가요?
So Overwatch 2 hasn't been out that long. How do you feel about it so far?
오버워치 2 오고 나서 제가 직접 플레이할 기회는 별로 없었는데
When it first came out, I didn't get to play that much.
엄청 재밌더라고요.
But now, after I've tried it, it's really fun.
이런 자리에서 또 플레이할 수 있어서 좋은 것 같아요.
I'm really happy to get to play it in a place like this.
시즌 2도 시작이 됐겠다. 오랜만에. 그러니까 코치로서는 사실 게임을 그렇게 많이 하진 않잖아요.
So as a coach, I guess you don't play that much.
예전에 라스칼 실력 나옵니까?
But
또
do
최대한
you think
열심히
you can play as well as
해서
the
팬분들
old
기대해
rascal?
주시는 만큼 보여드릴 수 있도록 노력해야죠.
I'm going to try my best to play as well as the
예,
fans expect
기대돼요.
from me tonight.
자, 계속해서 또 반가운 얼굴 마이크 버드링입니다.
Now Birdring, someone we've all been looking forward to seeing. Hello.
버드링 선수가 잠깐 공백이 있었잖아요, 그렇죠? 그래가지고 너무 아니 도대체 버드링이 어디로 간 건가 궁금했었는데, 자 버드링 선수 어떻게 다시 복귀하시는 겁니까?
이게 할 생각은 없었는데 오버워치 2를 해보니까 재밌더라고요.
So he's like, are you ever going to come back, you know, as a player? And he's like, I've been playing it a little bit. It's pretty fun.
이야, 여러분 박수
So he's
한번
thinking
주세요.
about
The
it.
little tease.
그쵸. 썩히기에는 너무 아까운 실력이에요. 예.
It'd be great. I mean,
오랜만에
it's
이제
also not. It hasn't been that long comparatively to some of the other people on the stage, namely Runner, who we're about to talk to, since Birdring actually did compete when he was
라스칼
over on Glads.
선수가 당연히 너무 반가웠고요.
네.
옛날 버스칼로도 인기가 많았었으니까
그쵸.
그때 생각하면서 물론 지금은 힐러로 뛰지만 그때 생각하면서 좀 재밌게 하려고 합니다.
이거 옆에 있어서 하는 얘기가 아니잖아요, 그죠?
He's really looking forward to playing with Rascal, of course. And she's like, you're not just saying that because he's right next to you, right? Like, we're talking about all the players, of course, he's going to be playing with. And now talking to the RunAway players, Runner,
안녕하세요.
one of the most famous people in Korean
러너라고 합니다.
esports.
반갑습니다.
It's been a long time. It's good to see you.
오버워치의 레전드에서 러너를 빼면 사실상 이것도 말이 안 되거든요. 에이펙스 때
If you're
멤버들이
talking about
지금 여기
legends of Overwatch,
대기실에
your name
다
has to come up.
모여있는데 오랜만에 본 소감 어떠십니까?
So how do you feel about being here
일단
after such a long
다들 키가
time?
너무 컸더라고요.
그래요?
네, 원래는
Everybody got taller. They used to be pretty short.
왜 이렇게
He's like,
컸어?
why is everybody so tall?
세월이 지났구나를 좀 깨달을 수 있었고 그리고
And he said he's realized everyone's kind of grown up.
못 먹는 나이였는데 뭐 지금 막 얘기하는
And now, when they used to play together, they couldn't drink together. But now everyone's all grown up,
이게
so
세월이
that's
확실히
changed.
지났구나. 그거를 좀 몸소 느낄 수 있었어요. 네.
그렇죠. 예전에는 뭐 급식 친구들
I mean, even
많았고
Hoxall
막
next to him just
이랬습니다만
looks.
진짜
I mean, granted, we're going on
역사를 계속
6
함께하고
years
있구나
since
이런
the
것들을
debut.
많이 느끼게 돼요.
Yeah.
It's nuts to think
근데
about.
조 이렇게 정하고 할 때 무슨 소리냐 루나틱 우리랑 붙자 이러면서 살살 이렇게 좀 긁으시더라고요. 어떻게 루나틱을 그때 에이펙스 때 못했던 거 이번에 좀 갚아주려고
So
작정하고
anything,
있습니까?
anything you couldn't, since you obviously lost to Lunatic-Hai back in the Apex days, you feel like you can get some payback tonight against them?
아 근데
네.
아니 지금 보니까 저희도 좀 연습을 해보고 해봤는데 비슷한 것 같아요.
Is that actually like, you know,
찐이더라고요.
even since we actually practice with them, I think their skill is not that different from ours. Actually, we're pretty
많은
similar in
선수들도
skill level.
있습니다만
Oh, boy.
저는 러너 선수에게 이 말씀을 좀 부탁드리고 싶었어요. 모든 선수들을 대표해서 아직도 오버워치를 늘 사랑해 주시는 그리고 현장에 오신 많은 팬 여러분들께 대신 감사의 인사 한번 드려주세요.
Anything you want to say? How thankful you are to the
지금
fans who appreciated you
지났는데
throughout your
아직도
Overwatch career?
그 슬로건, 뭐 유니폼 그리고 이렇게 응원해 주시고 이번에도 정말 지원 많이 해주셨다고 들었어요.
네.
정말 너무 감사드리고요. 이렇게 해주시니까 저희가 더 긴장되고. 그러니까 사실
He said-
들어오기 전까지만 해도 언제 끝나냐 뭐 이러고 있었거든요. 근데 갑자기 딱 들어오고 이렇게
He said a lot.
마주하니까
I'm gonna get to it when he's
긴장되고
finished.
최선을 다해야겠다라는 생각도 들고
The heavy question.
앞으로도 열심히 해야겠다. 그리고 블리자드도 열심히 해야겠다 생각이 들었어요.
알겠습니다.
So he
네.
basically said, and I'll try to say this as fast as possible, he's so happy for all the support the fans have given him over the years, how much they loved RunAway, they gave him their slogan, they helped fund the team and gave them their uniforms and stuff. And all the support they've shown over the years makes him feel really nervous, like he really doesn't want to mess this up. And he says, I got to do my best, Blizzard's got to do their best. Let's do this together, basically, is the TLDR of what he said.
하지만 지금은 아닙니다.
Now Hoxall.
당시 최고 겐지
One of my favorite players of all time.
바로 막 정말 뜨거웠었는데 솔직히 좀 시간이 지나고 나서 생각해봤을 때 그때 당시에 최고 겐지는 누구였다라고 생각하십니까?
솔직히 말하면 제가 조금 더 잘했던 것 같아요.
아 여기 후아유 없다고 막 얘기하는 거 아니에요?
Sorry guys, I missed this whole
그러면
part.
오늘 후아유하고 어떻게 대결이 이렇게 만나게 되면
So
예전에
talking about
그
meeting up against who are
겐지
you?
대결 저희 좀
In
기대해
a
볼 수
Genji
있습니까?
1v1 or a Genji matchup, I should say.
오 보여줍니다.
And I think he's like, I think I can win.
근데 대결을 보여주는 게 중요한 게 아니라 거기에서 좀 이렇게 좀 이길 자신은 있습니까?
You think you could beat him?
지금은 조금 없어요.
Okay, I guess he said he has a little bit less confidence, but when she asked him more directly about it.
일단 오랜만에 팬분들 보고 경기하게 됐는데 그래서 너무 많이 떨리고 좋은
So many
모습
fans, I'm nervous.
보여드리도록 열심히 하겠습니다.
And I'll do my best to play my best today, show the best performance I can.
사실 학살
He's
선수가
played
원래
in front of
잘
larger
긴장
crowds,
안
and
하는
then something tells me that the nerves will get
아까
shaken off pretty
그
quickly.
대기실에서 이렇게 메이크업
Yeah.
받으면서 떨린다 막 이런 얘기를 하더라고요.
So all the players, or maybe specifically Haksal, I couldn't hear, but have been really nervous even in the makeup room about this match. I think there's definitely a feeling of the tension of how much this means for these players to get one more chance to play together and play against old rivals for sure.
여러분 다시 한번 큰 박수
So
부탁드립니다.
asking for one more round of applause.
네,
We're going to
고맙습니다.
be getting this started
자,
pretty
선수들은
soon.
Yeah, we should be ready to get in here.
경기를 준비하게 됩니다.
Get
여러분 많이
into the
응원해
game
주시길 부탁드리고요.
and see how these guys are going to shake out against one another. I mean, there's been some concerns around how some of these guys who haven't played in a very long time, particularly around the likes of Lunatic-Hai with Ryuje Hong and Eska coming back. How are they going to be able to compete? But Runner's saying that they might actually play close. We'll have to see what happens.
저희 팀의 장점은 선수들이 잘합니다. 캐리 받겠습니다.
캐리 받는 포지션인 것 같아요 지금. 우승 후보죠, 우승 후보. 가장 현역 선수가 많고 잘했던 선수들이 많아서 제일 잘할 것 같아요. 루나틱하이는 이제 조커 어떻게 될지 몰라요.
어디서 멘트 배워왔냐?
근데 그때 당시에는 저희가 루나틱 이겼어가지고 딱히 무서운 건 없는 것 같아요.
무조건 거기지.
어디? 콩두?
연락도 안 받고 나오라 해도 안 나오고 맨날 일식하고
게임으로 혼내줘야 돼?
게임으로 혼내줘야죠. 지혁아 카톡 잘 봐주고 경기 잘해보자.
저희 팀은 1, 2등 정도 할 것 같고 루나틱이 꼴등 할 것 같아요. 루나틱하이 화이팅! 제일서 선수만 잘하면 이길 수 있을 것 같아요.
아니요, 저는 원래 잘해야 되는 포지션이 아니에요. 네, 이런 쪽이 잘해야 되고 저는 재밌게. 관상이 딱 내가 못할 것 같은 관상인데? 라마트라는
나오면 연습해?
캐릭터 관상이 제가 잘할 수 있는 캐릭터는 아닌 것 같긴 한데 그래도 열심히 해서 다른 선수들보다 한번 잘해보겠습니다.
제스처 선수가 많이 못한다면은 제가 한번 해볼 의향도 있습니다.
내가 봤을 때 근데 내가 너보다 지금 소전을 잘해.
개소리야. 지부산이 다시 모이게 되는데 이번에 경기 재밌게 할 테니까 많은 응원 부탁드립니다.
예전에 응원해 주셨을 때 기억도 나고 이제 되게 재밌게 즐기실 수 있도록 많이 잘해보겠습니다.
지부산 화이팅!
그래도 최근까지 프로 경기에 속해 있던 선수들도 있어서 조금 견제가 되긴 하는데 그 중에서도 프로필 선수가 제일 견제가 되네요.
루나틱하이 멤버를 봤는데 되게 옛날 생각 많이 나는 멤버들이더라고요. 근데 딱 옛날 생각까지만 날 것 같아요. 예전에는 이제 루나틱하이라는 벽을 넘지 못했었잖아요. 그래서 이번 기회를 빌어서 루나틱하이 이길 수 있었으면 좋을 것 같아요. 네.
사실 옛날 루나틱이면은 조금 그때는 좀 존경하는 팀이었고 다들 선수들이 무서운 선수들이었는데 지금은 뭐 나이들도 있어 딱히 무섭진 않네요.
런어웨이는 이제 완전 개그팀 아닌가요?
1등부터 4등? 당연히 우리 팀.
콩두 판테라, 아까 가장 견제된다고 했었던 GC 부산, 런어웨이, 루나틱?
우리 팀의 선수? 글쎄요. 아무래도 창식? 맞아? 창식아 잘하자. 잘해서 꼭 우승하자 우리.
잘 해봐야죠 준비. 네.
공도 파테라 파이팅!
난 옴닉을 전쟁으로 이끌기 위해 창조됐다. 하나 내가 바랐던 건 우리 동족이 더 나은 삶을 영위하는 것뿐. 우리가 존재한다는 사실은 그 자체로 기적이다. 우리는 탐구했다. 평화와 조화를 이루는 방법을. 우리는 명상했다. 세계와 그 속에 위치한 우리 자리에 대하여. 우리는 인류와 공존하고자 했지만 인류는 그들 세상을 나눠 가질 생각이 없었다. 인류의 꿈을 위해 얼마나 많은 놈들이 희생되어야 하는가. 가능한데 우리 종족은 단 한 세대만 존재한다. 이와는 모두 너무나 뻔뻔한다. 우리만의 소리를 찾을 것이다. 그래야만 한다. 함께하지. 우리 같이 모든 놈닉을 위한 더 나은 미래를 만드는 거다.
Let it.
And welcome back. We are just moments away from getting into our first series of the evening, of which we have 3. We're going to figure out who is going to be moving forward into the finals, I do believe. And then tomorrow we'll run it all the way through the lower bracket and see who is going to be making their way, going the distance, and trying to walk away as champions here of the Legends Battle. We have an absolutely packed arena. But not them. Familiar faces, but hey, how about these ones? It's myself and Achilios here alongside Wolf, and guys, it feels so damn good to be back.
Look at the A.
Look at the A.
You know what that means.
Yeah, it's just like
you guys
like
get it.
Apex. But yeah, it feels good. It's been a good long while. If you didn't know, myself and Wolf haven't gotten to commentate Overwatch together since the end of the 2020 season.
That's right.
So it's been a hot little minute, and that was period. Like we haven't done any other games in the meantime. So this is like a big reunion for us. We're getting to see all of the familiar faces, those players on stage. I mean, Rascal Birdring back together. Somebody do a wellness check on Bonnie Q on Twitter because she might be passed out by now. But having Runner and Hawksall and everyone, it's just, I'm over the moon about this, and I hope that you guys are as well. And or if you're a newer viewer, let's say you started watching Overwatch, competitive Overwatch during the OWL era from 2018 onward, and maybe you didn't pay that close attention to contenders out here in Korea. These guys, that word legends might be selling it short just a little bit.
Yeah, we have players here who defined what competitive Overwatch was, right? For a lot of people, players who then, of course, moved into Overwatch League and have since traveled around the world. Some players who are playing today, played at the beginning, and still are involved in the competitive scene today. Some players like Eska played at the beginning, made a huge name for himself, but then just completely stepped away, which is not to say that he doesn't have the same amount of passion or weight as the other players, but it means something different that Eska is actually here because he has been so removed from the scene. We will have Bumper playing later today, another player who stepped away after his time at Vancouver Titans and hasn't played any professional games since. got him. He's invited here. He's going to be playing later on tonight. Very exciting to see all these players back together on these rosters. And GC Busan's roster is kind of an amalgamation of lots of players throughout the years.
Yeah.
RunAway, several generations of that team. Then you have Lunatic-Hai, which feels like the most classic of the 4 teams we have. Then you have Kongdoo PANTHERA, the core of the original roster, and then some of the newer players that came in later on. It's just really cool to see everybody here together on these 4 rosters.
Yeah, and of course there's a couple different rules as far as like who is going to be fielded at a certain time. Any of the players who are currently in the competitive circuit and whatnot in the Overwatch League will only be able to see a couple of them in each map, so that means that the rosters are going to be getting shuffled around a little bit. It's a show match, which means that there are going to be some more things set in place, such as showing off some new maps, showing off Ramatra as well as we get ready to go into map number 2. So there will be some of those features. So if we go into it and you guys are like, well, why are they playing Ramatra? I didn't think they would have this figured out, but that's why. But it's always great because we've always gotten the debuts. We always, we had Janu playing the first ever Wrecking Ball. We've seen maps for the first time over here when we were casting Contenders and casting Apex and whatnot. So we'll get another little peek. I think it's basically pro play. I think it's basically first time pro play Ramatra. So
I mean, it's basically is going to be. You and I have commentated a lot of show matches over the years, and sometimes we get the really serious version. Sometimes we get the really fun version where, like, if Genji isn't played by Haksal tonight, people will be sad. If Who Are You's not playing Genji, if Guido's not playing Genji, people will be sad, right? So we might see a little bit of that for fun. But then, obviously, these are best of 5s we're playing at the beginning. The finals will be a best of 7. So lots of games to be played. It is a double elimination format, so if you lose today, you'll still be playing the loser's match tomorrow. So you're not knocked out until you lose twice.
If we really want to go back to Apex era, what we need to do is have tiebreakers settled by a single round of control, and then have a 9-map best of 7 grand finals like we had twice. So maybe that's in the rule set. I might have to take a closer glance at it, but let's take a closer glance at the setup here. So 4 teams, 2 days rather, today and then tomorrow. So make sure you guys have those alarms set yet again.
Yeah, we'll be at 1 a.m. PST, same time as you're watching it right now. If you're watching live, if you're watching the VOD, here's your number. 4 teams, of course: GC Busan, Kongdoo PANTHERA, Lunatic-Hai, and RunAway. Crazy to see his ancient, old Overwatch logos still here together. It's the original GC Busan logo as well, because that team has gone through multiple iterations. We'll talk about that later. I'll get into the history lesson later. But there is money on the line here. As you guys can see, there's about, let me do my math here, 17 million won? No, 20 million won.
20 million won.
This is why you don't do math on stream.
Little shy, quick maps, but a little shy of about 20,000 USD here for a nice little 2-day event. So not too bad, and if you can walk away with the top prize, that's a decent split that you got going on there. Nice little weekend out with the boys.
Yeah. Third place will get that 3 million. It's not 17, like I said.
Yeah.
So here are the rules for the roster. So 3 players who were active in the 2022 Overwatch season are allowed, for Overwatch League season, are allowed to be in the roster. But on every map, only 2 of those players are allowed to play at once.
Yep.
So you're not going to be having 3 Overwatch League players playing on a single map, because that would give certain teams an inherent advantage. Now, we know based on which teams have played competitively more recently, which teams are likely favorites here, but that's a rule that's in place. Now, the other 2 rules that are really interesting that are in place for our best of 5 is Shambali Monastery will be the locked map for our first escort game, and Ramatra will be locked for both teams going into control for map 2.
That it will be, so we'll get to see some Ramatra versus Ramatra action, see what the comps are going to look like, kind of assembled around that. There's been some thoughts put out on stream and on subreddits and whatnot as far as how the Ramatra gameplay is going to look. We'll have to just wait and see, but I am curious to see how Shambali Monastery is also going to be going as our latest escort map. So we'll be going escort into control, then into hybrid, and then into push, and then I think we cycle back around to escort after that if we do happen to go to a 5th and final map.
Control for the best of 5s.
There we go. Glad I have Wolf here to keep me in check.
But here's our map pools. So some new maps for me, actually, since I've never commentated Overwatch 2 before today. Circuit Royale will be in the escort map pool. We do, of course, have Paraiso. I don't know how to pronounce it.
Paraiso.
Yeah, I'm going to leave that one to you coming in as well. So some new maps, really interesting to see this stuff coming together here in Overwatch 2. Some of these players have never played Overwatch 2 competitively before as well. And our format, of course, is double elimination, as I mentioned. Winner of this goes to winners finals, which will also be played today. So the 2 winners today will face off. And then the rest of the tournament will be played tomorrow to decide our champion.
That it will. So I mean, just two unfortunately quick days, I should say. We're gonna by the end of it, it's gonna feel like nothing really ever happened, and that it lasted not long enough, I should say. Just given the length of Apex seasons that we're used to casting, the contender seasons that we're used to of casting.
Look,
this is gonna breeze by, but
I like to think of it as this is an Apex group. It's Group A. Okay, It's a stacked group. It's a group of death. It's got GC Busan, Kongdoo, PANTHERA, Lunatic-Hai, and RunAway.
This would have been the worst group to ever have in an Apex series.
It would be terrible.
Just having to lose 2 of them off the rip before you go into the playoffs and have like the group draw and like match selection show would have been an absolute tragedy and just utterly heartbreaking. But of course, the fans are here in the audience. You can see them showing back up, and the Korean artwork never really disappoints. As you can see, the Kongdoo PANTHERA, as well as the Korean commentators who have been there since day one.
That's right.
But yeah, it's good, and we should just be now moments away as the players get settled to jumping in there. And of course, it's going to be the Monastery to kick things off on Escort.
It's crazy to me to see these logos that are beneath us here and actually be commentating them for real.
I know.
When Overwatch League started, a lot of these teams didn't make it, obviously, into, like, Lunatic-Hai didn't make it in to contenders, right? They dropped out, so I thought I'd never get a chance to commentate Lunatic-Hai again, but let's introduce the teams. Let's jump into this. We're going to talk about GC Busan. First, a very awesome team that spans the history of multiple GC Busan orgs. GC Busan Wave also represented here. This is the half of the original London Spitfire roster as well. Came from this team. They're the Apex Season 4 champions. There's so much to talk about when you look at these players here. Gesture going to be the main tank player, the only tank player here, but of course was a main tank player during his career. Hagupun has come back. He's been in the GC Busan org for quite some time. Someone that you guys, if you haven't followed the old Korean Overwatch scene, might not have heard of. And everyone else pretty much needs no introduction. You and I were lucky enough to cast Fielder when he really broke into the scene on GC Busan Wave as a flex support.
Oh yeah,
back in the day. So happy he's on this list as well.
I mean, Fielder now coming into this is a champion, mind you, so worth a shout out for that one. But yeah, I mean, what an incredible just career for pretty much everybody on this stage, and some faces that we haven't gotten to see a ton of as of late as well. What with Neko there, as you mentioned, Hagupun, Gesture, having stepped into a coaching position, working with NYXL over the last year, now coming back and being the sole tank player. Granted, you've got Prophet on this team, so there's always a chance that he decides to show it. We saw support from him during this 2022 Overwatch League season. He did bring out a bit of the Ana. It didn't go well. It was it was borderline. It was borderline, but we also had some Brigitte from him, chucked in there, which is something that he was very well versed with, given the GOATS era and whatnot.
Prophet,
but I'd love to see him play tank at some point too.
I think of all the players who are here today, of all the legends, I think Prophet is the one that deserves the most respect in terms of what he's achieved.
He's the GOAT.
Royal Roader in Season 4, gets the MVP award, goes on London Spitfire, wins it again, MVP, and he's still playing today. This man played in 2017, in the 4th season of Apex on GC Busan, Royal Roads it, and now 5 years later he's still in the game. But he's up against Kongdoo PANTHERA first.
Another squad of legends in their own right. I mean, everybody so familiar with pretty much everybody on this roster. I don't think we have too many names where it's just like, oh, who is that guy? I never really got to watch that guy play. Everybody here is taking place in the modern era of Overwatch since the league had kicked off. Changshik now, an incredible legendary Reinhardt player, shifting over to becoming a commentator for the Overwatch League this season, now coming back to the stage as a player. Rascal rejoining alongside his classic duo of Birdring, and then of course Decay, who has been making the rounds across multiple teams throughout the Overwatch League throughout all of these years and has always been showing an immense amount of impact in his performances.
It's crazy to see how this roster just really feels like Kongdoo PANTHERA in its essence, right? You can really just feel like this is Kongdoo, right? And
Yeah.
I think that's what's so beautiful about this team and Lunatic-Hai as well, where you're like, man, it feels like I'm in a time machine right now. All these guys are playing together. Decay was a player who played so far back. I mean, he even played on Uncia before he moved into Kongdoo PANTHERA.
Right. One
One of the biggest prospects of Overwatch League for several years. He finally got old enough to play, moved into the Overwatch League, became a legendary player in his own right there to newer fans globally. And, I mean, this is a top-tier roster.
Yeah, it really feels like the only person kind of missing, at least from memory, would just be Luffy alongside Koma in that support role.
Yeah, I have my shout-outs. I wrote them down because we don't have Roar, we don't have
Right.
Youngjin, Ding, or Luffy, right? And a lot of people remember Youngjin, Ding, and Luffy from Shanghai Dragons, but they were originally Kongdoo players as well.
Yeah, and they'll also remember Youngjin for various other reasons that have to do with stepping off of a card on Dorado. But enough about that. We'll leave that one at rest for now. But hey, you never know. Maybe somebody will do a nice little Youngjin shout out throughout these matches that we have. Because this year was a bit of a bizarre one when it came down to people C9 in the cards or Shang9 in the cards, whichever mode of that you'd like to use. It has been a very weird year. There's been plenty of that going around. So hopefully these guys can, with some of the more veteran players stepping back into the game, can be like, all right, let's avoid that.
It's really interesting. This is also two parts of what became the London Spitfire roster that won the first inaugural season of Overwatch League in 2018. GC Busan and Kongdoo, which then became Cloud9 Kongdoo very briefly, melded together to form that massive 12-person roster. And Void was the only player who actually didn't go from that famous Kongdoo roster, of course. Couldn't come to an agreement with the team, so he didn't go famously. And the trajectory of his entire career was changed as a result, and obviously the rest of his stories have been told. He just recently retired last month, which is very sad to me. He's one of my favorite players of all time. But it's crazy to watch these players. Koma also is in the second generation of Kongdoo PANTHERA. Played against RunAway in that famous Contenders final in 2019. Famous for his Shanghai Dragons play as well. He retired several years ago. He's coming back for the first time in a long time. But he also played for RunAway for a brief stint as well. So maybe he'll get to play against some former teammates later on in this event.
We should let him switch between teams. They should be able to hot swap him between either side. Either have the pink sweater on or put on the sailor suit, as far as I'm concerned. But yeah, I mean, so many. Wait. Okay, it's just some of the name labeling. I was like, we've got 2 gestures, 2 Komas, 2 Nekos. But we'll just have to get that updated. Your eyes don't deceive you. It's just a little typo, but that's totally fine. Anyway, the players have now made their way out. Let's take another look at the map set and how things are going to break down. Again, it's going to be Shambali Monastery to kick things off. So this is going to be one of my first real in-depth looks at this map as well. I've been having some computer issues as of late, so I haven't quite gotten to play Overwatch 2 in the last couple days. And I wanted to check this out as well as get some hands-on time with Ramatra, not Manatra, Ramatra. And so we'll see how these guys decide to handle this map, because there are some pretty tight-knit chokes throughout it.
Yeah, there are some tight-knit chokes, but it does open up at certain points as well. It's a very interesting map. I spent a little bit of time with it over the last few days trying to figure out how I think it was going to go. And realistically, as someone who's been out of the scene for a little while, I have my theories about it, but I think it is certainly a multifaceted type of escort map where, you know, we will see composition changes towards the middle of the map and towards the end potentially as well. There's all sorts of new stall tactics that you could use. We're doing it. You ready to get it, Achilios? We're in the map. Oh man, this is surreal.
There we are. And here we go. Let's see what these guys are going to have pieced together for us. As a reminder, we do not have any caps or specifications as far as the comps are concerned for this map. So Ramatra would be an opt-in, but seems like it's just going to be Doomfist. And seems like we're going to have some mirrored compositions, at least for now, as Prophet, typically the one who would be piloting the Tracer, is looking to show us some Sojourn.
See it with Illicit here on this roster, that they want to play it this way, as Illicit has had his moments on hit scan, of course, in the past, a long-range champions, but he's good at tracers. Genji was the one that I always really loved watching him play back when I commentated Illicit, but I think this is a smart setup here. Gesture on Doomfist makes a ton of sense to me, playstyle-wise. Not seeing the Roadhog here or the Winston, which I think is probably going to make a few people at home, you know, do a sigh of relief, at least here for the start.
All right, well, hanging back here is GC Busan, just going to be operating on the high ground for now. This Void just poking and prodding. They want to inch the cart forward before they have to really go ahead and try to contest this one. Let's see how they try to approach. Swinging around the left side. You see Busan obviously aware of this one. Prophet opens up, tries to build up the rail. Is going to be slowed up here by the disrupting shot. Push forward from Decay. Is going to be forced to recall pretty quickly on there. So the rail shot is available, and Birdring is going to be taken down. Prophet finding first blood. Illicit able to follow up. Coma going to be eliminated, and it's looking like a very nice first hold here for GC Busan. Successfully staving them off as they chase forward, and Void should be fine, but Rascal likely going to die. Doesn't have the teleport. Quick step, pinned into the corner. There's the finish, so he gets a kill onto Illicit, but he staggers himself pretty heavily.
Yeah, nice little stagger here. Prophet definitely, I almost cursed him there. Definitely knowing his target there. Wanted to take Birdring out first, eliminate a lot of that damage.
Okay, big turnaround. That's going to be Prophet and Fielder dealt with. As Decay and Coma come up huge. Gesture now going to be dead, so nice little turnaround here from Kongdoo PANTHERA. They pick up 3 kills, can now start getting this cart moving. Only just now processed in my brain that Rascal was playing support as well.
Yeah, Rascal playing support. It's been a long time since we've seen him play DPS, but coaching Dallas Fuel right now, playing Kiriko, you know, a champion that requires a lot of knowledge, I'd say, more than hand skill.
Okay, well, big shutdown there on a Void. A major overextension from him. Nice setup for the kill from Neko. Alyssa dives in, finds Birdring. That should be the cart halted up yet again. They get it about 3/4 of the way towards point A, but Rascal, again, going to be the last one to fall. With 2 minutes and 15 seconds remaining, Kongdoo PANTHERA. Let's see if they can have a nice little turnaround fight, much like we just saw from them. For now, Ult's
Illicit
slowly coming through.
lurking. He wants to drop a pulse here into the back line. Not able to find an angle.
Oh, punch coming through. Stun up there for the moment, but the recall comes in. Illicit's still going to be able to stay safe. No one able to play off the back end of it. Birdring desperately going to need to try to get this overclock online here pretty soon. He's lagging behind Prophet by about 20%. There's a Meteor Strike drop in. Void gets the shot. Punch goes in. Illicit going to be taken down. Nice opening kill. Cart still being inched forward here in the meantime. Neko pulls back. Sound barrier at the ready. Instead, it's going to be the Kitsune rush to lead. Now the sound barrier going to be invested. Rascal has the rush of his own out, but now they have to try to survive through this overclock from Prophet, but he's just not quite being able to connect onto any of these heads. He himself going to be tagged low, stunned up for another moment. Hangs alive for a little bit longer. Birdring now ult pop, sound barrier in from Kongdoo PANTHERA. They will be able to win out the fight as they go ahead and get the sweep. Kongdoo PANTHERA clean them up. They get the push on the A, and now it's 3 minutes and 45 to work with.
Really important. GC Busan, you know, is actually stopped here with this or rather, Kongdoo can break through this defense. A lot of resources committed on both sides here, and GC Busan used their ult second. So really nice sound barrier from Neko. Almost holds Kongdoo PANTHERA here with the Spirit or the Kitsune rush from Fielder.
Uh-oh, they're looking for Rascal. Okay, pulls back around the corner. Seems like he's going to be fine for now. Ooh, quick tap. Got the dink onto Illicit. Nearly eliminates him, but he stays alive.
Full spawn here.
Oh, Paul pushes forward, tries to lob it in. Doesn't get the connection that he was looking for. Rail going to be going wide as Gesture and Void both going to be hitting the ground. Heals get pumped through. Gesture stays alive for a little bit longer. Meteor Strike again available here from Void. Let's see when he decides to use it, whether it's going to be a bailout or to try to go ahead and go in for some aggression. He tries to get the punch across, drops down, looks for some damage on the Prophet. Ego sliding away. Gets a punch, actually knocks Prophet further forward into the rest of the Kongdoo PANTHERA members, but they cannot find the kill. So far, it's a major stalemate, but now the Pulse Bomb is available from Decay. He's going to try to open things up. Fielder narrowly manages to go ahead and quick step out of there. Still going to be under fire, trying to play around the pillar, but oh, he just gets the cooldown right back off. Prophet just to keep himself alive.
On this Sojourn, he's making the hits happen, and GC Busan get to save 2 critical support ultimates here for the subsequent fight. Gesture is also getting close to his Meteor Strike, so Kongdoo PANTHERA need to be very careful about now how they approach this point, because if they fail with using their Rascal's ultimate here, another Pulse Bomb goes down, or the Overclock gets wasted here, GC Busan stall this out, they're not going to have a lot of the tank to actually get this point B on locked down, excuse me.
Oh, Birdring, okay. Starting to go off, manages to find 2 quick kills. Just are taken down, but just the left-click headshots coming through. Good eliminations found, a lot of space bought for the side of Kongdoo PANTHERA, and it seems like they're just going to go ahead and buy their way all the way through into point B. No one is going to be able to contest this one at all. The cap will be there, so that extra minute and a half going to be added to the time bank. So now just over 3 minutes to try to finish this one. As Gesture caught out a bit further forward. We'll take that quick little seismic slam out to safety.
Really clutch from Birdring there, because he can actually push this through. GC Busan not actually able to use their really critical defensive ultimates there to lock down the point. They had so many ways to buy time, but with those opening picks, it's just not possible.
It's not. Okay, just going to be recalling out, still holds on to the Pulse Bomb. See where he decides to plant that one as Birdring opens up with the Overclock. Just looking for a target. Spots Illicit around the back. Can't quite get the hit to go across. Rush v Rush. Now going to be expiring from Fielder's side. Rascal's lasting a little bit longer, but it's like, boy, I don't know exactly where he went, but it's definitely deep into the back lines. Ends up getting taken down. Prophet with the rail finds the kill. Rascal, though, shuts down Neko. Now Prophet going to be dead. Kongdoo PANTHERA trading up. Void can rejoin rather quickly here and also has the Meteor Strike just in case he needed it. Homer for now, holding on sound barrier. Neko ready to match. PS ultimates are in the favor of GC Busan, but they need to be able to play off the back of them and find some picks if they want to stop this card. Void just pushing up fearlessly. Decay gets the better of Illicit. The fight very much starting to go the way here of Kongdoo PANTHERA. The HP bar is in shambles from GC Busan. As Prophet tries to turn the tide of the fight. The overclock coming through, but the sound barrier shield is there. Coma keeps everybody alive. Void's getting tagged up. Fielder now going to be taken down. Prophet able to find one. But in all of this time, well, Cart has continued to advance forward. Still a minute and 50 seconds left to go. With just a couple meters. The tag in comes in. Illicit dives forward. Keeps this contested. Still holds the pulse bomb. Meteor strike out from Void, up into the air, looking for a target.
Illicit trying so hard to hold.
Ooh. Okay, he does have to make his exit. They take Void down low, but he pulls back around the corner. The HP bar is looking a little bit better from Kongdoo, so they can keep this fight going now.
This is definitely winnable for GC Busan. They can hold this.
Neko dead, Fielder gone. That's going to be the supports now out of the fight. They still have the pulse. Illicit, he needs to come up huge with one of his own. Prophet trying to slide out the safety, can't make it happen. Gesture can't keep himself protected. And the pulse bomb, well, we just won't get to see it from Illicit. They push to the end. Decent early holds coming through from GC Busan, but can't quite deny the finish. So a minute and 17 seconds.
It looked like it was going to be possible just for a second there. If Illicit could hit a pulse and buy enough time there, they had spawn advantage, obviously, but there's just not enough time to get everybody regrouped up once again. And felt like the story of GC Busan in this defense was they had resource advantages for so much of those fights, but couldn't actually pool them together, couldn't use the sound barrier or the rush from Fielder there at the right times to actually make the stands happen when Kongdoo was pushing through. And Birdring, even though Prophet got him first on the early push, Birdring actually kind of had his number, and even though his first overclock didn't really get much value, he was doing enough damage and getting enough consistent backline picks that the sound barriers weren't going off. They weren't able to happen on the point with a real true contest, and so GC Busan just kind of got out-muscled here in this first defense. We'll see if they can beat the time bank here. It is a minute and 17, so pretty respectable for Kongdoo on this finish.
Yeah, it looked like there was just a bit of a rust to get shaken off there. Decay was looking good pretty much the whole way through, but Rascal really starting to find some of those headshots, just sending out those shurikens, as well as Void starting to really pop with the Doom Fist. So a solid look for them by the end of the map. Let's see how GC Busan fares, though, with the attack, because we're not going to be having any changes. So still going to be Illicit with the Tracer, Prophet sticking to the Sojourn.
Yep.
Rascal, he's going for a cheeky play.
He can teleport, of course, instantly away after getting some ult charge here. I mean, scout out the composition.
Okay. And
we're going to kill.
Finds Prophet. He's looking for it. Oh, no. He doesn't TP out fast enough. And that could be catastrophic. It's still, I mean, a good amount of time to rejoin, and obviously can just go ahead and step back over the rest of the team. But here comes the dive. Seismic Slam onto the high ground. They take Birdring low. Prophet gets a rail shot through. They find the kill. Put some damage down on the Void, and it's going to be Kongdoo just scattering, trying to stay alive. They pull back around the far corner, and yeah, GC Busan, they open things up considerably.
Little bit of a greedy move there from Rascal, does get punished. I mean, if he gets a pick there, it's massive, buys a lot of time, but obviously the counterpart to this is he gets picked and gives a free push to GC Busan and loses a lot of ult charge here. You see Fielders doubling him now with the extra time he's been alive.
Void, big dive. It has been looking well as far as the defensive Doom is concerned. You can see the ult charts looking nicely, about 10-12% ahead of Gesture for the moment. As Birdring has the rail set up, is waiting for the block to go down, finishes Gesture before he can punch his way out to safety. Fielder will be able to trade one back, but Rascal gets the better of him this time around. And that will be the counter swing back through. So Kongdoo PANTHERA, they give up some space, but they come back in, they retake the cart.
And Birdring is looking on point so far today. He looks like he doesn't have any rust at all. The man is ready to play, and he's coming up clutch again and again here. Holding them here is massive, allowing the supports for Kongdoo PANTHERA to catch up with their ultimate build.
Okay, getting tagged low. Disruptor shot whittles away at Birdring just a little bit, but no significant threat. Still going to be fine. Oh, the sneaky pulse around the back, perhaps. Dashes to the side, doesn't quite want to go for Neko, knows that that's going to be a little bit too elusive. Recall now going to be popped. Void playing around the backside of the card as well, just keeping them occupied. Meteor Strike dropped down, not going to be finding too much damage with that one. Neko, however, going to be tagged low. Birdring out with the overclock pop, finds Prophet with a body shot, looks for a little bit more. Mouse Spray will go ahead, finish off Neko. And pulse from Illicit doesn't find a damn thing. It's only Fielder who's really able to come up with the kill. Decay will find a second in the fight, and yeah, GC Busan getting shut down right now.
Once again, just they have the tools almost online. Neko just gets his sound barrier. Birdring takes him out with the overclock. He's completely eliminated from the fight. Can't buy further time, and GC Busan just don't have the same ult setups here. Kongdoo PANTHERA is making it happen without ult, so now they have a huge ult economy advantage as well. Both support ults open here. Only a minute and a half to go on the clock.
I mean, genuinely, the worst issue here for the side of GC Busan, other than just her nearly dying right there, is, never mind, is Fielder, he committed the Kitsune rush. And Rascal just held on to his. They just won the fight out naturally through that, through Birdring's use of the overclock, through Void, just avoiding a lot of damage and counter-aggressing with the Meteor Strike. So Fielder being down that tool is absolutely massive for Kongdoo PANTHERA, maintaining an advantage. Now Illicit going to be dealt with. Decay just gets on top of him and finishes him with a melee hit. Void does get surrounded. Fielder finds the kill. Good damage out of the Prophet, but not going to be an elimination. The rail shot not going to find a kill either. That does give them a little bit of a window of an opportunity now to start pushing forward yet again.
Yeah, Fielder's built up that ult very quickly, so there's a really big opportunity here if they can push this around the corner to actually contest with 4 ultimates here, 4 major ones, that is to say. We'll see if the coordination will be better this time around, or it looks like Kongdoo PANTHERA might just hold it here.
Certainly what they're going to be trying to do. Rascal now going to be using his rush. Fielder matches. HP bar is going lower and lower. Neko still going to be holding on to the sound barrier though. Koma going to drop his first. Neko now matches. Prophet taken low, but the sound barrier saves him. It's just stunned up for a moment. Illicit going to be eliminated. Decay finding him with the pulse, but the turnaround starts coming through. Rascal, Koma, both going to be falling. No supports in the fight for the side of Kongdoo PANTHERA. But now it's just a tank for the side of GC Busan. Jester going to be stunned up, and Kongdoo PANTHERA without the supports managed to win it out. Birdring just racking up the kills. Swings back around away from the cart to go ahead and heal himself up, and it's just 6 seconds now bleeding down. Void's pushing forward. He's looking to intercept. He's looking to slow them up. Illicit makes his way over. That will be the overtime forced out. As Void makes his exit, drops back to safety, grabs the health pack. Koma in the meantime going to be picked off. Prophet finding one, but they need to find so much more than that. Birdring's got the overclock rolling, but now he's going to get taken down. Illicit gets on top of him. They find the kill. Rascal going to fall. GC Busan now looking to make this miracle push through into A happen in overtime.
Yeah, ultimately, I think the attempt there from Void to try to stop them from getting onto the cart, knowing he had Meteor Strike, actually comes back to bite Kongdoo PANTHERA a little bit. Had to use a lot of resources. Koma gets picked, and GC Busan will roll this through to A. Very close call, though, for GC Busan. It looked for a moment there that they were not going to be able to push that through, didn't have the resources, but punishing Kongdoo PANTHERA very well.
Nice disruptor shot here in the corner. Prophet keeping him at bay. A nice line of sight to start. Rail at the ready. Birdring wants to get on top of somebody, but Prophet's going to just go ahead and headshot Decay. Nice opening from him, and definitely has the lead right now as far as that charge is concerned towards the overclock. Prophet slides away, looks for another target, and with, yeah, Void's so damn low, he'll just get finished off. So nicely won fight here from the side of GC Busan, starting to look a bit more alive compared to the initial half, but they still need to really steamroll their way over to B if they want to be able to match this time back.
Kongdoo PANTHERA really just need to regroup. They had a few staggered deaths there, really resetting their respawns quite significantly, and now Fielder's got his ult back up and online. Prophet going to have the overclock too, so there's a lot of great tools here for GC Busan to use to push around this corner.
Utilization of which have been a little bit rough. Pulse bomb drop down to K. Not going to find a target. Everybody scatters away from it, using that extra movement speed from the Kitsune rush. Go ahead. Managed to avoid that lethal damage. Void, however, going to be met with a pulse bomb as he drops back down. Nearly gets eliminated, but he does manage to stay alive, and Prophet gets killed off here by Birdring. That's the overclock now gone. Neko just retreating, wants to hold on to the sound barrier, knows that they're going to need it for yet again what could be a final fight as we dip below a minute remaining for GC Busan. They got most of the way towards B, but they still need to get the cap.
And as you've mentioned several times, it's happened a few times. Rascal almost gets picked here. Fielder loses his Kitsune rush. It's not the greatest push they were looking for. Don't get to pair it with the sound barrier to really get that hard, immortal, untouchable push to crash through. So huge resource down.
Heels just coming out. Rascal and Fielder might just be able to build one up within the remaining time, but okay, instantly Birdring finds Prophet with the headshot. Neko stomped out by the seismic slam. Fielder able to find just one for his troubles, but he and Jester just so damn low. Neko, hopefully he'll be able to use this sound barrier before the map ends. There's only 20 seconds remaining, and Fielder just now goes down. That's 2 huge kills from Void in the back end for some massive staggers, and yeah, Illicit is going to have to try to go for this touch yet again. It worked a treat for them and allowed them to get the cap on A.
Fielder needs somehow to build that last 30%. They need a longer fight. They might have to sound barrier first here to actually give him that build up to get that damage.
Scouted. They need the touch here. He's trying to make his way through. Okay, that's going to be the OT forced out. Pops the recall, keeps himself safe. Sound barrier dropped in by Neko. Coma matching. They get pushed away. Jester goes up with a meteor strike, drops down. He's low on HP as his fielder. The damage just really not being found here. For the side of GC Busan, they're getting tagged up, but they're able to really not reply whatsoever. Elizabeth will find one, but Rassel gets the headshot. Finds the kill, trading out the Tracers. Fielder pops the rush at the very last second, but that is OT bleeding down, and Kongdoo PANTHERA will be walking away from our first map. Monastery is theirs.
Really fun match of Overwatch. I have to say, I think that it's very clear that Kongdoo PANTHERA seem to have a stronger feel of playing with each other and having that ult economy working out very well in terms of the teamwork. GC Busan is lagging a little bit far behind. I love the attempt there with the sound barrier opening on that final push from GC Busan. Touch comes through from Illicit. They sound barrier in to try to touch in that last set of overtime, hoping that Fielder will get the Kitsune rush to actually make some miracle push happen where Prophet pops off. But when you're that split, and the flank was so good right before that, coming through from Void, getting those 2 picks, they knew they only had one option, but Kongdoo PANTHERA know just the same and can break them apart. And I think Kongdoo PANTHERA's ult economy overall looks much stronger here. And these are players, you know, on GC Busan who've played very recently. Neko's not in the 2-player rule because he only played as an emergency sub for Hangzhou Spark at the very end of the season, so he doesn't count as an Overwatch player, but he's played recently, right? We're talking about Gesture, who's got a great sense of things, Prophet, the god, the GOAT. But, you know, it feels like one of the things I wanted to say is, like, yeah, one of the first things that might go as a player when you're a little bit rusty is your ability to communicate with your team, especially a team that you haven't played with that much. Tracking ults is not something that you keep in your mind very much when you're playing solo queue as much as you are when you're actually playing with a pro team, when you're being coached nonstop. But these are players who have played on pro teams very recently, just not able to keep up with how they're going to use those support ultimates together.
Yeah. I mean, we see some new looks. You know, Alyssa going for the Tracer means that Prophet goes over to Sojourn, which, from memory, maybe we saw very briefly, but widely that was the duty of Fitz when we were going through this season, so we didn't really get to see him play that too much. So I think that there was a little bit of a lack of comfort. Obviously, Gesture when he was a player, Doomfist was not a tank, so this is a bit of a newer exposure for him as well. So it did have some nice engages throughout there, but I Void looking very much at home in his role.
He really does. He had some fantastic flank plays he set up. Birdring, I think, to me, of the 10 players who played that first map, was the most impressive in terms of his game sense. Like, Prophet knew how to find him and how to take him out early on. Is, hey, look at that's a jersey that you like to see. That's one of your old sailor suits right there. But yeah, it was really fun to see how the Prophet Birdring matchup there with the Sojourn was played out, because, you know, Prophet obviously a little bit uncomfortable there, even though he knew where he needed to be. Birdring just outplayed him on a lot of those exchanges.
Well, we'll get some of the roster shuffles taken care of here, so who's going to be stepping onto the stage for either team, and then we'll be able to get underway with our second map and see, you know, what the pick for Control is going to be. And then we also get to see some Ramatra for the very first time. So it's still going to be damn exciting to see what these guys are going to be pulling out for us.
I saw Hagopun,
Hagopun
coming in there for GC Busan on the end. I'd love to see how he's doing. He's been working with the GC Busan org recently, which has grown to quite a large size. And they've done a lot of, they've, you know, retooled their roster quite a few times since you and I commentated the first GC Busan wave. So very different orgs. Illicit, actually, the other player who wasn't on any of those main GC Busan rosters, but played with Blossom, which was, of course, absorbed by GC Busan. Neko, I don't think, was ever really on a GC Busan roster, by the way, but he's played on 7 different orgs in his career. He's played a lot, so we'll give him credit. We'll put him on the GC Busan roster, because that roster has seen a lot.
Yeah, man's made the rounds for sure.
He played, if you remember, on the Foxes back in 2017, the early
NC
Apex
Foxes,
days.
And maybe it wasn't NC at that point.
I think it was, very briefly. They changed their name a few times. It's always hard to know which sponsor the Foxes had at that given point in time.
And then they had a regional sponsor. Yeah. There's so many, like, doing like a modicum of research coming into this event. It was just a major trip down memory lane, just being like, oh my god, I forgot about this team. Like a lot of people probably don't remember that like Kongdoo had a sister team. You know, it wasn't always Panthera. There was Uncia there, and at one point Uncia was way better than Panthera.
Yeah.
You know, you used to have LW Red, LW Blue, and then there was the classic combination all the way back in 2016 at IM Gyeonggi where we called it LW Purple, and that led to the then roster that kind of ended up bleeding over into the Overwatch League and whatnot.
And the NYXL, yeah. It's crazy to just like relive some of these memories and moments, and watch Rascal play support, you know, while he's on this Kongdoo Panthera roster, because he was the star DPS, right? He played a lot of Pharah. He played anything. He'd play Tracer. He'd play Soldier 76 if it called for it, but he's playing Kitsune, and he's playing it extremely well. He's playing the DPS aspects of it very well. He's getting some picks on the back line, but also the knowledge it takes and the timings it takes to play Kitsune. He's a player who's very good at that as well, since his transition, of course, to support and then coaching and stuff like that. So I love to see it. And this really does feel like an awesome celebration. And we'll get you guys the finalized rosters once they are confirmed, because there's been some hints, and we mentioned Hagopun earlier, but
yeah,
don't want to spoil anything just yet.
Love that it goes all the way to the back. You know, I was gonna say not an empty seat in the house. Of course, there was some in that shop, but there's just people using the restroom right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good time to go to the bathroom.
Every seat is sold out.
Yeah.
So it's wonderful to see. Obviously, not in the original Apex Arena, but we're here in the WDG studio where Contenders is held.
Yeah.
And there's been quite a few people as of late who were out here checking out Contenders. You know, everybody who was out here for my wedding got to come and visit and see some of the matches of Jaws, Avast, Avril. And then most recently we had Jake who was able to stop by and see some of the matches. A lot of the Korean pro players whose season has ended have been over here just checking out the rookies and cheering on some of their former teammates, their friends and whatnot. So it's just been wonderful to see how much, I guess, like family and community has been coming together in this studio over the last couple months. It's just been awesome. And it also, obviously, our first time getting able to work in this venue.
Yeah, and I was, I unfortunately wasn't able to go, but I saw, Jaws and Avril and everybody going to the studio when they were here for your wedding, and I felt like really excited to see that happening, right? Because a lot of the newer generation of commentators to Overwatch haven't been able to watch a live Korean Overwatch match in the studio with a live audience, right? And getting to experience that for the first time must have been amazing for them. And
to be fair, actually, almost all of those people were at the Gauntlet, which isn't necessarily
true,
straight
but not
up
in
Korean,
the audience
but
though, and not in a regular Contenders match, right? Not in a regular season match.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, so Hagopun is coming in over Fielder, as we alluded to. I think that's the only substitution that is happening. So I thought maybe something else was going on that was hidden from us, but seems like that's the only one.
Well, we'll see how Hagopun's going to be looking, because it's been a good amount of time.
Yeah. He hasn't played really at the highest level since 2018, when he was on Mayhem, and he moved into GC.
Oh, he's got Alpha E as well.
Oh, Alpha E did come in. Okay.
Didn't quite get to catch that one, so maybe.
Oh, and Choi Se-hwan. Okay, I thought he was coming in, but I couldn't tell for sure. They've been keeping it a secret from us.
He's down at the end of the table, and the monitor's kind of like blocking like his and Decay's faces, so a little tough to tell. But Choi Se-hwan stepping in for Decay. Let's see what that's going to mean here as far as the setup is concerned. I mean, we know Choi Se-hwan. I mean, they honestly could pretty much run the same thing and just have Choi Se-hwan go for the Tracer. We'll have to see what the comps are going to look like, because this is all about playing around the Ramatra that is going to be a mandatory pick coming into our control map. So
Choi Se-hwan came into Kongdoo Panthera in the second generation of it in 2018, and he was a big pickup. He came from EXL Clea, if you remember that team that brought so much great talent to Contenders. They never actually qualified or played in Contenders, but brought a lot of the talent that we know in Overwatch today. And it's cool to see him coming in here and stepping alongside legends he didn't play with, during that roster. Some of them he did, obviously, but not all of them. And glad that he was able to join us for this event. All right, we're going into it. Lijiang Tower. That's a familiar one.
Alrighty, back to some El Clasico map picks here.
And this is the map where Ramatra is a requirement. Both teams will have to play their tank on Ramatra throughout the entirety of the match. So what's interesting about Ramatra, from what we've seen from it so far, what little we know about this new hero, Achilios, is that he is amazing at stalling out points and overtime, because his ultimate is potentially forever. It is potentially actually perpetual if he can continue to do damage. So he can survive and buy a ton of time and do a large amount of damage in an area like a control point, for example. So I think this one could get pretty crazy in terms of a overtime finish if these two players, Gesture and Void, know how to use him and stall very correctly.
Well, we'll have to see. It's been a limited exposure, limited time to really work on this pick and put it to practice. But for now, let's take a look and see what these comps are going to end up looking like. Seems like GC Busan.
Oh, it's happening.
Okay.
It's happening, Achilios. The good old May Reaper Ramatra. It's goats again, baby. It's time.
All right. Here we go. It seems like Neko and Hagopun just going to be keeping up the same support lineup that we had. Alfie just going to be going for the TP forward. Choice1 doing very much the same thing on the opposite side. And it seems like key difference is pretty much just going to end up being in the DPS here. So Prophet will be coming out with the May. We're on control setting. He's a wait, what? Prophet! How has he done this already? He's already headshotted Birdring. Now Koma's dead. I didn't even think he got within sight line fast enough to be able to get a headshot, but Prophet just does Prophet things. He finds the kill. And hey everybody, welcome to Ramatra. This is him. He spams out with his left click.
He spams, he hides around corners, he puts up his shield, he's very annoying to deal with.
Oh, and Prophet is going to die. Choice1 finding the kill, having since swapped over onto the Genji, off the Tracer. Does get tagged up a little bit, spamming out some of those right clicks. Everybody from the side of GC Busan, however, having to pull back around the corner, try to keep themselves safe. Here's the Nemesis form. Some punches coming across, and Gesture is going to be taken down. So our first Ramatra has fallen. As Void continues to push forward, looking to pump some damage out as best as humanly possible. Block used, mitigating some damage as he pulls back, and Birdring finds the rail shot to take down Neko.
Void pushing the limits of this hero so hard here, but getting a huge amount of ult charge and securing this first point, using Ramatra incredibly well. Somebody's been playing a lot in his early retirement.
I was going to say, I'm going to call it out. Void, best Ramatra player in the world. Get this man back in the Overwatch League for next season. It's going to be needed. Into the ice block goes Prophet, trying to stay alive. Void nearly having our first Revenant's Vortex ready to go. The Kitsune Rush, however, going to be out from Rascal, now matched by Hagopun. They're looking for some kills. The blade going to be pulled. Choice1 finds one. Hagopun eliminated. Looks for a little bit more, but everybody has successfully disengaged away from the Genji. The blade going to be reshoot. The wall comes up. He climbs up over the top. He's looking for some kills, looking for a target, and that's going to be Prophet, who does get taken down. Koma diving in, able to find the killing blow, and leaves Gesture all on his lonesome. So the cleanup comes through. Kongdoo PANTHERA maintain control. It's now 35% locked in.
Choi actually clutched back the first fight to get them control of the choke to actually capture in the first place, and then Void, obviously, with the threat of the Genji in the backline, was able to hold a lot harder because Choi-Saon was able to threaten Hagopun and Neko. And now, in terms of the Ramatra ult duel here, the defender is always going to have the advantage. The one who's holding the choke, so they could use the walls better. So both Gesture and Void having the ult here isn't going to necessarily matter as much for Gesture.
Okay, here we go. First Revenant's Vortex has been invested. Neko going to be taken down first and foremost.
So much damage.
And Void, yep, is just sitting here. You can see that all that little purple nonsense coming across is just them kind of dying. So Alfie, Hagopun both go down. Prophet going to reset the Blizzard he was using in the fight. Wouldn't be surprised if we see a swap.
So Prophet has to Blizzard, or else Void doesn't have to use his ultimate, right? If Prophet doesn't, and he is going to swap, as you say, if he doesn't actually commit the Blizzard there, then Void holds his ult, and GC Busan just lose time. And now,
okay, look at this flank. Birdring just sprint down the side through overclocking the ready. Gesture does now try to catch some here with a Vortex of his own, and will be able to take down Birdring.
Huge opportunity.
For a little bit more. That's going to be Void cleaned up as well. So 2 kills found. Hagopun going to be traded. Gesture pulls back around the corner as Choice1 and Nakoma both come diving out. And Choice1 cleans him up, finds Gesture, and just like that, while the back cap has come through, they get the flip into their favor. They might just lose it right off the rip.
Yeah, now they are going to have the Kitsune here with the Blade for a recontest, and they've gotten rid of the massive ultimate here for stalling for GC Busan, and Gesture had to use that ultimate here, the Annihilation, to actually retake the point, got that pick onto Birdring, but still, this is not going to be an easy hold to 100 here for GC Busan. They got the Death Blossom to buy time.
It's going to be Kitsune Rush versus Rush. The Blade there from Choice1, but the Death Blossom as well from Alpha Yi. Rush is up from by the side. Speaking of Alpha Yi, okay, he's just going to be taken down. Birdring able to find that elimination. As I mean, Void just so well versed already on this one. Blade pulled, swiped through, finds Prophet. Neko taken down. Gesture and Hagapun also going to be eliminated here simultaneously, and given that they can't tag in. Okay, never mind. OT does get forced out, but that's Alpha E cleaned up, and that's 141% with Kongdoo Panthera taking control center.
Control has always been a map type. We've talked about it so much over the years about getting that first team fight win, getting that ult economy advantage, and it really showed here. And I was very impressed with how Gesture used his Annihilation, his first one there, to retake the point, but the resources committed there meant that Choisehan, because he just played such a great Genji, we're like, what's he going to play? Maybe he's on the Tracer here, we'll see. He's like, oh, you guys were looking forward to who are you on the Genji? Maybe you guys were hoping for some Hawk-style Genji, but I'm coming out early on here. I'm going to make some big plays. And this is Void setting up the first Annihilation here, and look at how many resources he burns in this choke point. Does an insane amount of damage, just shuts them down completely. That's the power of this hero on control. So getting control of the first point is so important. We'll see if GC Busan can pull it off this time around with the Pharah opening. Far Mercy, something we haven't seen, I haven't commentated in a long time, and I'm really looking forward to seeing how Alpha E can pull this off here potentially.
You know, I am just happy to see it again. That's basically how I feel. So, yeah, it's good. Also, good shot Annihilation, not Ravenous Vortex, as I was saying. But hey, first time really seeing Ramattra. So there we go. Some kinks to work through, but we'll be all right. Alpha E, he has dominated on this very map. Maybe not on Night Market in particular, but on Gardens, we've seen him completely and utterly dismantle teams playing the Pharah. So I'm excited to see a little bit more of this one. There's a direct shot as Birdring's just trying to slide out to safety, but no safety to be found. Now he's looking for a little bit more, but as he hits the ground, he's going to stay there. Rascal gets the headshot. He didn't get the finish there on a Coma that he was looking for. Coma's still going to be tagged up, taking a little bit of damage. It seems like Prophet's able to clip him there at the very end with the disrupting shot. Neko now brings Gesture back into the fray. So making sure that Gesture can keep pace here against Void to try to build up that ult.
This gives GC Busan a huge lead.
That it does, but Rascal.
Okay.
Rascal could just do that. He's looking for a little bit more. Looks like he got a little bit debated there by the wall climb coming through. As Hagapun going to be taken down, Void just pummeling him. You know, Gesture falling, so it should be a fairly fast flip back into the favor for Kongdoo Panthera. A little minor delay from Neko.
Yeah.
Cleanup going to be coming in, and it's 24% to 20 from
This
GC
is
Busan.
such a huge retake for Kongdoo Panthera because without it, GC Busan gets that first ult for Gesture. They swing it early, and with the late swap coming through, you know, it actually could have really hurt them in terms of the ult charge. Profit 30% ahead here, but Kongdoo Panthera get it back here. Void in position to have that better ultimate. It's not a race, it's really just about who's anchoring on the point. With that Ramattra ult, the Annihilation.
This barrier coming up. Decent little bit of damage out. Even at that range over towards Birdring.
Sound barrier lack here for GC Busan is going to be massive too.
Birdring spotted. Wasn't ready for the Pharah. Got the direct hit. Dash away. Rascal stays alive for the moment. As they look for a little bit more. Coma, oh no! He's going to get Ajax. He tries to drop the beat, but he gets finished off there by Hagapun to the end. Set up by Alpha Yi, who will then find Void. So that can have the flip coming through for the side of GC Busan as they make their way over to the point. One more people to try to clean up here, but they still have given up a large amount of percentage. As he's looking for the final shot, we'll find Choisehan for some nice little extra stagger on the back end. And that's the kind of shots that we were looking for here from Alpha Yi. Back in control now is GC Busan with 4 ults.
So GC Busan, like you said, ult economy advantage here. And I was mentioning they didn't have the sound barrier, which can really hurt in that Ramattra Annihilation battle. But Coma loses his Ajax. They're not going to have it for the attack here. This is a really dire situation for Kongdoo.
Oh, Choisehan pulling out the surprise, goes over to the Echo. Now he's looking for some aerial dominance, and he's going to find it.
All right.
Breaks down that Pharmacy comp immediately. Eliminates them both, and I mean, 4 ults be damned, it doesn't matter at all. Neko, the last one, or the only one standing because he just respawned. The flip comes back through. GC Busan, they only barely managed to crest 50%. Now Panthera at 80.
And Achilios, it's another one of those same situations like we saw on Shambali where you have the right ults, you have the advantage, but it's an awkward composition with Pharah defending here with this Ramattra. It's really difficult to hold. You get outplayed, you lose control.
The rails coming through, looks for the hit. Neko going to fall. That leaves Alpha Yi all on his lonesome. He drops down, grabs the Mega Pack. Last second contest going to have to come through, but Birdring just waits it out, says, I know you're going to jump up into the air. And in the meantime, Void is just keeping everybody busy. So no one touches, and Kongdoo Panthera will just go ahead and take Lijiang Tower as a 2-0. So 151% in the second round of Night Market, and now they bring this to match point.
I mean, you and I both talked about how we were favoring Kongdoo Panthera in this tournament, but the level of play we are seeing from this squad right now is just crazy. You're looking at ult advantages for GC Busan. They have positional advantages. They get that pick, they grab with 4 ults, and then doesn't matter. Just come around the side, get that flank kill, get that headshot, take the point with less ult economy, and still win it. Kongdoo PANTHERA kind of running circles around GC Busan right now. The first round, more about the Ramatra control and that first annihilation. Second round, just getting out hands there in the end, buying a ton of time, even without the Ramatra ult there, to get up to, what, 70% they were at or so, and then just winning it back one single time, taking the map 2-0, taking the lead in this series 2-0. GC Busan gonna have to really change things up, I think, if they want to get the reverse sweep here.
Yeah, and I think that we're going to be seeing quite a few changes coming through. Looks like Prophet may be here to stay, understandably, but Hagapun going to be making his leave. Neko looks like he's also going to be sitting pretty. But on the side of Kongdoo PANTHERA, we saw Void was packing up his things, which means that we should be getting a glimpse of Changshik as he makes his return. And do we get the Changshik versus Fielder setup? 2 players that I had to take out to dinner because they weren't with their teams when they got their wins.
That was
see who can be victorious.
A very heroic thing of you to do.
You were with me for the Changshik
I was.
the lunch.
Yeah, it was very fun meeting up with Changshik and having a chat with him. And he was like, I don't know what my future is going to be. Where am I going to go? You know, Overwatch 2 looks really exciting, but now he's commentating. He became a caster. So he followed in our footsteps. I didn't even tell him to be a caster. He just chose it on his own.
I mean, I think following in our footsteps would have to. Well, I guess you were a bit of a StarCraft pro, but I've never been a pro player.
Sure. Yeah, I was a high-level StarCraft player. I was on a team, but I wasn't actually playing televised matches. I was the bench warmer. Okay. Shout out to anyone who remembers the old FX Open days. As Changshik wearing the Uncia jersey here, representing. And the tape here, of course, is because these are from old sponsor patches that are on these jerseys that are no longer relevant, so we will hide them. But you can Google the jersey if you want to know what it used to look like.
Yeah.
The iconic sailor outfits, as we used to like to call them.
This is the CIA edition jersey.
Yeah.
Everything is just omitted.
Redacted.
The redacted edition jersey. That's like a Yu-Gi-Oh drawing in the back there behind this fan's head.
Oh, I didn't see it. Making me sad. I missed it. Got a lot of Lunatic-Hai fans here waiting for that match later.
That Uncia win flag that's old. That is some old school stuff.
I assume so, because unless it was made recently, but that would be very odd if it was actually made for this. Because who would have known he'd wear an Uncia jersey today?
Especially given the amount of time that there would be to have on turnaround to just get that made, because this tournament was only announced about a week ago. So to be able to just be like, I need to go get this printed now.
So yeah, to let you guys know, for those who don't know, because Kongdoo PANTHERA is, I think, much more famous than Uncia because of their results, but obviously they played in Contenders for a lot longer. There's a team called PANTHERA now in Contenders because kind of a throwback. It's not the same org or anything like that, but Uncia was a team that was, as you mentioned earlier, a stronger team early on, but as that changed very quickly, it folded into PANTHERA and that became the main roster. So a lot of these players played on both teams in 2017 as the stronger roster was kind of eventually shoved into PANTHERA. And Changshik was one of the players who ended up on that roster early on. Was mostly a substitute, but he played on Meta Athena before that, and Rhinos Gaming, Wings. Remember that? Season 1 throwback, the Rhinos Gaming. First match of Apex in Season 1 Rhinos Gaming played. You and I actually saw it live in the OGN studio. It was an unforgettable memory. Very forgettable roster, I think, for a lot of people, but unforgettable memory, okay?
Yeah. I mean, there's so many of those old era teams that, like, if you mention that to people who, even from the Contenders era onward, that was their first time really watching, would be like, who the hell are you talking about?
Any Conbox fans in the chat?
Yeah, some Conbox fans. How about that? I mean, Flashlux, even that one. People might know Flashlux simply because that's where Fleta came from when the deadlift became a thing.
Yeah.
So maybe there's like, where did this Fleta guy come from? They go look at Wikipedia and they're like, oh, okay, there was a Flashlux.
Yeah.
That went 0-9 in Apex Season 3. It just never was able to win a single map.
The AFK Fleta, man, I'll never forget it. That was a really interesting time. You know,
Oh,
Overwatch
boy.
at the beginning, before Overwatch League, all these teams, GC Busan, Kongdoo, PANTHERA, Lunatic-Hai, RunAway, all 4 of these teams really had to like scrounge together to get the funds, to make a team, find a house, right, and say, you know what, we're going to put our mark on Overwatch. We're actually going to make a roster, and we're going to give it our best shot. And they became legendary rosters, all these players. It's crazy. This was before the Overwatch League, before the big money, before all the sponsors, right? This was early days.
Well, let's see. It's going to be King's Row for potentially the last map as we get ready to go into hybrid. GC Busan need to get a win here if they want to extend this and not go out with a 0-3 start and find themselves in the lower bracket right off the rip. Because, again, pretty quick tournament, just 2 days. So, don't want to go out 0-2. You don't want to be that team that just immediately falls and then gets eliminated tomorrow. So we'll see how they can answer back. And also, you know, what the finalized comps are going to look like now that we've had a couple more roster swaps on both sides.
Yeah. Kings Row, the map, a very iconic and old school map that everybody loves. You know, I think when you think about Kings Row, Numbani, you really do feel like you can remember very specific and famous moments. The Great Bamboozle on Kings Row. All sorts of legendary memories. Crazy holds after A and the choke point there, the archway, and what a fun time.
This would always, and I'll admit, I haven't really checked like map win rates for sides in a while, but we always used to have that as a thing when we would go into the map selection back in the Apex era. The AR graphics would come up over the stage and it would say Kings Row, and it was basically always 50-50 for attack and defend on this map. And it's just forever been one of the most consistent maps and one of the most evenly balanced ones pretty much through every single meta, whether it was GOATS, whether it was the original, shout out to the Phalanx comp, if anyone remembers Phalanx comp.
Yeah, that was a wacky one.
But it's always been a pretty even one, so I'm always happy to have Kings Row in the mix. I'm also always happy to have just kind of generally open map pools. I'm glad that they didn't go hyper-limited for this event.
Yeah.
Because that's always been the way for Korean esports, is just have them all open. Make sure you're good at every single map.
It also just allowed for so much creative strategy building on maps that were less popular.
Oh, I mean, remember in Contender Season 1 with RunAway bringing out the Blizzard world for the very first time and catching everybody off guard.
That was really sick.
Absolutely stomping. I believe it was Haxol's Junkrat coming through to break through in that point A defense.
There were a lot of really cool Russian dive comps that happened on Horizon Lunar Colony that were just kind of brought out. I know that's not a map people like to talk about as much as some of the other ones we're mentioning, but
that game mode's dead.
But there were some really cool strategies that a lot of Korean teams would prepare for these unusual maps when losers in losers pick and bring it out as a counter strat. And sometimes you just don't see it coming. The momentum shifts. We have so many fans here for all of these players, like across all 4 teams. Some of them are holding up the signs, even teams not playing yet. But some Choi Se-hwan fans really holding up their signs right now hard and giving him their support.
Profit fan here, of course.
His form is unbelievable. Literally crazy. Or maybe they're saying his foam is crazy, but I think we know which foam we're talking about here.
Dude, that foam!
His foam is nuts, man!
Your foam is off the charts, Profit! Yeah, form. Well, you know,
Profit makes a mean bubble bath!
Unfortunately,
sorry,
I don't
just had
think
to do it.
the form hasn't been quite as good. With teamwork, we can achieve. There we go. It's a good. Come on, make the heart sound. Or shape. And they finally did it. But okay, we're finally ready to jump into the map. We'll see what happens. Again, GC Busan currently down at 0-2. Need to try to go ahead and run it back, and it's just going to be the map 1 lineup that we had with Illicit here and Profit, and something tells me that this is not going to be what gets ran.
What I will say is I think this might be the first time we see real differences in compositions here between the teams based on attack and defend. As you can see, Void subbed out, Changshik in, as we talked about earlier. The substitution here for PANTHERA. Neko and Fielder back the duo for Busan. GC Busan, that is to say, and we'll see what ends up being the attack composition here for GC Busan, because there's a lot they can run here. It might be the first Winston we see today, which is obviously one of the strongest tanks right now in Overwatch. And still no Hog.
He's
to
no
be seen.
Roadhog.
No Hog just yet.
I think we've maybe had some handshakes happen behind the scenes. People
Yeah,
saying, like, you know what,
maybe.
let's just not play that. But we get to see gesture on Winston.
That's what I'm saying.
I mean, the man, one of his best picks, other than maybe the Orisa by the end, towards the end of his career, where he was looking incredibly well versed with that. Which of course she's going to go on a lot of changes. But here's the initial dive. Jester going to get tagged down to about half HP, but it sets up for the nice little kill here on a Prophet. A good old classic GC Busan dive composition. As the first kill is found, Koma knocked out of there. Neko now going to have a nice little lead built up towards the sound barrier. Jungshik surrounded, puts up the fist to try to keep himself protected, but it's not going to work at all, and that should be a very fast lockdown here on point A for GC Busan.
Love to see Prophet on the Genji. Prophet in the Apex Season 4 Finals where he got MVP, played Genji for the first time, and then got MVP with an incredible performance on it. And we've seen it a lot over the years, obviously, since then, but gives me chills to see him pull it out here to play a Tracer dive comp here with the Winston. You know, minus the Kiriko, it's basically an old school Overwatch 1 comp. He will swap it after the cap, but, you know,
boo,
is what it is.
All right, well, once he gets some more practice time in on the Sojourn, it would seem. Which, all the power to him. A good start. Alyssa now going to be able to match the pulse bombs. Pops the recall, though, backs out. Just the one pushing forward, looking for a window of opportunity. Prophet going to be going low. Neko taking lower as disrupting shot from Decay will find that kill. It's a nice forward chase here from Kongdoo PANTHERA as they look to establish that choke control. Fielder, well, he tried to quick step out of there, but ends up getting taken down the back end for a little bit of additional stagger. But GC Busan, they still have a good amount of time to work with, but this doesn't do them any favors.
Nope. You know, this is a common trope of King's Row. You get A, but can't push through the choke point, right? And so now GC Busan trying to bring Illicit out on the Reaper to be able to have that extra DPS in the choke to force their way through, because this is one of the hardest places you can go on Hybrid after cap. To break through this choke point is so challenging.
Fielder gets out with his life and tech. Kitsune Rush now available, so he can match against Rascal. Neko still having that slight little lead on the sound barrier could be all the difference, but it's Rush v Rush now going through. Headshot from Prophet finds Decay. An opening kill as Illicit just looks to take down Changchik, and he will be able to do so with relative ease. This is the dangerous aspect about a Kitsune rushed up Reaper. Those Hellfire shotguns fire way too quickly to be able to try to mitigate.
The attack speed he gets is pretty busted. The cooldown not going to be as important for him, but he gets through here now, and Neko gets to hold on to his sound barrier, so that's a tool you expected to use in this fight, but the rush was so good they don't need it. So that's actually massive for GC Busan going towards B here.
Tracer 1 dropping it down around the backside. Pulse Bomb still being held. Has not really found an opportunity. I mean, no one on the side of Kongdoo there has really found an opportunity to try to use these ultimates, but finally, Prophet going to be using one of his own. Does take down Coma, and I think he might have Ajaxed, actually. I believe that was a speed interruption, so Prophet coming up huge, finds Colosseo as well, and okay, you know what? I'm happy that he swapped to the Sojourn, because what a fantastic volley of rail shots from him. Fantastically done on the ult, and I mean, GC Busan, they are just steamrolling their way through. The point B cap is there.
It's a freebie here to be. Really nice play from Prophet. They hold the sound barrier and that Illicit Death Blossom here. So Kongdoo PANTHERA with no defensive support ultimates here are really going to have to be very careful with how they time that Kitsune invulnerability to try to mitigate the damage. Trying to spot Illicit out here, make sure he doesn't get that flank angle. Really nice catch here from Changchik.
Just trying to knock him off the high ground. And yep, I was going to say, he clipped Illicit. I guess maybe the TP must have still been on cooldown because he wasn't able to get it in time. Ends up falling.
That's a huge time buy.
Used the sound barrier, but I didn't quite see exactly what happened there. Didn't lose it, but I didn't notice the shielding. Maybe it got melted down so quickly. Either way, the cleanup is coming through as Fielder just goes ahead, quick steps his way back into the spawn, does stay safe. Still 3 minutes and 45 seconds remaining from the side of GC Busan, so a lot of time to try to chew through here for Kongdoo PANTHERA if they want to deny a finish on the map.
And a lot of time and still critical ultimates. Neko having no sound barrier here does hurt, but they still have a lot of great tools. They just need to get Illicit into position without using them. Jester just started out.
Jester going low, pops the primal, the rushes out from Fielder. Colosseo still dancing around the cart, pops the recall. trying to really hound down this Lucio. Puts the pulse bomb there onto the floor.
There's the
find the
Blossom.
kill, and there's the Blossom from Illicit. Manages to find two. Prophet going to be finding two of his own. Decay and Coma both get taken down. They know exactly where Rascal is at, and he is the last key to the puzzle here as far as getting the team wipe. They will be able to get it. Now they start pushing the cart down the final stretch.
And they have enough for one more respawn here of Changshik, who's almost got his Meteor Strike online. They have Rascal's ultimate. They just need to buy a few more seconds. Just a few more seconds.
Jester trying to keep them locked back over into the spawn room zone, able to make that happen. Now the rush comes through from Rascal, and they basically have to pull back and disengage. That's why they're going to be playing this far back. Rail shot looking decent, takes Rascal down to a sliver of HP, but cannot find the kill. Prophet looking for a little bit more now. He's got the overclock pop that he finds Choice A1. Third shot, not going to find anything. And now has to slide back as he gets tagged down to about half HP. Disrupting shots out from either side, just looking to whittle away at them. Neko falling low. The healer comes through. Healer keeps him alive. Illicit going to be knocked into the corner and instantly hounded and feast upon there by Choice A1. The headshots come in. They find the kill, but they lose the front line as Changshik dies. Soundberry dropped in by Coma. Decay now overclock pop, looking for some targets. Coma finds Neko, fielded down to a sliver, and it seems like once again GC Busan are going to be held at bay. The rest of the team going to have to pull back away from this position as the cart starts to slide back.
Kongdoo PANTHERA just so good with their ultimates here, staggering them there slowly. Meteor Strike buys time. Coma gets another sound barrier out. And Kongdoo PANTHERA just holding on by the skin of their teeth, but that's enough here to really eat through this clock. GC Busan still have a chance to finish the map, but it's not going to be as great of a time bank.
They're diving in, they bring the cart, and 3 meters now. Rush out, Coma dead. Fielder tagged up a little bit, doesn't have that Suzo available, so still needs to play a little bit more safely here, but now Neko has the sound barrier, drops it in, and with the kills being found, it seems like GC Busan will not be denied. Changshik down to a sliver, can't do anything, and Choice A1 can't get there in time. So finally, with a minute and 36 seconds remaining, GC Busan will manage to make it to the end of one of the maps here. Pretty much the first objective that they've really found, because they only got one checkpoint on Shambali Monastery.
I think GC Busan really falling into their rhythm here with Illicit playing the Reaper and finding the ability to set up that Death Blossom. Kongdoo PANTHERA really knew exactly the attack angle they were going to take, though. You did see them spot Illicit out early. Changshik was tracking him there, making sure he's not going to be able to get an unusual angle, forcing out his cooldowns, forcing him to reset. Bought a ton of time there, so even though GC Busan did have that really great Blossom at the end, they then got staggered by Changshik, once again having Meteor Strike and buying all of that time. Kongdoo PANTHERA turning a dire situation into really a 96-second time bank. Could have been much worse here if the momentum had continued for GC Busan. So it's, you know, right now, if you're a Kongdoo fan watching this, hoping for the 3-0, it's still possible. It absolutely still is. And if Kongdoo can keep that momentum up, have a strong push through A, like unlike GC Busan, who were struggling to get through after an early cap, we could be looking at a world where Kongdoo PANTHERA, if they finish the map, have double the time bank or better. So still anyone's game to take.
So very much is. Choice A1 is going to be starting things off with a quick little opening Widow shot, and then in all likelihood is going to be swapping it up.
Love to see it. One shot, one chance. Okay, we're moving on.
Or not. Okay, never mind. Just going to go straight for the Tracer. Rascal now back over to the Kiriko. Decay takes a nasty bit of damage right off the rip as Prophet tries to keep this hotel flank safe. Disrupting shot will stop them from advancing through that position as Jester tries to hold the statue. Sit down low. First rail, not going to hit.
Slower comp here for Kongdoo unless they get a pick.
Yeah. Don't have that dive potential. Heavy power, but I guess when everybody just kind of gets caught up in a hotel, that will work as they just go into the meat grinder, and very quickly everything falls apart for GC Busan in the initial defense. So they're talking about doubling the time bank. That's a fantastic start if they're looking to do so. Now the next step is just going to be breaking through this initial choke point, which is why they're chasing all the way forward, trying to find some additional picks.
Exactly. If you chase through here, you keep GC Busan back. By the time the cart spawns and rolls out here, you will be able to hopefully have an advantage positionally here through the archway. You turn the defender's defense point into your point of attack where you can defend from this to get the cart through. Positioning here for Kongdoo allows them to push them forward here. GC Busan don't have great ults or anything because it was an early take to stall this one out. So Kongdoo PANTHERA feeling amazing here. And if GC Busan try to defend, they'll give a lot of ult charge. Catch-22 situation.
Okay, well that's Changshik taken down. Good opportunity to try to go ahead and grab control of this. Still need to play this out cautiously and not overstep too much though for the side of GC Busan.
They actually get control of the choke here. This is massive for GC Busan.
Dive in, Prophet taken down. That should be enough to break through. Considerable amount of damage now going to be taken down. Rush v Rush coming in. Gesture, just nothing that he can do. Man, just gets melted down. I mean, even if you have a Primal in that situation versus the Rush, you're still probably going to fall without a sound barrier to back you up. So Kongdoo PANTHERA managed to go ahead and break through the initial choke. So they're past the archway and about to be halfway over towards B.
Kind of desperation here for GC Busan, I think, to commit that ultimate there from field. They're trying to hope that extra damage and the slight control they had at the outside of the choke was going to be enough. But Kongdoo PANTHERA just match it, still have an ult advantage here, and are going to have a free run through B here for most of it because they got a full wipe. You know, it wasn't really a close fight at all.
Disrupting shot, just keeping Gesture kind of contained there in the corner. He dives forward, still building up towards that Primal, and the pulse bomb goes out from Melissa. It does find Decay. Opening found, Meteor Strike going to have to be used defensively by Changshik. Makes his exit. As Illicit goes on a bit of a hunt. Drop down to spot the Doom. Not quite the target that he was looking for. Now down to 30 HP. Dashes back over, receives some healing Fielder. The card for now going to be halted up. Nice big punch from Changshik. Gets the stun onto 3, but can't find any kills off the back end of that one. For now, card going to be halted here at the corner. As GC Busan start pulling back over towards point B itself. Gesture falling low, Primal going to be popped. Illicit finds one, Koma going to be taken out. That's going to be the sound barrier, not in this fight for the side of Kongdoo PANTHERA. Decay has committed the overclock to this. So far, it's not going to be able to find anything. One last charged up rail, kill not found. Kongdoo PANTHERA slowed up yet again. GC Busan establishing some control.
Yeah, the first part of this fight was great for GC Busan. Gesture blocking the overclock from Decay, gets on top of him. Had to Primal, put his barrier down there, blocks Decay from really doing any damage, but they're losing the war of attrition now.
Dive into the back, probably going to be taken out. Koma finds Fielder, drops in the sound barrier, and Neko is, well, he does get to use the sound barrier, but it's only on to 2 people. Himself not counting there. This Gesture will fall. GC Busan buy themselves a little bit of time, but it's still going to nearly be 4.5 minutes in the time bank here for Kongdoo PANTHERA as they crash into B.
Kongdoo PANTHERA coming in here too with a Meteor Strike available. Rascal's going to be able to do so much damage with that rush. GC Busan here need to be super efficient. Now, this is a risky call to swap Prophet onto the Genji. You know, if he gets one good pick on the backline, if he shuts Koma down here or forces Rascal to use his invulnerability early, it could buy a lot of time. Then he has a blade opportunity, but it's a risky call. It would have been definitely safer to stay on the Sojourn.
Only already lose one, and Rascal able to find the kill on the Neko, but then gets traded out. Fielder picking up one for himself. Rush comes out. They're really looking to go ahead and win this fight, and they should be able to do so with relative ease now. Just going to be the singular ult committed to the fight. Does give a potential advantage, though, over to Kongdoo PANTHERA, given that Rascal still holds onto the rush. I mean, you can see how powerful it is. So, having one, and I mean, with no sound barrier available, Kongdoo could just use that to go ahead and steamroll their way through the end.
Yeah, it's certainly possible, but they're keeping the cart pretty far away from the ending point, so there's going to be a lot of time potentially bought here for Prophet to get a blade. Risky call paying off so far.
Realistically, Illicit needs to come up big, and okay, as I call for it, he manages to find an elimination. Koma dead, that further delays the use of this rush here from Rascal. Changshik now going to be taken down as Illicit finds the second kill. Just going to be Prophet who dies so far. As Fielder, okay, question mark. Not sure if we'll have a replay of that one, but I'm not quite sure what happened. Now with him dead, Illicit tries to make his exit but cannot do so. Decay is able to chase all the way towards the end of the map. Goes down the disrupting shot, keeps them locked into position. Off here on the flank angle where, I mean, they're getting completely surrounded. Decay now overclocked, is charging furiously up into their faces. So can he try to get the finish here onto Gesture? He does manage to retreat around the corner, and Prophet nearly goes down. And now he will, because Decay is just able to push the corner. No one is able to get a punish on this man, and the card is still advancing forward.
Can't get the blade, can't get out of the spawn, the card's rolling.
Disrupting shot just continues to keep them locked into position. 4.3 meters left to go. Illicit going to fall. That's one of their big delay tactics. The rush is there as well, and they go ahead and they push through. Nearly a minute advantage here for Kongdoo PANTHERA as they get to the end, and that means that we're going to extra innings.
Cold-blooded killers, Kongdoo PANTHERA today. I mean, they just gave him no quarter, no chance, no coming out of the spawn room there. They shut down Genji, and then they say, okay, Prophet, you're dead. You're about to get Blade. We're going to lock you in there. You're not going to actually have that one last stand moment where you could take some, you know, get a pick or two. You have spawn advantage. You're going to stall out some time. It's not going to happen. One thing I really noticed about GC Busan, though, throughout this map is that their ability to play pick-based comps and actually look for single picks feels really reminiscent of GC Busan in the past, right? You got Prophet and Gesture looking for backline picks, looking for frontline picks, the Winston with the Tracer, obviously working very well with Illicit on this pick in this case. And I think that's how GC Busan should try to continue to play this. I don't want to see more of the Sojourn type comps necessarily because it hasn't been working for them as well, and the required usage of the support ultimates for comps like that the synergy just doesn't seem to be there right now. Whereas the synergy required to get picks with, Tracer Winston, Prophet on the Genji, that dive style, feels old school. Feels like it's working for them a lot better.
Well, now, nice little advantage to work with for the set of Kongdoo PANTHERA. Obviously starting things off on the defender's side. Looks like Prophet maybe just going to be going for that Genji off the rip yet again as it worked a treat for him. So it will just be a return to the dive that helped them break through onto point A with relative ease last time out.
I think this is the right call based on what we've seen so far. See if they can make it happen again. This time Kongdoo are ready for it.
All right, little minor tag here. Touch onto the point as Jester gets right up close. He's trying to finish off Coma, won't be able to do so. Prophet does alley-oop the kill, now finds Decay. 2 quick picks as the first tick nearly coming in. Looking for the punch is Changshik, but won't be able to make it happen. So we'll just go ahead, dash around, find the kills. 3 for him on the back end of the fight. And the cleanup is there. GC Busan again with this dive. Continue to look absolutely stellar, but do they swap off of it once more? Does Prophet finally decide to stick through with it?
It's a lot harder to pull this dive off, and it always has been, even back when Tracer Genji, Diva Winston was the Overwatch 1 comp here on this map through the choke points here because you don't have a lot of space to work with. But they're going to stick with it for now, hoping for a blade play.
Okay, well,
not now.
Not now, as that chokehold is getting ready to come in for the side of Kongdoo. Prophet dead, Fielder still under fire, does get finished off by Decay. It's a hell of a lot of forward presence as Neko can't really afford to go down, barely manages to make it his way back into the spawn room, but Jester won't be able to do the same. Decay able to find that kill as well. 13 seconds now remaining. GC Busan need to have a monstrous fight to try to break through this point, and then even then, they still have to have some decent distance put onto this cart.
Need that sound barrier so badly. If they could just get that up, there's a chance that Prophet gets his blade. They can make a play here through the choke. Otherwise, it's going to be rough.
Okay. Aware of Choice A1's positioning, he dashes back through. Pulse bomb at the ready, Illicit holding one as well. Fielder, big advantage on that rush actually is going to be big as it's now available. Rascal's still 18% away. See when he decides to pull the trigger on this. The sound barrier as well from Coma, not yet available. Rush now going to be committed to the fight. Fielder pulls the trigger on that one as they try to break through. Decay has to slide back around the corner. This is widely mitigating the overclock, so good timing here from Fielder. Dive into the back, Gesture keeping them at arm's length. Counter Kitsune rush now out from Rascal. They start making their way forward. Choice A1 tries to lob in the pulse bomb. Looks like he's not going to be able to find a damn thing, but Illicit's going to be taken down by that seismic slam. Neko as well, dead to a headshot from Rascal. Prophet pulls the blade. The deflect comes out. He's looking for Decay. He's going to be able to find one, but nobody else is on the cart. Gesture jumping in. He's diving alongside the Genji. So the OT bleeds down. But crucially for GC Busan, they got the initial cap. They got a little bit of distance, pushing the cart about halfway to B.
It was really interesting to see how much space Kongdoo was willing to give GC Busan, knowing Blade's coming up, knowing that sound barrier is coming up. They wanted to make sure they had their own sound barrier to counter there. They had a Kitsune Rush disadvantage, which they should have been able to identify based on how easily that point was taken for GC Busan. And they actually said, let's wait, fight outside the choke with our own ultimates. We'll give you a little bit of distance because we have the time bank advantage. So we have multiple more opportunities to actually force it through that choke point on A. So for GC Busan here, the question is, what comp do you want to run? Do you want to try to run some sort of really tanky May, Reaper, hunker down on the point, burn through the clock, or do you want to go for an ult-based economy comp where you hope to defend that first push from PANTHERA, then use the choke point? Looks like they're just going to stick with, once again, this Tracer Genji Winston dive, which defensively can be strong if you can get those backline picks, but there's a lot of space to work with here for Kongdoo PANTHERA on the approach. And it's a war of attrition game here. Kongdoo PANTHERA don't need to cap on their first push. They just need to get a set of ultimates here. They can win through the choke point, and they'll be able to win this map.
Okay, flashing the Bastion for a moment. I was going to say, no shot that one happens. Rascal at least going to be sending out that ante or sleep and doesn't find anything, so it's straight back over to Kiriko. Let's just go ahead and stick with what has been working. Illicit's stunned up, barely gets that recall off in time. Stays alive for now. So they try to go chasing forward. Coma going to be taken down. Prophet dashes in, finds Rascal. That's the support's eliminated. Choice A1 tries to escape into the movie theater, and he's got no HP, so Prophet just goes ahead and scoops the third one.
The dream here for GC Busan is to have that Dragon Blade with a sound barrier here, either on A or on the choke reset. So If they can defend just one more time, they'll get about 70% of that charge they need for the Blade. Neko obviously not building a ton because it was a one-side fight, doesn't get that much healing done. But it's still possible here that GC Busan actually full hold this if they can get that Blade online.
Looking for it, but big stun out. Changchik, the huge punch. Prophet again dazed up here. GC Busan, the HP bars are just fluctuating so very much that finally Como will be able to find a kill. Headshots across Achilios, and Alyssa goes down with a punch. Knocking Gesture into the wall. Fists come up. Changchik keeps himself protected. Gets a double punch across, and that sets up for the kill. The rail shot out from Decay. Finds Prophet. Straight again. Gonna be stunned. Fielder holding on to the rush, but with this many people dead, he's just gonna have to hold it for the overtime hold. See that golden box of victory here for the side of Kongdoo PANTHERA.
He wants to block him from getting anywhere near this. I mean, this is going to be a really tough hold for GC Busan because the control of the choke point is not theirs either. They're going to have to fight their way back without any ultimates, minus the Kitsune rush. But if you use that before you actually contest the point, you're basically doomed. You won't be able to take this. Prophet needs more time. Neko needs more time, but they don't have it.
Won't take too much more here for Prophet. But yeah, this rush is going to be just about everything here from the side of Fielder, but with all the poking and prodding that can happen, that means that Rascal is going to be able to match with a rush of his own. Overclock now going to be used. Decay looking to keep them forced back, looking to find some kills and stop them from being able to contest this at all. You can see them rerouting, moving up onto the high ground. The body shot goes through. Prophet tagged low, but still manages to stay alive, and now the Blade is available. It's just one
chance.
It's a matter of them getting ready to come through. Now bleeding down into overtime. Rush v Rush. Wilson still holding on to the pulse bomb. The one from Choice One able to find anything. Prophet gets into the back lines, finds Decay, finds Coma. He's looking for the third. Dashes through, tries to get him, gets Rascal. And that should be enough to just go ahead and clear them off. So maybe we are not done yet here, Wolf. As the cleanups come through. GC Busan will finally get themselves a map victory. And that means that we're not done yet. That's step one. And a necessary reverse sweep taken if they want to be able to walk away victorious.
I think that GC Busan really found their groove with Genji, Tracer, Winston, and I think we need to see more of that. Prophet was almost shut down. Decay's game sense incredible there. Those he railguns where Prophet is when he's at like 95% of his charge. He knows he only has one approach angle there on the top side where he's going around the roof, trying to come over and set up for last shurikens to set up a blade, look for that play. He gets knocked down to half health to push away. He dies there, the map is over. He can't blade, he won't be able to actually come in and do that damage. Both teams knowing their win conditions super well there on that final moment. That was a really high-level game. I think of the three we've seen so far, that was by far my favorite. I think GC Busan are here to play. We did see them look way more comfortable with this style. And Gesture, you put him on the Winston, his most iconic hero. And Prophet, they're together doing a lot of work here, listed on the Tracer as well. But it's really been about Prophet's Genji. I'm hyped.
Me too. Oh, quick break. We'll be right back. And we are back, and we're not done yet with our first series of the evening. GC Busan able to answer back on Kings Row, putting a map win under their belts with a successful defense there in OT. Kongdoo PANTHERA, though, still in the lead. Can certainly shut them down as we get ready to go into our first map of Push, and your first ever cast of Push.
That's
so,
right.
Hey, welcome.
I'm looking forward to it. My initial impressions of Push when we were told about it was like, how is this going to work? Is it going to be like Control with a moving robot? And basically, yes, it seems like that's been the case. And I know it's one of the longer map types, so we'll get to see, I think, some endurance tested here for some of these pros who've never played Push either at a professional setting, obviously. And I'd say, I mean, this is played for 20 grand on the line, so I'd say it's a professional setting personally, but
oh, sure.
It's a show match, but still. But we'll see how this one goes. We'll see which map in particular we are going to as well. But yeah, I mean, GC Busan looked really down and out after the second map. We were like, oh man, looks like it might be just a sweep, 3-0, clean, no chance. And then Prophet came up big on the Genji, and we saw just a lot of resilience from the squad. Gesture looked so relieved after that third map that we just saw of Kings Row. So I think there's a little bit of a momentum shift, and I think also a little bit of GC Busan finding their footing of what kind of comps they're going to run. This does mean, of course, GC Busan a little bit more predictable if they keep running this style of play. We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, and it's also, I mean, we'll have to see which Push map we end up on as well to kind of see whether or not the dive is going to be as nearly as effective, but we'll see what happens, see what the selection is going to end up being here at the very end.
Yeah, we have Colosseo, New Queen Street, and Esperanza. Is that how you pronounce it?
So we've got the entire pool, basically, because we still need to expand that one.
Yeah, that one's the newest one, so, as it goes. And I think they're going to be introducing a lot of new map types to Overwatch 2 every year, so Push might get phased out for a year and then it comes back, or these maps might be repurposed into escort maps or something. We'll have to wait and see. I'm excited, though.
Alrighty, well, let's take a look and see if there's been any swaps. Seems like it's going to be Changshik still staying in, so yeah, okay. So much of what we just saw on Kings Row, roster is going to be staying the same between these two squads of the scene.
It's I don't know, man. I get fuzzy feelings when I see these players, these 5v5 lineups here. Neko with his iconic giant glasses that he's worn forever, and Koma smiling and being happy. I haven't seen him since the Shanghai Dragons days. Being on a roster like this, looking like he's having fun playing some big-time Overwatch in front of the fans, and that's what this is all about. That's what the Legends match is all about.
Precisely. Well, it is going to be Esperanza coming through for our potentially final map of the set.
Do you do the accent every time when you say the map name?
If I did it, it was by accident. But we will be heading into this one, so.
Yes. And we'll see if Ramatra actually becomes a staple for this map because of his ability to stall and buy time. I could see a world in which both teams are fighting over this moving, robot, the push thing itself, the payload, whatever you want to call it, the robot, that his ultimate becomes incredibly valuable, but he's much more exposed on this than he is on Control. He can't use the corners as well, can't kind of stall out and buy time and build his ult very quickly, so there's a huge weakness to him as well. But if there was any other map type besides Control, I'd see it maybe come out. Maybe it could be this one. See what those comps will look like.
Yeah, see what the read is going to look like. I would also mind if they wanted to change things up a little bit, seeing like some Changshik rhyme, but don't think that is going to happen.
Exciting. Oh, it's just a tease. Oh, one less.
Hang on. There's potential. I mean, it is Gesture after all. Man's well versed when it comes down to the Roadhog. We're talking about the Winston, talking about his Orisa in the past. Oh, don't do this to me. Is there a gentleman's agreement to not play it? Seems like it. Okay, well, you know what? I'll settle for the Winston. Seems like they're still going to be going for the dive as Prophet exits the gates here with the Genji yet again. So widely going to be what we saw in Kings Row.
Kongdoo PANTHERA just sticking with the Overwatch League meta, playing the very standard, the Sojourn Tracer, and putting the Doomfist to hold it all together. So we do have the contest here as it unlocks in 6. GC Busan's slight advantage in positioning here. The threat of the Genji is pretty massive, so Kongdoo PANTHERA showing a lot of respect.
Threat of this rail shot as well. Pretty huge, so they try to back away. Prophet getting tagged low. The heals start coming through. They'll keep him safe. Changshik quick hops away. So just trying to keep them contested here on this flank as the rest of the team moves around from the right-hand side. 6 meters so far, the distance set up, and Changshik gets on top of Prophet, finds the elimination. Illicit now going to be gone. That is going to be all the damage dealers dealt with on the side of GC Busan as the cleanup comes through and the team kill is found. Kongdoo PANTHERA now can start going ahead and getting this bot pushing forward.
Yep, going to be a lot of distance gained from them. GC Busan, without a real big win in terms of ult economy here, is really going to struggle to actually contest this early because this comp, if it doesn't get picks early, really needs its ultimates to actually contest a cart like this. So, going to be a tough one.
Good punch again, looking to just isolate Prophet, keep him pinned to the wall. Can't quite get the kill, but still do a good amount of damage. And this Colosseo pulse bomb already built up. Illicit trying to catch up, just 23% away from one of his own. Let's see who's going to be able to pull the trigger on this one first. The bot now going to be given up by this side of Kongdoo. GC Busan starting to shift it back into some neutral territory, but it's going to be held with a choke. Changshik deciding that he doesn't want to punch in on that one, instead he's going to seismic slam into the back to do a little bit more damage. Rush comes out from Rascal. They go chasing forward, and widely GC Busan just have to kind of scatter to the wind, which means the bot is yet again pushing and nearly moved forward into the checkpoint. Minor recontest there, moves it away, buys a couple more extra meters for GC Busan, but the checkpoint should be established all the same right here, right now by Kongdoo. Delay getting ready to come through. They still haven't quite hit it. Prophet does dash through, finds Coma. Fielder going to be lost on the opposite side as the rush was popped. The healing desperately needed on the side of GC Busan, but it looks like Gesture with a primal going to be able to find a second kill as the K goes down. He juggles Changshik around the back, and Changshik is going to wisely hold on to the Meteor Strike and not get taken out. So checkpoint didn't get established as it did.
And as of the 4 ultimates after the rush was used that were left, Gestures is the most expendable here in terms of securing this, getting a defensive setup to hold this push through so they can use their sound barrier blade here to contest. Right now, Coma is just getting his barrier online, so that's going to be a huge defensive tool. Here we go. He's looking for him.
Dive into the back. Coma does go down.
Shut down.
Does not try to go for the sound barrier wisely, in fact, but he can't keep the rest of the team alive. So it's 2 quick kills here for Prophet. Neko going to be traded by Rascal, but then he is taken out by Illicit. The bot can start moving forward here. GC Busan making some really good distance, and that's the kind of fight that you're looking to have.
Yeah.
One ult invested.
Exactly the target Prophet is looking for. He knows who he needs to mark. He needs to take Coma out, shut down the sound barrier. He takes him out, deletes him instantly before Coma could even try to use it. For the animation timing there, if he had, he probably would have just lost it. Still has it now. He's going to use it for the reapproach.
Sound barrier does go through, and GC Busan just more than happy to back away. They bring this to within 3 meters. Now it's going to be a counter beat going down. Neko dropping to the low ground. Coma instantly evaporates. Gesture finds the elimination. Changshik with a fist up has to make his exit. Mr. K does have this overclock rolling. Gets a nice headshot, punishing Gesture. Looks for that quick little pop shot there on a fielder. Unable to make it happen, unable to find the kill. Changshik deciding, yeah, we drop down, try to kill this Tracer. Quick dash back. He'll stay safe, but with Prophet dead, that forward pressure from GC Busan very much gets whittled away at, and Kongdoo PANTHERA can once again move the bot forward.
A lot of chaos here in the composition that GC Busan is running. The initial blade play obviously paid off the dividends for them, but now they lost control of the cart, and we're back at that neutral for them where they're trying to build.
This man? Okay, well now they have. So Changshik is just sitting there with a glowing fist and no one paying attention.
That's the new wave, is just to charge your Doom Fist up. It's the new wave meta.
Okay, well bot now set up there at the checkpoint. They're going to try to steal this away and pull it away from the members of Kongdoo PANTHERA. That's why the jump forward has to come in aggressively from Changshik. The Kitsune rush is going to be used. Colosseo gets on top of Fielder, finds the first kill in the fight. Was able to answer back, breaks down the front line. Prophet gets the K as well, so a 2-for-1 trade up so far in the favor of GC Busan. Prophet, low on HP, will finally get finished off as Colosseo finds the kill. Pulse bomb going to be invested. An elimination going to be found there as Rascal nowhere to go. Will end up getting scooped here by Illicit at the end.
Hey, this
Quick
is...
recall. I mean, Choice winning by so much time. The bot, however, is still moving forward. GC Busan getting this into a nice position, but Gesture and Illicit are now a little bit further behind.
This is a really critical time for GC Busan to win a strong team fight away from the bot and just force a blade play. They know Koma doesn't have sound barrier. There isn't a great answer for this. If he can get a nice angle, plus they have the sound barrier, I mean, this should be a good fight for GC Busan.
Changchik getting worked away at, just nothing to really try to keep himself alive. Ends up going down.
They don't even need to use ults here.
Yeah, that's a major punish, and that is going to be checkpoint now matched from the side of GC Busan, which means that they have those forward spawns in their back pocket until Kongdoo can try to retake the bot and move it to a neutral position. Dive forward, they're trying to pressure Gesture out as Prophet's going to be pulling the blade. Pulse bomb from Illicit finds Decay. Slicing away, looking to finish off the Winston. It's going to take a couple more swipes, but it's actually going to be Illicit who gets moved in there to find the kill. And Gesture will get Coma. Very handedly and easily won fight here from the side of GC Busan, who now start to stretch the lead.
It's really tough for Decay with the threat of the Tracer, the Genji, and a Winston to actually find a good overclock angle to get high value here around this corner. So GC Busan using their big ultimates, but still having a lot of control right now.
The Kongdoo can invest in this to try to regain, but they need to start winning fight after fight if they want to be able to get themselves back into this one. Gesture finally does fall. Decay able to push the corner, gets that elimination. Deflect from Prophet. Nice, the initial rail. He keeps himself alive for the moment, but without their tank, it is forward of a position. It's just going to be one after the other. Members getting taken down, but they do buy a little bit of extra time. So another bottle starts shifting back here for Kongdoo PANTHERA. They should be able to get this across the lines to deny the forward spawns. But most of GC Busan are, they're actually all going to be able to receive this so they can get a quick recontest.
Choice here gets low. Really tough for Decay to find value there, but the rest of the team flanking on the other side is enough. Prophet's down.
Okay, Prophet just turns the corner and instantly hits the floor dead.
This is looking like Kongdoo PANTHERA getting a lot more control here without utilizing anything. Post Decay ulting.
These chained together eliminations that Kongdoo are fighting right now is absolutely monstrous for them. This is what allows you to go ahead and continue to make steady distance. That being said, though, Fielder finds Rascal, but Neko is going to be taken down before he can use a sound barrier. They do at least crucially draw out both of the support ultimates here from Kongdoo PANTHERA. So GC Busan do have a good opportunity to be able to retake this. We're down to about 2 minutes and 19 seconds. Changchik taken out by a pulse bomb is a really good way to start off this recontest, and that makes it even better. Prophet finishing off Choice A1. Now the bot going to be in control of GC Busan once again. Only, 12 meters gained on this push from Kongdoo.
Really weak, unfortunately, and without getting that final checkpoint, Kongdoo PANTHERA are in kind of dire straits here because they don't have those support ultimates here. GC Busan could just sit back, buy time. The clock has really bled out quite significantly. We're sub 2 minutes now. Prophet's going to have another blade. There are so many ways for GC Busan to buy time here and to stagger Kongdoo PANTHERA because their comp is so good at staggering. Decay pushed back. No great angles for the Sojourn right now.
Just spotting him, knows that he's going to have that ult up. Would love to get him out of this fight. Pulse bomb out towards A1, not going to be able to get the stick. Primal gets popped by Gesture. Prophet going to be taken low. He gets the focus fire, doing wonders here for the side of Kongdoo PANTHERA. Gesture did not receive the sound barrier at all. He had just dodged out on that one, so didn't get the shielding, and Decay is able to find the finishing blow. He himself under fire. Prophet trying to get the kill, trying to pressure him down, but Decay goes in for the chase, sliding up here onto the high ground, finds the kill, gets fielded a boot, and that is going to be the cleanup here for the side of Kongdoo. But again, there is still an immense amount of distance that they have to make up, and they only have just over a minute to make it happen.
But Decay finally gets this high ground angle where you can actually hit free rail shots as best as he can. For the first time, he's actually going to have free roam. He got that shot into Gesture through the window, barely makes it happen as Neko's sound barrier doesn't connect, so that's a huge part of the win of this fight. Is forced back now with the blade.
Blade pulled out, gets Coma. 1 found, 2, now 3. Prophet looking for a little bit more. Jumps down directly into the bubble here against Changchik, but now he's going to be low on HP, so says, yeah, go ahead and back away. Bot was being stolen by Choice A1. A cheeky little play to try to inch out a little bit of extra distance.
30
but
seconds.
Not much to be found there.
It's looking rough here for PANTHERA. Decay had that high ground angle like I was mentioning, but he was also exposed. There's no peel in this composition, outside of Kitsune giving you immortality for a second.
Oh, Neko, okay. Choice A1 continuing to just be an absolute fiend in the back lines. First stealing the bot, now stealing away the support. Puts down a good amount of damage there on a Fielder. Can't really keep himself healed up at all. Still going to be under pressure. There's the stick. He's got the Suzu to go ahead and keep himself safe so it does not go down, but while he's distracted, Prophet falls. Again,
overtime.
It's going to be the fight won by Kongdoo PANTHERA, but can they get the overtime push? They need to make it 32 meters if they want to walk away with a win.
I love the Reaper swap here for Prophet. It's one of the best ways you could stall out and hope for a one single team fight win. Buy enough time for Gesture with that extra healing from Neko and the Fielder ultimate here to get a Primal Rage and push everybody off the robot. Best chance here for GC Busan, but still, can Illicit find a pick? That would be massive.
They're going to drop down off the high ground.
On the backside.
And he's coming through that left side flank. Changshik falling low, Decay as well. Under fire, the rush comes down. They need to try to keep him alive, but Gesture jumps forward, manages to find the elimination. They look for a little bit more. Choice A1 going to be shielded up as the Sound Barrier comes in from Coma as well. Just trying to keep everybody alive, and that's going to be the support cell taken down to the side of GC Busan. Gesture, Primal at the ready. Changshik using his for now. Gesture going to be using his, pops it late, going to try to clear out the bot. And then OT is going to start plummeting faster and faster as time goes on. Coma going to be taken down, Illicit finding one as they look for a little bit more. Now Rascal going to be eliminated. No support in the fight for Kongdoo PANTHERA. Choice A1 recalls, keeps himself alive. Pulse Pump comes down, finds Gesture, gets the pick. Prophet did moments before. The bot getting ready to move forward, but Fielder finds a headshot, takes down the Tracer, has been wreaking so much havoc as Fielder finds yet another elimination. Decay taken down as Fielder fills the kill feed. Back-to-back-to-back eliminations, and GC Busan will be able to pick up the win here on Esperanza, taking us now into a map 5.
You can really feel how prepared Gesture is for this map type and how he used his Primal Rage so late into the fight, threatening that overtime tick down several times, buying enough time for the follow-up to come through. Fielder comes over, Neko's got the Sound Barrier, didn't even end up needing to use it, but utilizing the overtime clock against Kongdoo PANTHERA so incredibly well. They're saying, yeah, okay, we have this Reaper, we have this big threat, we have a big time buy. Reaper's got the lifesteal, you're going to have all that healing on top of the cart in this forced fight in a closed area, you know, around the cart itself, because that's where Kongdoo PANTHERA have to make their stand because of the overtime tick. And you could save that Primal to last, force them to Primal first, and they just use their ult economy really well there. Which is something that we haven't really been able to say about them for maps 1 and 2, but it's getting better each and every map that goes by. Illicit, holy shit.
Is that what, yes, that is indeed what that says. I wasn't even looking at the sign, but yep, that is indeed what they wrote.
And if they put it on camera and keep it on camera, I could say it too.
Well, we got ourselves into a map 5, and yeah, who was any doubters in the chat when it was a nice little 2-0
Hey, I
lead?
was not in the chat, but I was a doubter. I was a doubter after game 2. I'll just say it. I mean, I think a lot of people were worried. We're bringing it back though. Game 5, all the way to a second map of Control here.
All the way down to the wire, and the reverse sweep is looking possible, and that's when Void says, all right, it's time for me to make my return. Granted, it did seem like Changshik getting kind of forced into trying to match against the Winston was a bit of a unfortunate scenario for him, because typically if you're going to be running Winston in the old Kongdoo era, that would have been Roar stepping in.
Yep. Yeah, we had to give Roar the big old shout out. And if we did see any Roadhog, I was going to be like, where's the Youngjin shout out? We got to give that one as well for Kongdoo fans out there. But yeah, it's certainly looking like, you know, going into this 5th and final map, like, I didn't actually see if Void is coming in. Well, now I do. And
yep.
I think we will see potentially Ramatra, but it depends on which map we're going to. So we've already played Lijiang. So Busan, Achilios, Nepal, and Oasis are the other maps available in the pool. And because the advantage was Kongdoo PANTHERA, they lost this one. They will actually have their map selection. So we might just see another Ramatra-style game here on, I don't know, I'd say Nepal is probably the best map to play that style on, especially on Sanctuary. You have a lot of power with that if that's what they want to do.
Sure. We'll have to just wait and see. It looks like GC Busan not going to be having any substitutions whatsoever, just sticking through with what we have been seeing for the last couple of maps, and understandable. They've been able to get the wins, and Fielder showing why he is a champion at the end there, especially on Esperanza, coming up with those 3 crucial kills to really just put Kongdoo PANTHERA 6 feet under. But we will see Changshik out, Void in, and Decay stepping away, as well as Bergerin will be coming back in.
This is going to be a fun one. I think we could definitely see some May Reaper here on Control. It's You know, Pharah is potentially going to be another powerful pick here, depending on which map it's going to be, obviously. On Oasis and Nepal, there are definitely angles where you can make that Pharah work. It's tough to play, though, the style that GC Busan has been finding success with the Tracer Genji Winston. Not impossible by any means, but I think Control is definitely a tougher map type because of the space in which you fight is so tight and limited. You don't have a lot of backline access necessarily, especially if you lose control of the point early. But if you just keep winning every fight and winning them so handily as they have, maybe it doesn't matter.
Perhaps not. Well, we'll see what the final map pick is going to be and who's going to be able to walk away with this one. I mean, from just out the gate, getting a map 5 is already more than we could have asked for, especially given how one-sided of an affair the first 2 maps were. Kongdoo just looking so very good there. But those are also the maps that Void was playing.
That's true.
So not to really beat down on Changshik a bit. He was holding his own for a while, especially on the Doomfist, but Void seems like he's going to be the starter and the finisher for the team. We'll see if it's enough for them to get the win.
I could see Void right now probably in the practice range. He's
flicking.
He's flicking. He's warming up. He's getting that mouse and keyboard hand ready, or hands, right? I should say, warming up the hands and making sure all of his settings are in and correct. Prophet looks like he's having a great time. And if Prophet's having a good time, who isn't?
He's always been
his opponents usually, but
yeah, that's a good point. But yeah, especially I feel like as of late in the last season or 2, Prophet has been a bit more giddy on cam. A lot more smiles and okay, let's just go ahead and go to Busan. You mentioned Sanctuary earlier instead of Sanctum.
Oh, that's right.
You out on that one, but it's okay.
I'm rusty. Oh no!
See, you were predicting the future and you didn't even know it because we've got Sanctuary on Busan. We'll see if we can get there, whether it's going to be the starter, whether it's going to be the third one, whatever may happen. We'll have to just wait and see.
I also think Busan is, of the control maps in the pool, one of the more open ones where you have a lot more power around. Mecha base, that's one thing, but you have otherwise a lot more power around the Sojourn-based compositions we're seeing from Kongdoo Panthera mostly. So I think it's a good map choice for them. Again, I don't want to analyze this too hard because these are show match teams, but based on what we've seen GC Busan find success on, I think I'd probably pick Busan as well.
All right.
Even though it's GC Busan on the other side.
Sure. But yeah, Busan to be the decider in just our first of 3 series. So I hope you guys have had your coffee, your mid-evening or early morning coffee, whatever it is that you're having on your side of the world, or maybe a nice little crisp energy drink. We used to have one of those sponsor Apex, but whatever you need to stay with us.
You want to drink a nice cold redacted?
A nice cold redacted. Yeah. But yeah, because right now, 8 p.m. over here in South Korea, and we're just getting to the end of our first series, so it is probably going to be a good little late evening for us all, and we hope that you guys can stay through the entire time. But let's go ahead, jump into Busan now, as Map 5 is at the ready. And we'll see who is going to be able to kick things off with a nice little win. It kind of tilts me that it's written, like Kimchi is written that way.
Look, I mean, there's 2 ways to Romanize it, all right? The double E is the older way. Romanizing with I is more modern after you and I moved to Korea way, and the more standard way of Romanizing it. But look, both are acceptable. This could be a new trend in Busan in the future in the Overwatch universe where they do the double E again. Both are acceptable spellings, all right?
All right, fine. If you say so. Well, it is downtown to begin. Gates will open. Looks like Void going straight back over to the Doomfist. Nice little rollout from him. As, yep, GC Busan to say, just run the dive. Just keep running the dive.
Yeah, and I mean, look, it's been working, so if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Absolutely not. Punch goes through. Minor knockaway is the point. 5 seconds now from unlocking. Bird Ring going to get tagged lower and lower. And it looks like Gesture able to get on top of him. Zaps him down. finds the opening kill. There still do have a bit of an inside track over here towards the point, and it's going to find a nice little answering kill as the fielder gets taken down, which means that Prophet can't get enough healing from Neko, which means that he dies. Koma going to be traded out. Jester finding yet another kill, but that's about as good as it gets as Choice-A1 will go ahead and scoop up 3 for himself. And the first lockdown of the point can go the way of Kongdoo Panthera.
I really enjoyed the cause and effect play-by-play of that one. For Neo was very good. Obviously, right now, GC Busan with the approach, tougher to pull off, again, without those ultimates, but this map is open enough. There's a few different angles they can take. They can split into 3 and they converge on the point with, obviously, Illicit, Prophet, and Gesture being the approach ones. Gesture comes in first.
Looking for the fast flip back into their favor. Seismic Slam getting some decent damage and shielding up here from Void. Choice-A1 of the pulse bomb, not going to be able to find anything. Full punch goes across, gets the daze there on the Gesture and Illicit. Neko going to be taken down now by the follow-up punch, and Void finds 2 kills in the fight, and it seems like GC Busan maybe getting a little bit overzealous, trying to get this flip this quickly. Then they get caught off guard, and that is Kongdoo Panthera holding firm.
It's one of the, it's time to use the old caster term that Papa Smithy made during Apex, the eco push.
Eco push.
GC Busan, I wouldn't call that an eco push necessarily, but hey, that's what it turned out to be. They didn't build that much ult charge, obviously with the changes to ult charge. It's tougher to just run at a point like that and be like, all right, cool, now we're good for our 3rd attack. But did give them a little bit of charge.
Nice backpedaling here from Choice-A1. Himself ever elusive. Void getting tagged lower and lower. Does have the Meteor Strike, which is going to pop. The Consider Rush going to be used on either side as well. Drop down fielder going to get tagged up. Manages to jump away. Keeps himself safe for the time being. Pulse bomb out from Choice-A1. Not going to find an elimination. Prophet makes his way up onto the high ground. Spamming out, trying to find some targets and finish building up towards his Dragon Blade. Point flip getting ready to come through. GC Busan 75% of the way there, but it's going to be 77% locked in for the side of Kongdoo Panthera as Gesture gets traded out for Bird Ring. Still would pretty much favor Kongdoo in this situation, but now the Rascal falls. It's a 2 for 1. The HP bars from GC Busan are in desperate looks, and that's going to be the sound barrier now forced out from Neko. Drops that in to try to keep them in the fight, and it will work a treat. Fielder going to find 2 in the back end. The point flip is finally there for GC Busan, gaining control, but 92% with a lot of ults about to be online. Kongdoo Panthera could just retake this with relative ease.
Yeah, okay, go ahead and commit there.
All right.
The big one for GC Busan here is when they use the Dragon Blade and who is the target. If they try to blade near the spawn, they can force Koma to sound barrier away from the point. Could also just try to knock Bird Ring out of the fight immediately because he's the big threat with that ultimate online. Now, if he gets a pick, that could just be the end of it, especially if it's Prophet who dies.
Okay, well, they're going to be diving into the back line, and as you mentioned, trying to get that sound barrier used away from the point, and it does. Koma only uses it to shield himself and Bird Ring, who is still under a bit of fire. As you look at the HP bars, Void, however, now overextending. Ends up getting taken down. Didn't have the rest of the squad joining in with him. So Gesture keeps everybody busy here with the Primal. It's a little minor juggle on the Rascal, who does manage to turn. Get the quick step away. He's teleporting with his allies. Seems like GC Busan aren't going to be able to go ahead and hold the point for now. Pushing past 50%.
They get the sound barrier out, Prophet keeps his blade. So, you know, in theory, that's one more time-buying team fight here for GC Busan with this choke point controlled. Rascal's ultimate is going to be the big threat. Obviously, you could set up Bird Ring for massive railgun damage here. But GC Busan still have one great opportunity to shut down this push with that blade.
They want to take it dangerously low there. Illicit as well, nearly dead. Pops the recall, needs some healing here from his squad, and he will be able to stay alive for now as the blade goes into the back line. Suzu going to be used to try to keep Bird Ring alive, but it's not going to work enough of a treat. Prophet dashes away, has the bubble to help protect for a little bit longer. The deflect going to be burned, jumps onto the high ground, manages to stay safe. Good peeling, good healing. Everything going the way of GC Busan right now. Rush at the available here.
They got to get in on the point and look for a fight here. Kongdoo Panthera.
What they do, Void could go ahead and try to get this one contested, but as Rascal goes forward, he pops the rush, but instantly gets taken down. Bird Ring sliding forward. The pulse finds 2. He and Koma both blown to pieces by Illicit. Choice-A1 only able to find Gesture. And now he is all on his lonesome. The cleanup comes in. And what a turnaround. They give up to 92%. GC Busan retake. Hold it to 100, and they take their first round of control.
They just will not be stopped. They just will not be stopped. We might have the full reverse sweep happen on this next round. They might actually pull it off, and Void's back in. Kongdoo Panthera with a great start, as you mentioned, but GC Busan finally really hitting their stride in terms of how they're using their ults. forcing out the sound barrier, holding onto the blade. The blade timing is great. They shut Birdring down. Prophet's finding these angles where it's very difficult to punish him or peel for Birdring. Birdring's down, can't use his overclock. Can't overclock, so can't then push the point. And the way that GC Busan masterfully basically stopped this from being a 92 to 100, then completed themselves without giving control was very smart play, and they're going to keep this comp the same one more time as we move into Mecha base. Kongdoo Panthera doing the same. No Ramatra to be seen.
Nope. Not even slightly, not even going to be teased. What are getting tagged up is, okay, Prophet's going in deep. Dives right in front of the spawn, looking for some kills. We'll be able to set up for one there on the Bird Ring, but maybe it's a bit of an overstep here from the rest of the squad. As they lose out on two, Alyssa and Fielder both going to be taken down. Gesture able to play off the back of Prophet's, bit of damage there. They do find an elimination. Gesture now for now hiding around the corner, trying to stay safe. Eventually has to leap out if there, drops down to the low ground through the tube, and keeps himself protected. Point unlocked. Good amount of damage there through on the Coma, but the kill not going to be able to be found yet. Gesture goes diving over, keeps them coastal side, trying to find a kill while eluding the punch from Void. So far, no one going to be able to lock down this point quite just yet. Prophet down to 24 HP, dashes out, the heals start flying his way. Gesture as well, in need of some TLC to try to stay alive. Wood puts the fists up, the Meteor Strike going to be the first ult online here from either side.
Yeah. Point still not capped here. Prophet's almost pulled a Dragon Blade on first contest.
The Pulse Bomb goes out from Choice A1. He does manage to find the kill here on a Gesture, but Birdring going to be traded out, so a 1-for-1, but without a tank, it still makes it pretty damn difficult here for GC Busan to try to play this point, but now the blade gets pulled out, and that is going to be now 2 kills onto the supports coming through as Prophet looks for a little bit more. Resheaths the blade, looks a little bit more damage. The Meteor Strike used by Void, takes it aggressively. Seismic Slam, the fists go up, he keeps himself alive for a little bit longer, but Prophet eventually finds the elimination, and GC Busan finally find the lockdown of the point.
They will get it, and it's not firmly held.
No, it is not. Fielder going to be taken down. And the flip getting ready to come in. The recontest there, at least briefly. As they try to keep this one going. Prophet goes diving in yet again. This time it is dealt with. Neko going to be eliminated, and Kongdoo should be able to find this flip at the end as Illicit falls, and they will. 20% set up here for GC Busan.
What a crazy start to this second round here. Gesture's Winston mechanics on display. I mean, the man is pushing the limits. He's setting up these really early ultimates, but the way he's using his barrier and threatening the backline with Prophet feels old school Seoul Dynasty, and you love to see it.
For the dive in, Birdring pops that overclock, hits Neko in the head. Rush goes out from Fielder. Rascal, Birdring already used his, cannot match. Birdring now taken down, a 1-for-1. Sound Barrier going to be committed to the fight by Coma, shielding up the remaining 4 players. As Illicit and Prophet take quite a bit of damage, and Prophet will end up falling. Kongdoo Panthera looking to go ahead and double the charge. With a point gain here of GC Busan. Sound Barrier actually used a little bit late here by Neko before Prophet. Okay,
gonna hurt him for sure.
A little confused about this one. Either way, the cleanup is coming through as Kongdoo Panthera continue to chase forward over towards the spawn room doors, and it's quite a many few staggers being found. Thought maybe Choice A1 was going to go for that pulse. He decides to hold it, but Kongdoo Panthera now getting ready to triple the point charge here.
Yeah, this is really rough, and they have time buying options here. The choke point control is the biggest problem because, as you can see, Choice A1 can constantly threaten the backline here. If he's not forced to recall, he can just do it again and again and again. And it's just going to buy more time here for Panthera.
TP4 the Suzu down. Keep Mister alive for the time being. So many people for Fielder to try to worry about now himself as well. Taken low. Prophet does manage to find an opening kill though, as Rascal will fall. Choice A1, I think, grabbing a health pack, keeps himself alive for the moment. Meteor Strike used aggressively by Void, not going to be able to find any kills. Now Birdring going to be taken down as well. So answering eliminations here as GC Busan make their way back over to the point. Kongdoo Panthera yet again
92.
Get themselves up to 92%. Is it fated to happen again?
And it's again with GC Busan taking the point, having that ult advantage, having the Dragon Blade available. Will Kongdoo Panthera be able to crack the point? Not very likely on the first try, but GC Busan, they did it once, will they do it twice?
Some fairly lazy script writing if they manage to make this happen, but Prophet goes forward with the blade, keeps him shoved back, deflect the Suzu, they both keep him alive. Well, tries to make his exit, but it's actually going to be Fielder who ends up being a casualty. Pulse Bomb not going to get the stick. Void able to elude that one. Stays alive, so no stagger going to be found, and Kongdoo Panthera can make their way back over the point here rather quickly. Sound Barrier committed. Neko drops that in. That keeps 3 people alive, but Gesture just can't quite build up the primal, so he ends up falling just 2% shy. Now the rest of the cleanup is there, and Kongdoo Panthera might just be set to take this round.
Looks very likely. Just not really a great contest opportunity here. Fielder is going to have to touch. Looks like Gesture set up for this as well. They'll get a Primal Rage.
The dash is forward there, Illicit. He's going to get the touch. Prophet, however, going to be eliminated as the overclock gets popped. Murdering, looking for a little bit more. Sonic against the walls, and nobody's able to get the follow-up. So 161%.
We are going the full distance on
We flipped the
this
script
one.
a bit, but yeah, 100-61. That is going to be Kongdoo taking Mecha base, which means that Sanctuary will be the last round to see who is walking away with a win.
It's just been, I mean, it's been fun to see the clash of these two styles as Jesus Busan have just decided we're doing Genji, Tracer, Winston, and obviously Winston is very strong in this meta, and Gesture is one of the OG successful Winston players, and he's really showing his skills here, and Wrecking Ball start would be interesting as we talk about his Winston. It looks like he might be pulling off here for some extra disruption here on the point with a wild comp.
Yep, this is a very big departure. Prophet going to be back on the Tracer for the first time here in this series. Boyd diving forward. There's the hack. They say, okay, you want to keep running Doomfist? By all means. They get the instant shutdown. Beautifully done.
Old school counter.
Playing around the back. Says, well, you don't have an Ana to try to shut me out. So he must be feeling pretty darn safe on this Wrecking Ball pick at the moment. Illicit playing elusively. Goes in, gets the hack. They're looking for Bird Ring. He manages to make his way out, and Illicit is forced to go ahead and translocate to safety. Punch into the wall, just taking a decent amount of damage. The first point lockdown getting ready to come through, but Void moves up, keeps it contested for the time being, but yet again the hack is going to connect here onto the Doom. The fists get raised, he tries to keep himself protected. He'll be able to outlast the damage. Stays alive for a bit longer, and Choice1 gets right on top of Prophet, finds the kill. Starting some dominance, and I mean, look at the ult charge right now for Choice1.
He did so much damage in that last fight, and Illicit, unfortunately, just not able to compete here this time on the Sombra. Birdring has free reign on the backside, and the idea of this chaotic Wrecking Ball start was a good one, and they got that initial pick, but it wasn't enough. It didn't have enough staying power like Kongdoo's comp here to actually push through in the end. So now Kongdoo have line of sight advantage here with Bird Ring, and it's going to make it very difficult for Prophet to approach. Illicit using his cloak here, obviously, to try to find another hack pick on the Void.
They do lock him down for a brief little moment there, but Prophet just doesn't have the damage to put to try to find that kill. Fielder going to be picked off. Choice1 finds another elimination. Oh, Bird Ring slid up in midair, gets the rail headshot. That's Prophet dead, Neko as well. And is this how it all ends?
I know, it would be so sad for Jesus Busan to drop to losers here with this whimpering final round where it's a cool composition idea, but in execution, Kongdoo PANTHERA just stick it with the meta comp and crushing each and every approach. Illicit still trying to build up for that ultimate here, but he's wasted so much time with these failed pushes that even if Kongdoo PANTHERA fail when he has it, they'll be sitting at 70+%.
Meteor's trying to pulse bomb. The rush nearly there. Feeler picked off. 63% built up. They're looking for a bit of a back cap. This Rascal nearly goes down, but Choice1 seems like he'll be able to stop that one. Pulse bomb finishes off Gesture. Coma traded, but there's just no way to play forward. Now Neko dead. These staggers are absolutely catastrophic. Prophet dead as well. What is going on?
I mean, Choice1 is going on, man. He's killing everybody. Got another set of pulse bomb kills here. Multiple backline kills, and we're watching Illicit because we're like, can he get the EMP set up? Where is that ult going to hit? But it's too little too late. He's going to have one chance here with both support ultimates, but that's all you get.
Yeah, and even then, that just gets you the initial cap. Ult spotted for the moment. The dive comes through. Illicit going to be forced out. They have the touch here for a brief little moment. But Fielder's dead. The rush going to be used. But can they even play up the back end of it? Neko now has to use the sound barrier. His shielding gets melted down. Bird Ring finishes him with the overclock. Here's the EMP coming in. Prophet able to play off the back of one. Finds a kill. Finds a second. Gesture going to be traded as we just go back and forth, back and forth. The trade-up is there for Kongdoo PANTHERA. The OT bleeding down. The last second touch from Prophet, but that's about as good as it gets. They keep everybody else away from touching. It's a celebratory drop of the beat there from Kongdoo, as they will be able to claim this series in the end.
What
a monstrous final round from them, as it was just a completely, just utterly one-sided affair.
What a nail biter up until that final moment. And I felt like we saw flashes of map 1, map 2 in that final round where the ult economy isn't the ult setup, the tools they have, the utility they have in those ultimates isn't paired together well. The EMP is ready, but it's waiting. Sound barrier has to be used early because they need that approach, and just give too much time to Kongdoo PANTHERA, and they're going to trade up. And when the EMP hit, Prophet was like, I'm ready. I'm going to wipe this whole team. But eventually, you are going to lose out. You do have to reload. Eventually, you are going to have to recall. And Prophet can push Tracer to the limits of her potential. Like, you could put like a team-assisted speedrun bot on Tracer. It wouldn't be able to do what Prophet could do on Tracer. But there are still physical limits to what the hero can do. And he's just not able to clutch it out in the end. But you know, Prophet and crew, they switched to the Genji Tracer dive. They bring it to a 5th map. Looked like it might have been a 3-0 affair, and they turned it on its head. So much more competitive than it looked like it was going to be, and still a scary opponent in that losers matchup tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, everyone's got Kongdoo to be, you know, the favorite of this coming into it. So it's not the most surprising to see them walking away with the win, but it's just a little bit unfortunate that it ends up being as one-sided at the very end there. But, you know, they tried something different. It worked really, really well to go ahead and get the initial punish on the Void. They completely caught him off guard with that Doom, but then they were able to just kind of make micro adjustments and play around the Sombra. Illicit wasn't able to build up for the EMP fast enough. He only gets one use of it throughout that entire round. So Kongdoo with a very nicely won first series of the event, which does unfortunately send GC Busan down to the lower bracket, which means that we don't get to see them again today. So we'll have to wait and see how they fare when they bounce back, whether or not they can bounce back tomorrow, and also who their opponent is going to be, whether it's Lunatic-Hai or RunAway.
Yeah, that Apex Season 2 Finals matchup, Lunatic-Hai versus RunAway is our next matchup. That is going to be such a banger. I think that's the matchup of today's two that we had GC Busan and Kongdoo PANTHERA were related in that they both became like London Spitfire, but Lunatic-Hai and RunAway related in one of Overwatch's oldest and biggest rivalries that even after Lunatic-Hai disbanded, we pushed into Seoul Dynasty. The player of the match.
Oh, this is epic.
Choi-Se-Hwan.
You know, I'll take notes. This is sick. The like animated little intro, kind of like Smash Bros style and a challenger approaches. But yeah, Choi-Se-Hwan, a great performance from him. I think, honestly, this could have gone a couple different ways for the side of Kongdoo PANTHERA, but Choi-Se-Hwan, while he was in, you know, he was just pounding the swap over to the Echo, as you see here on Lijiang Tower, just completely shut down that pharmacy. It was just great to see his performance, and the guy has just been he was a beast this entire season throughout, even on a team that, especially at the beginning of the year, wasn't looking great. By the end of it, he was just a monster and really started making them look competitive.
He had for every second he was in, I thought he was the most consistent player throughout the lineup. And then at the final round, it was like, well, I mean, just like just put him in the dumpster, you know? I mean, he just controlled that so well on the Tracer. Genji opening, we were like, oh yeah, who are you, Hawksall? No, Choi-Se-Hwan, first one to pull it out, played it really well. You could argue Prophet had more Genji impact throughout the whole series, but in terms of what he did on every hero he played, it was definitely Choi, for sure.
Yep, well, fantastically done there by them, and I think we're going to be going into a quick little break here in a little bit, and then we'll get poised for our second series, which I think that is nice as it is to see all of these other players, to see Kalman, to see Void playing again now that he's retired. It's RunAway versus Lunatic-Hai. I mean, come on. It's going to be incredible. But guys, we're going to go to a quick little break, and when we come back, we'll be jumping into that series, so make sure you don't go anywhere.
See you then.
저희 루나틱하이 팀은 이제 어떻게 노장의 뭐 그런 힘을 보여줄 수 있는 팀이라고 생각합니다. 다른 팀에 비해서 노련함이라고 해야 강점이 솔직히 없을 것 같긴 해요. 그냥 이렇게 좀 말하자면 그냥 노련함. 다른 팀들이 워낙 다 잘하는 애들이라 런어웨이 이길 수 있냐고.
사실 좀 걱정을 했는데 근데 뭐 사실 스티치도 저랑 좀 비슷하지 않나. 그래서 뭐 서로 이제 이렇게 쌤쌤하고 하면은 그래도 저희 팀이 조금 더 좋을 것 같기도 하고. 네, 그렇습니다. 저는 사실 우승하러 온 게 아니고 재밌게 하자고 온 거기 때문에 별로 개의치 않습니다. 이제 욕심이 없어요. 네.
옛날 사람들 보고 팬분들 보는 게 상금보다 더 의미 있지 않나라고 저희는 생각을 하고 있어요. 이게
돈 벌자고 하나요? 재밌자고 하는 거지. 네.
잘하는 팀이죠.
너무 빡겜러다. 너무 빡겜러야.
아, 너무 빡겜러야.
재밌게 해야 되는데.
되지
노잼
않을까.
팀.
네, 노잼 팀. 맞아. 콩도 판테라가 더 노잼 팀 같은데 거기 멤버가
둘 다 노잼 팀.
그치, 맞지. 그러니까 런어웨이랑 이제 저희는 어떻게 보면 빡겜도 되고 개그도 되는 이렇게 오가는 팀이라고 치면 이제 콩도나 GC 부산은 그냥 노잼 빡겜.
그러니까 둘이 놀라고 둘이 놀게요. 저는.
네, 진짜 저희 둘이 놀게요. 그렇게
네.
해주세요. 네. 저희 팀이 1등이고요. 네. 그리고 그 다음에 런어웨이. 그 다음이 GC 부산, 그 다음이 콩도.
뒤에서 얘기한 거죠 지금 이게 순서가. 인정하기 싫지만.
아 근데 솔직히
근데 모르긴 해. 3등, 4등은 모르긴 해요.
3등, 4등은 솔직히 뭐 혹시 몰라. 이 대진표 이렇게 잘 되고 하면은 이번에 좀 오프라인 대회가 이렇게 생겨서 좋은 경기력으로 우리 둘이 함께 했으면 좋겠어요. 러너 형 아시죠? 예. 저희 이겨도 되니까 좀 재밌게만 합시다 우리. 감사합니다. 루나틱하이 화이팅!
안녕하세요. 저희 기억할지 모르겠는데 런어웨이입니다. 아, GC 부산 진짜 폭풍 같았죠? 그때 갑자기 막 나타나가지고 기억에 그 루나틱하이를 꺾고 아마 올라오지 않았나?
맞아요.
사실 우리는 자신 있었거든요 그때. 그때 아마 막 겐트전에
맞아요.
갑자기 우리가 예상하지 못한 막 조합 꺼내고 그리고 그때 아마 프로핏 선수가 날라다녔던 걸로 기억해요. 그래서 좀 무섭죠. 프로필이 좀 무섭긴 한데 근데 우리는 학살이가 있으니까.
콩두 판테라는 일단 원래부터 거기는 그 옛날부터 강팀으로 완전 유명했어가지고
그렇죠.
일단 무시 못할 상대.
루나틱하이가 좀 약해.
맞아.
네, 루나틱하이가 후아유만 현역이고 나머지 다 늙어가지고. 근데 재홍이도 좀 이게 안 돼요. 이제 나이가 먹어가지고.
하는 거 보니까 아니더라고.
그치.
일단 1등은 런어웨이 하고 2등을 GC 부산, 네, 3등이 공두, 4등이 루나틱하이.
아 근데 야 이러다가 루나틱하이 갑자기 잘하면 우리 이거 개쪽이야.
아유 결승에서 만나면 되죠.
아 상당히 좀 기분 나쁜데 이거는. 아니 좀 어이가 없네.
좀 그거네 친한 친한 팀을 좀 더 올려줬네.
아니 근데 저는 저희 팀 내가 있어서 그랬나 봐요? 지금 작가님 표정 보니까 맞죠? 내가 있어서 그랬구나?
이유가 있었네.
아니 근데 내가 빠지고 재곤이가 들어갈 수도 있어요. 재곤이 넣어가지고
멤버 무시 못할 텐데.
예? 개그 저희랑요? 왜 저희를 묻죠? 아니 저희는 되게 진지하고
우승하려고 나왔는데?
아니 지금 복귀하려고 지금 학살 공포는 복귀 꿈꾸고 있는 애한테 그렇게 좀 무기신 작전으로 좀 안 끌어 내렸으면 좋겠네요. 좀 그 재홍이가 얘기했죠. 재홍아, 개그는 너만 해. 왜 우리를 끌어들여 그지?
맞아.
그래서 옛날 재홍이 포스 안 나. 그 옛날 앉아서 이거 하는 거 류 재홍 있으면 이제 웃음 나와.
맨날 술만 마시고 그냥.
맨날 술 먹고 맨날 노래방 가자. 맨날 그러고 아주 늦바람이 무서워요.
일단 루나틱하이 저 멤버로는 오랜만에 만나는데 옛날과는 좀 다르게 쉽게 이길 것 같아요 저희가.
야 그러다 우리 지금 어떡하냐 진짜. 아니 진짜. 한술 더 떠. 미로 윈스턴 원툴. 에스카가 캐서디 원툴은 아니었나? 솜브라 잘했어.
네 솜브라.
후아유는 모르겠네. 겐지 원툴.
다 잘하니까.
너랑 똑같네.
그렇게 하네.
그리고 거기 메인 힐러 누구죠? 토비예요?
토비.
또.
텔레토비.
아니 제가 그 선수 그렇게 비교당했는데 또 토비예요?
현역 아니니까.
현역 아니니까. 걔 늙었겠지?
감독 요즘 많이 쉬었으니까.
그 서필 류재호.
네. 재호는 뭐
할만할 것 같기도 하고. 너희는 내가 봤을 때 우리밖에 못 이겨. 이길 상대가 내가
인정.
봤을 때 우리 서로밖에 없어. 그러니까
맞아요.
우리끼리 재밌는 경기하고 다른 팀은 뭐 그냥
알아서 거기서는 뭐 치고받고 하는 걸로.
런어웨이 화이팅!
난 옴닉을 전쟁으로 이끌기 위해 창조됐다. 하나 내가 바랐던 건 우리 동족이 더 나은 삶을 영위하는 것뿐. 우리가 존재한다는 사실은 그 자체로 기적이다. 우리는 탐구했다. 평화와 조화를 이루는 방법을. 우리는 명상했다. 세계와 그 속에 위치한 우리 자리에 대하여. 우리는 인류와 공존하고자 했지만 인류는 그들 세상을 나눠 가질 생각이 없었다. 인류의 꿈을 위해 얼마나 많은 놈들이 희생되어야 하는가. 더는 안 돼. 우리 종족은 단 한 세대만 존재한다. 유한한 모두 너무나 빨리 죽는다. 우리만의 자리를 찾는 것이다. 그래야만 한다. 함께하지. 우리 같이 모든 놈닉을 위한 더 나은 미래를 만드는 거다.
Let it.
And we are back and about to go into our second series of the evening, second of three. Worth noting because we will be getting to see Kongdoo PANTHERA yet again in our final set. But now it's time to determine who their opponent is going to be, and it is two absolutely monumental, essential, legendary squads here in the Legends Battle. We've got RunAway going up against Lunatic-Hai, one of the oldest, longest-standing rivalries in the nascent era of Overwatch esports. And oh boy, cannot wait to get back into this one because we have some faces that we haven't gotten to see in a very long time. Lijiang is back. Guido is back. We've got Runner playing for RunAway, and this is just going to be an absolutely bonkers set to get
Didn't
into.
even mention my man Eska.
I was getting there, but you
Any
know what?
Eska lulls in the chat?
We were talking about Mr. Escalol quite a bit earlier on, so I wanted to give Guido the shout.
I feel like some of the fans watching today are just too young to remember the Eska lull, and that saddens me greatly. Eska is a fantastic player who would occasionally make a goof. He'd make a mistake, and the chat would love it every time.
Probably playing Cassidy, and
yes,
somebody would get botched, but you got people still repping the RunAway jerseys. Those things are vintage now, not the sweater, but you know it's still a good
I still
effort.
have my Hoxall sweater that I got in Apex Season 2. I have this jersey as well as the RunAway hoodie in my esports archive of sick jerseys that I have in my house.
I forget if I got Hawks. I forget which sweater I got. Maybe I didn't get a named one. I think I was going to get Hoxall or Cox, and then KOX. You can't cancel me. No D colons in chat. But maybe I would have to go home and look and see which one I do have because I haven't even worn that one in a while.
I always get a jersey with a player's name on it. I usually never, even if the option is like, I want to give you one with your name on it. I'm like, no, I want to have a player's name so I can remember that moment and that time. When we did the Overwatch World Cup, and we got to get a Team Korea jersey, I put Flower's name on mine because I was like, well, this guy's probably going to be the best player of this tournament. Didn't end up happening that way, but it was very exciting, and it's an iconic jersey that I keep. And I chose Hoxall's because he was the most iconic player of RunAway leading into the Season 2 finals. So I have that sweater, unworn, untouched. Well, let's introduce Lunatic-Hai. Eska leading the charge. Who are you? And Guido, both DPS MVPs of their Apex titles. Lijiang, arguably the most famous player to have ever played the game.
I mean, he was the original GOAT. This is the guy that when you were talking about pre-Overwatch League era, he was the one who kind of took the world by storm with his play. His Ana is just iconic. You still can't really even think about Ana without thinking about Lijiang. He's one of the ones who really set the stage and showed what can be done with that hero, what you can achieve as a support, basically solo carrying before the era of Jonak on the Zenyatta. You know, it was just impeccable performances. Obviously, people have stepped up to the plate and have been able to kind of overtake him, but the legacy that he was able to achieve, the number of shutdowns that this guy had in his golden era back during, you know, seasons 2 and 3 of Apex were just absolutely untouchable.
He literally changed the game because he was able to sleep Genjis in animation, and at that time, in the early seasons of Apex, you would, if you slept them during the animation early enough, they would keep their ult charge, which was basically punishing Lijiang for being so good. He did that so consistently that the game was changed and patched so that if you actually hit it in the beginning of the animation, they would lose their ult because it just wasn't coded for the possibility of Jaehong hitting those sleep darts in Blade animation. Another player I really want to mention who changed the game, you know, we had Gesture play Winston earlier, but the OG Winston player, Miro, is playing his back for the first time in so long as a player here on the stage, and I'm definitely hoping that we're going to be seeing some Winston out of him tonight. The OG, the pioneer of how main tank Winston was played.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about players, you know, now like Gushue and whatnot, the Primal Blade, the stage was set for them, for him, and for all of these other crucial Winston players, including Jester himself, by Miro, who was the god. But we've got plenty of gods here on this RunAway squad as well. Bumper coming out as the one tank player for the team. It's been a damn long while since we've gotten to see him. Bumper stepping away. Been actively looking for team.
Yeah, we don't even know what Bumper looks like right now. I didn't see him before the match or anything like that. I'm like, I don't know. He could be a completely different person. It's been that long since we see him as,
All right.
Flag coming out. Runner leading the charge.
I'm curious to see what part of the set Runner is going to be breaking after this series or during it. But there he is, Bumper right there.
He looks
in
the
the middle of
same.
the pack. It's exactly the same. You love to see him as they make their way down to the stage. But Runner, ever the showman, coming out with a flourish and making sure he picks up the fan signs as he knocks them out of their hands.
It's been a long time coming to get this RunAway squad together, and you have the original DPS duo of Haksal and Stitch, right? And then second generation Hisu with Lijiang and Kangdoo who came into the second generation of RunAway as well, who were able to win immediately after RunAway's contenders win. They sent those players to the Overwatch League Season 3 of 2018 contenders. RunAway's like, nope, we're going to win it with a completely new roster. Runner is so good at scouting talent, famed for using his streamer tournament to actually get Faker famous enough for him to get picked up by SK Telecom T1 in League of Legends. The guy will scout anybody. He will find the best players at a young age and train them into unstoppable players. And from 2016 to RunAway's disbanding in 2021, that's exactly what he did. 5 years of running this team, and even for his 2 years of military service, somewhat influencing the team and still making sure it's on the right track with Flowervin, who's also been one of the managers of this team. I know she's here somewhere, no doubt, if she's not streaming this at home. And RunAway is the team everybody wanted to root for. And interestingly, this was the biggest rivalry in Overwatch, despite Lunatic-Hai and RunAway only meeting in one Apex Finals. And after Contenders happened, they were out of the game. The reason why the rivalry was so strong is because they both had the biggest fan bases, and everyone wanted them to meet in the finals, even though it only happened that one time. But it was always, is Lunatic-Hai going to get the best finish this tournament, or is it going to be RunAway? And it's just amazing that those fan bases are still here today, despite Lunatic-Hai disbanding in early 2018, becoming Seoul Dynasty, essentially.
Well, Runner will be starting alongside Kangdoo Jin, so we're going to be splitting apart. The second era, the second age duo of Kangdoo Jin and Lijiang gone, so Runner will be taking to the stage and likely calling the shots. Bumper, of course, going to be the mainstay in that tank position, you would suspect, as we have Hisu and Haksal for the DPS.
And Runner,
but
he's doing the playing coach thing where he's playing, but his chair is empty because he's coaching as well.
Yep. He's got to make sure, get the chats across, make sure everyone knows what's going on. But the thing that I'm more interested in seeing is Lunatic-Hai with this DPS setup, because we've got Jaehong Toby, classic setup there, Miro alongside him, but we've got Guido and Who Are You? Two players very much known for their Genji. Guido was able to pick up the MVP of Apex Season 3 Grand Finals when they were able to take down Kongdoo PANTHERA in that 9-map best of 7. That's right, 9 maps in a best of 7. If you didn't see that series, go watch it. It's one of the greatest series of all time.
And what's so interesting is they never played together because they were both the Genji player and the Genji Tracer duo, right? So it was Eska and Who Are You, then, of course, Eska and Guido. And Who Are You was controversially benched. For those Apex fans who remember, after that Season 2 win over RunAway, everyone's like, who's this Guido guy? Is he choking? He struggled through a lot of those important matches, but then cries when he gets the MVP when they barely defeat Kongdoo PANTHERA in that Apex Season 3 finals. 2 generations of DPS players in this very short-lived team, from season to season, back-to-back, making their name, but now playing alongside each other, because Guido, even when he moved to Seoul Dynasty and, of course, went to the Washington Justice, was a support player, transitioned away from the DPS role, but he is playing DPS tonight after retiring. He hasn't been around since his stint on Lucky Future in 2020, so we'll see how in form he is tonight, and I hope we get to see, selfishly, all 3 iterations. I want to see this DPS duo, which we're already getting, then Eska Who Are You, and Eska Guido. I want to see all 3.
I mean, I would just take a stab into the dark right now, and I don't think it's. I think the lights are dim. It's not pitch black or anything like that. Miro's coming back. We're probably going to be seeing him play the Winston. I'm suspecting that it's just going to be more of the dive that we were seeing from GC Busan that was working a treat for them in a few of those maps, because we saw Who Are You play a bit of Tracer this season on Shanghai, and it looked pretty darn good. So maybe we just have him come back through with the Tracer. Maybe we get to see Guido pick up the Genji. We just have that full-blown dive coming through from the team.
I think it's important to note that, you know, despite Lunatic-Hai being such a famous org, and it was one of the more short-lived orgs, but it made such an impact in 1 year that most people even heard of it, even if they hadn't watched those Apex games. They also have the least recent Overwatch League players, right? In terms of which one of these 4 teams is going to be competitive.
Right.
You've got Esk, who hasn't played the game professionally in half a decade. You have Who Are You, who is the most recent Overwatch League player, as you just mentioned. And then a bunch of players who are still involved in the competitive scene. Toby's coaching, Lijiang is streaming, so playing the game at a high level in solo queue. Miro has been coaching, obviously. You know, and Guido is still somewhat out of the game. But this team, compared to RunAway, you've got Huxel and Stitch, who played more recently, more competitively. You've got Hisu, who is their Overwatch League representative, and then Gangnam-jin and Lijiang. So the roster is a little bit more stacked here for RunAway going into this best of 5. That's something we have to put out there. But, you know, it's Runner. Who knows how well he's going to perform. We have a lot of questions. Bumper, he's been gone for a long time. And Bumper versus Miro in 2022, almost 2023. I'm here for it.
Oh, me too. I mean, you think about really the big clash, Season 2, we were kind of reviewing this and saying, okay, you know, was Runner still competing during that time? Or, you know, in Season 4, was he still playing for the squad? No, he had actually stepped away by that point in Apex Season 4, and that's when you kind of had the era of Bumper playing support alongside Cox. You had Kaiser on this squad, which was somebody else who would have been fantastic to see in this matchup, in this you know, whole little weekend tournament and whatnot. But yeah, it's completely amazing to see Bumper again. This guy's been looking for a team for a while. He's been trying to get himself back into the league, and I, for one, am all about it, and I wish that somebody would go ahead and take a chance on the guy because he's shown what he can do. As long as you get a team that can communicate with him and that can bail him out of impossible situations like RunAway has done so many times in the past, then yeah, I think that Bumper would be great to see again.
You know, I also got to mention Eichenwalde's in the map pool. So, you know, everybody knows the Eichenwalde Bridge and the story of Lunatic-Hai. RunAway as well on that map. Toby's Bridge on the Lucio.
The Heartbreak.
I really feel like that map is like, it's Chekhov's gun for this series. I know that, like, now that I've said this, it can't not happen, right? I'm willing it into being. It will occur when we get to hybrid. It has to, right? There's so much story between these two, so many stories between these two teams and how they've met up, but also like what their fan base has meant to the meteoric rise of competitive Overwatch in the early days here in Korea.
Yeah, I mean, everybody who was watching, can remember those finals and just hearing the roars of the crowd with every single team introduction, whether it was RunAway, Lunatic-Hai, Kongdoo, PANTHERA in Season 3, even GC Busan, once getting into Season 4, obviously very much dwarfed by RunAway in that final as far as the fan base was concerned, but still were able to kind of flip the script and play against the audience to be able to get themselves that championship and really ride into the sunset of the first season of Overwatch League. But yeah, we're just getting the players set up now.
Yep, everyone's getting their gear checked and whatnot. The really interesting part about all of this to me is just that this, like, how do I put this? If someone told me, if somebody called me and said, hey, we're going to do this Apex match, which did happen, by the way, but, and they also were like, look, these are the players that confirmed, but if somebody told me, like, would you be down to cast this? Like, let's see what happens. And they told me who was going to show up. I wouldn't have actually thought that literally they could get all these players and it would actually happen. Like, some players, but I'm busy, I don't want to do that, I'm out of form right now. S could be like, man, I'd love to, but I don't know if I'm good enough right now. But everybody said yes and everybody showed up. It's a real miracle, honestly, that we have all these people here in the first place.
Oh yeah, I mean, even more impressive would have been if we could have gotten Africa Blue back together. I mean, you know, rejoining like Arhan and Recry and whatnot from that era would have been.
We'll have to save that for the next Overwatch Legends battle.
Yeah, can we
Bring back Envious as well.
Blizzard, can we make this a regular occurrence? Like,
Once a year?
How about a once a year thing? Yeah, that sounds pretty good to me. Why the hell not?
We could do the Overwatch League Legends next time. Bring all those players too.
Or we could at least like start by expanding it into like contenders, get X6 back together,
X6,
maybe some
yeah.
Element Mystic from season 3 of contenders would be good. I'd be down for that. You guys got my number. You just give me Wolf another call and we'll make it happen. But here we go. Once again, we are going to be starting on Shambali Monastery, as we will just have that through all of the series, and then we will have, of course, Ramatra as the must-pick tank for our second round of Control, or second map, as we go into Control. And yeah, we'll see how these guys now fare with those picks, and also what they're going to be piloting. We can guess, just given what we've seen, the strength of Reinhardt in recent metas, that it's unlikely that it happens. It's probably more likely that we get to see Bumper's Winston, which he's still incredibly well versed at. But I would also love to see the Rhine come out at some point.
I would not be shocked if Bumper is insanely good at Doomfist. Like, you know what I mean? It's a hero that suits his playstyle. He can be up in your face. He can be very annoying. He can escape really well at low health and get healed up. Both Winston and Doomfist, I think, are two heroes that really suit his style. He will, of course, lock in the Reinhardt to tease at the beginning of this, but I don't think we'll see it come to pass here on this attack run. Gangnam Jin on the Ana to start things off. Jaehong not flashing the Ana yet. He's saving that for a more special time.
Well, you can suspect that, you know, even with a couple of the players on either, mostly on RunAway's side, not being of that era, this is still a matchup that carries quite a bit of weight to it because they have inherited that rivalry, that pressure.
Hisu was probably maybe 15 or 16 when those first matchups were happening. He was super young, obviously, and probably looked up to these players and might have even inspired him to completely go pro, right? And then, of course, joined RunAway, and now he's playing against said Lunatic-Hai legends in this matchup. In terms of comps here, RunAway, Genji out for Haksal to start things off. Not a shocker.
Not at all. And yep, as anticipated, it is Wario on the Tracer, but it's not going to be Guido matching on the Genji for the full-blown dive. He's going to be on that Sojourn, so we'll see how he fares. For now, Hisu going to be able to find first blood, shutting down the Winston God himself and Miro. As Bumper goes diving into the back line. The first punch not going to find anything, but into the meat grinder goes the members of Lunatic-Hai, getting ripped apart now. As a RunAway just piles in on top of them. Topi going to be making his exit as best as humanly possible. Oxel going to be zoned back, and seems like for now, there will be a slight little reprieve for Lunatic-Hai, but the cart still moves forward to RunAway.
Love to see Runner on the Lucio, by the way.
Oh, of course.
The only hero he played, basically, the role was not called main support back then. It was called Lucio. That was the role.
Pretty much.
So, you know, he's on it here, and, you know, it feels classic.
Nice little deny on the high ground. Bumper unable to get that big seismic slam across. And then Jim and Runner both going to be taking quite a bit of damage, and Bumper is going to be eliminated here in the front line. Miro finding the kill. HP bar is looking relatively good here for the side of Lunatic-Hai, as Hoxel's got nowhere to go, so gets picked off, and Jaehong will find the Runner.
Bumper hoping to get that ult there, fails to get the charge in time, and there's not enough burst healing to keep him alive, and that's the first pick that leads to the collapse of the dominoes here for RunAway. He has it now, but if he had just gotten 3% more of that charge, he gets to ult and force the fight there. Gangnam Jin can set up the rush, and they should be able to push through the A, but he just barely can't get that last tick of ultimate. Lunatic-Hai punish him.
Alright, nice little shutdown. For a bit it was looking like RunAway we're just going to have a clear and concise push through into point A, but they do buy some extra time now. Meteor Strike going to be dropping down. Gangnam Jin going to be eliminated. Mosquito finds a good little rail. Runner as well finished off. That's going to be the supports now dealt with. Who are you with the Pulse Bomb? Not going to be able to find any follow-up kills. The fight very much still widely being won as Bumper tries to get himself out of a sticky situation, but cannot. Miro finishes him off. Hisu will give a parting gift over to Who Are You. That's about as good as it's going to get, and now it's going to be 1 minute and 35 seconds remaining for RunAway as they need to try to get into point A.
Lunatic-Hai looking very good here if they can shut down this Blade, and even still they're going to force RunAway to use so many resources with the Primal Rage. Miro holds here to take A, so time is ticking away from RunAway. Lunatic-Hai have done such a great job at stalling this out.
Guido going low, Hisu pops that rail, gets the kill. Runner going to be traded out. So support for a DPS for the moment. Sisu under an immense amount of pressure. Mirror with the Primal, trying to knock him down, trying to find that kill. He cannot. Makes a quick little slide on the rooftop, jumps back out to safety. The card advancing forward, getting closer and closer now as Bumper tries to keep everybody pushed away from this. Tries to deny a recontest. Dive down off the high ground. Toby goes in, finds Hisu actually. I thought he was just going for the touch, but no, he goes for the kill. Hawks with the blade pull, not going to be able to find anything. Who Are You shuts him down. Bumper, the Meteor Strike having been used, puts him in a precarious spot as the cleanup is going to be coming in. RunAway. I mean, Runner, you need to die right now. Go for the reset. Guido going to be fighting 2 on the back end. And now with 33 seconds remaining, RunAway have to win this fight with just the sound barrier.
Yeah, this is going to be really tough. Lunatic-Hai did such a great job with Miro's Winston there to buy enough time to force those resources out. The blade comes up pretty empty. Bumper looking for a pick here with the Roadhog swap. No gentleman's agreement here. Just wants to be able to come to this point, set up a pick so they can win a 5v4. Easier said than done.
Cart rolled back a bit. 8 seconds remaining. Pulse bomb out. Hisu going to be taken down. Who Are You finds the opening kill. The touch still needs to come in. No one can touch the card quite just yet, and they're just not going to make it happen.
Hey, not a C9, but not a touch either. Haksal dash still on cooldown, it looks like. Not able to double jump his way in. And Jaehong is having the time of his life. They held him on A. And Lunatic-Hai starting off with a fiery defense here. And look, I told you, I told everyone who's watching this match, all my friends texted me like, it's so good to see these players together. I was like, this could be the most one-sided matchup of today. You know, I'm thinking RunAway is going to have their way with Lunatic-Hai just because it's been so long for some of these players, but they're coming in and, I mean.
What? I don't even see him.
Yeah, I mean, that's just crazy.
Alrighty.
Lunatic-Hai looking great out the gates.
That they are, and now in need of a good old fuller hold. Here's RunAway if they want to walk away with a win. We'll see if they can make it happen, but pressure certainly playing against them here as Haksal taking a couple flips around. Looks like he's going to be going back to the Genji. Okay.
What's so interesting about Guido here with Who Are You is that Guido is playing a more long-range style hero in the Sojourn, which has never really been his play style. He played a little bit of Soldier, like when it called for it, and some weird, you know, triple DPS metas and stuff like that. But back before the 2-2-2 lock, if you guys remember.
Well before the 2-2-2 lock.
Yeah. But he's playing the Sojourn very well here. So we'll see if he can keep it up here. Is Who Are You gonna look for an opening Sonic?
Jaehong spamming through, looking for a straight headshot, not going to get any. For now, just going to be the neutral push coming through. Haksal finally leading the charges on the Tracer to go ahead and get an initial touch of the cart. Now the dive comes in, Bumper joining on the low ground. Hisu going to be tagged up just a bit, the healing starts coming in. He manages to use that second lease on life to find a headshot on Ryu Jaehong. Takes him down, he's top back up. Are firmly in control of RunAway for now, which is exactly what they need if they want to be able to close out this map.
Easter's got a really nice line of sight here, building up a ton of ult charge.
Ooh, it was a decent read from Hisu. Was suspecting a push on that right-hand side, but didn't quite get to see Who Are You. Has now made his way up onto the high ground. Spotted for a brief little moment there. Suits turn over to the side, and widely all of Lunatic-Hai are going to get themselves up onto that right side wraparound. Haksal duking it out up close and personal, puts a bit of damage down on the Toby, but cannot find any eliminations. And Hisu still again going to be leading the charge, this time getting the better of Guido, and Bumper will be the one taking down Ryu Jaehong this time around. The follow-up kills found. A little minor stagger coming through as they look for a bit more, and Miro with that little rocket punch should not be able to exit, and he cannot. RunAway are playing this out pretty damn perfectly.
Yeah, it's a great start, and you know, we're so blessed to have had that Hisu first-person view actually while he was threatened by both DPSs.
Hashtag
of course,
blessed.
a Winston, hashtag blessed. With the Winston to threaten him too, he still gets the pick with that railgun shot. Such good game sense.
Ooh. Good amount of damage there on the Toby. Toby leading, both supports actually very much leading towards that ult charge, so could be a big tipping point here in favor of Lunatic-Hai as the sound barrier comes in from Toby, saves Ryu Jaehong's life now. It's going to be the Kitsune rush off the back end. Who Are You lobs in the pulse bomb this time, not going to be able to find anything, but Jaehong and Guido both get taken down. He's able to find another kill. Now Haksal getting the better of Who Are You. Trade back starts coming in. Miro and Toby manage to find one apiece, but Toby dead, Miro taken down, and now that's going to be half the time bank drained away as RunAway still managed to hold firm.
This really has been such a duel of the DPS players here. Who are you going to make the swap over to his legendary Genji early on in this series? Because they know they need a big fiery dive pick here onto the backline to shut Hisu down, because he's the biggest man on the map right now. He's been hitting these shots incredibly well. His positioning has been phenomenal. Game sense we mentioned earlier. He knows the flank angles.
Runner taking down, the headshot comes in. Consider Rush still going to be coming right here by Gangnam Jin, but Runner needs to respawn and get back in here quickly if they want to try to save this fight, but already 3 kills going to be coming through. Bumper able to find Toby on the back end, and now with Hoxel going down, Bumper will be the last one to die on the cart, which means that Lunatic-Hai finally broken away can start this push. So Sound Barrier versus a Primal. RunAway need to make good use of this shielding.
Yeah, the Primal angle here. The timing is a little bit awkward for Lunatic-Hai because Miro could try to stop them from touching the cart if they were a little bit further on, but it's not that scenario here, and Whoareyou's going to need a lot of time to build that blade.
You dive forward, Hoxel joining in. You just play the corner, kind of cheat around this one. But he's soon going to be taken out. Lijiang finds that kill. Sound Barrier just a second too late for Runner to try to keep him alive. Meteor Strike now going to be used. Bumper gets a pick on Nagito, but needs to find a lot more than that as Runner will fall yet again. Hoxel under a bit of fire. Off screen, Bumper does find Toby, but they need to get the cart right now. 0.63 meters left to go. The recall coming out. They push through, and yet again, RunAway just can't keep it contested. Lunatic-Hai will push their way to victory, and it was looking damn good for RunAway for a little bit there, but Lunatic-Hai managed to persevere in the end. They start things off 1-0.
Yeah, don't be fooled by that graphic. It's, of course, Lunatic-Hai ahead 1 in this series, but man, a very short map as we had the fuller hold actually come, it was the win condition and weren't able to make it happen, but with that full of a hold, the map's going to end quickly, and really, really exciting to see how competitive Lunatic-Hai actually look with Guido and Who Are You, the unlikely DPS duo, and Hisu definitely making a huge mark on that map with his Sojourn, but just isn't able to get it done in the end. I mean, this is basically about who got the first picks and who ended up setting up those kills. It's not an old economy game. This is not about the overclock as much as it was just about the aim and the skill. You know, it was a hands game here on the first map.
I mean, one of the things that you said was that kind of did come to fruition was that Bumper looks pretty good as Doomfist. His movement tech is very much on point, and for a guy who has never had cause to play this in his career because Doomfist wasn't a tank when he was playing in the league, it looks very well practiced. You can tell that the guy has been on the grind, just trying to get himself back into the league. So we'll see how this continues to develop going deeper into the set.
If you lose Lunatic-Hai, we can get married. I don't know who she gave the eyes glare to there on the Lunatic-Hai roster, but maybe it was the DPS player who's stepping down. Looks like Eska might be subbed in before the second map. And for RunAway here, see what subs do come to pass here. Might not actually be a sub, might just be Eska coming to hang out and chat it up. As that is the OG head coach of Lunatic-Hai, by the way, from the Apex days, hanging out with the old squad. Love to see it.
And there's Stitch. Giving a quick little back rub to Bumpers. And it's all right. You got this. You guys can pull this off.
It's very rare to have, it's usually only in newer esports like when Runner was doing this, but it's very rare to have a coach who is also playing in the game itself. And I think Lucio as a hero allowed for a lot of that because of how he was played back then.
Sure.
The way the hero is played is changed a lot, and the skill has advanced a lot since Runner's time, of course, but it's cool to see him still having like that RunAway father role, but also coaching, but literally playing in the game like he did back in those old Apex days.
I mean, we talk about Runner, but let's give another shout out to another legend of Apex from the first season, and Internet Hulk, who very much did the same thing. Was able to guide the team, from that captain's seat in the booth on stage, piloting the Lucio, amongst other things from time to time, and was able to get that first season victory. But Runner, we'll see what he can cook up going into the second map, and also what that map selection is going to be. Suspect that might be what is being written down on the piece of paper for now.
Yep. Will be control for the Ramatra control.
Yes, indeed. So we get to see Bumper with that one. So a bit of a change up Is now go from playing ranged into melee on a whim.
Unless somebody roll swamps, he's going to be in for each and every map. The only tank player on this roster. Although he has played, his fair share of Reaper in the past, where he gets his name from, and of course his support role.
His classic support days.
Yeah.
I don't think we're going to be seeing that throughout this tournament, though. Just given, well, A, only tank player. B, you have Lijiang, you have Kongdoo, you have Runner, so flipping Bumper over to that would truly just be a big flex on your opponents if you can pick up a win with it.
The same is true, of course, for Lunatic-Hai. They only have one tank player in Miro, so makes sense for that to be the limiting role, since that is the role that is locked to one hero, of course, in the current format of Overwatch. Lunatic is the best, is what that sign says there, and it's... The fan base of Lunatic-Hai largely followed those players to Seoul Dynasty and are the Seoul Dynasty fans you at least for the early days, know and love. And I think Seoul Dynasty's fans have evolved over the years, of course, but this is the hardcore, the OGs, right? And I think so many of them will put the Seoul Dynasty jersey in the closet and hang it up and bring the Lunatic-Hai jerseys out tonight for this team. And already starting off with a banger first map win is not something I saw coming, and not something I predicted, but the way in which they did it as well is just makes me smile.
Well, looks like we will be having some swaps. Perhaps they're writing down the substitutions on the sheet there.
There seems to be some confusion about a rule set or something like that.
You both can't step away. You're just going to have Lijiang play this one out by himself. Like, not sure about that one.
Maybe, I mean, it's possible that, okay, so legitimately what could be happening is Lijiang wants to sit in a different seat, so that he wants to move into like runner's seat, and then Kongdoo comes in and sits in his seat, and so the staff is like, we don't need that. Like, yes, this is how we do it. I always sit on the left, and like that might actually be what's happening right now. I'm really just caster theorizing. I have no idea.
Either way, seems like there's just a little bit of minor explanation to be done as... Wait, surely not. Stitch? Support? In my Overwatch gameplay?
He was like, nah, you can't sub me out, dude. Not doing it. You have to play support. Now, usually it's a rule in terms of seating positions. Okay, they are going to swap. Haksal, I don't know. This is just happening live. We're just figuring it out on the fly. Like, oh, Stitch, don't fall over. Be careful.
Stage. Yeah, that's Runner's job. Stitch can't get injured unless Runner directly causes the injury to him. If anyone remembers the old Runner headbutting Stitch after they won a match.
Yep. Good old Eye of the Kaiser, a little bit of a fist bump through the ceiling and things like that. The ceiling's pretty high here at the WDG studio. So I don't know if it feels like the ceiling is not as worried about the runner pop-off as it has been in booths past, let's say. We used to play Overwatch competitively in booths until, in Korea anyways, until very recently, in the last few years. Even Contenders was played in booths for a long time.
It was, and it's a trope is the wrong word, but it was a consistent factor in a lot of Korean esports.
It was a tradition almost, you know.
It's something that I very much miss. Obviously, in other countries and whatnot, like in the U.S., it can be issue causing because they say, "Oh, we've got fire codes and these booths aren't safe." What if there's a fire? How are these 5 people going to get out of a booth?
What if people get really nostalgic and demand this always because it's so sick like it used to be in the old days?
Yeah.
It's expensive. We would make those big boxes with the really nice shiny glass that isn't reflective so you can actually see the players. It's tricky. The booths were hard to build, and you would pump. So how the booths worked is you would obviously put sound blockers on your head like they have, all the players have on stage here. But then you would also have a soundproof booth, and then within the booth you would have blasting loud music. Sometimes just like sound of like waves crashing. Sometimes literally white noise like static. It may depend on the tournament and when the tournament organizer what they would put in there, but it was basically a way to make sure that the crowd couldn't affect the players in any way. And technology for blocking sound and stuff has gotten better, but still, I mean, that booth technology, man, and that booth image that esports started with is something that will never be erased in my mind.
Same here. Well, it seems like we've gotten to the bottom of what all the kerfuffle and
Did we? I just
confusion
stopped.
was about.
I just stopped watching the players shuffling around. Where are we going?
We have Runner stepping away. Haksal is moving into support position. And then Stitch is coming in for Haksal in the DPS position, which is why the whole confusion was Haksal needs to move over to be in the support seat, and then Stitch can move over into the DPS seat, and yada, 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 so on and so forth. So that is where the confusion came in. But now that we've got it taken care of and he sat back down, we should be able to carry on our merry way. And this kind of does make sense. I mean, I would suspect that this is going to be for Brigida yet again, which does feel a bit more map dependent for RunAway, but they could just be busting this out for control. And I could see that working decently well with Ramatra.
Yeah, so Haksal was the Brigida player in GOATS, for those who didn't follow back before.
He was the Brigida player.
He was
in
the
GOATS.
Brigida player.
He was the best one, even though some people would say that he was overrated, which is wrong.
Yeah, we don't like to talk about that anymore, except past 2 a.m. when it's just me and you laid out at night. But anyway, I'm
still annoyed by it!
The reason why he was such a good Brigida player was because he had such a good game sense as to where his positioning would be. And sometimes Genji was still played in the early days of GOATS, and his ability to know how to shut the Genji down with the stun was so good because he was the Genji guy. So he's like, I know how to stop the Genji. I am the best Genji. I could shut down every other Genji that competes with me. And so he was very good at it, as we see Lijiang will come in for Runner. And Haksal, I don't know if he'll play Brigida. I wouldn't be surprised if he plays Kitsune, or, you know, just because, or Kiriko, sorry. Yeah. Kitsune is the name of the ult. Just because he is really good at heroes like that.
That's true.
We'll see. We'll see. I'm hoping that he actually does play the Brigida, and we do see like Brigida Ramatra, because it seems like there's a lot of synergy if you're trying to play that style. And they have map pick, so they could pick Lijiang and then play that style like we saw in the previous series.
I'll have to just wait and see what the selection is going to be, but it seems like we are now a little bit closer to being able to get into that second map and seeing what it's going to be. So now that we've got the little musical chairs settled on stage, we should be good to go, and we get to see Stitch for the first time in a while.
Yeah, it's been a long time since he stepped away from pro play after his stint on the Washington Justice in 2020. He left Overwatch right when I did, you know? But we're back tonight together.
Hand in hand.
Who knows? Maybe I'll come back one day. Maybe it'll be a Wolf Resurgence. Who knows? But it's great to see him here. I feel robbed because we don't get to see Haksal Stitch, which we didn't see since Vancouver Titans.
Very true.
And that was the OG RunAway squad making their mark on the world in an international sense, because Overwatch League obviously is an international tournament, even before geolocation and stuff like that. But they'll be playing together on the same squad, just not in the DPS lock-in.
Just curious. I mean, I would guess that this is still just going to be the Sojourn Tracer setup here. Stitch, one of the classic Tracer players. So maybe that is just going to be the lineup that they go for. But on Control, I could see them changing things up a little bit, especially if Haxel's going to be running something a little bit different. You're probably correct in calling that it's going to be Kiriko, but it would be neat if they wanted to run something a little bit more up-in-your-face, brawlish. Maybe go for the Reinhardt, back it up with the Cassidy from Stitch. You know what I'm saying? You know.
Yeah, I mean, could be a thing. Not on this map, of course, because we have the Ramatra lock-in, but.
That's true. Never mind. I forgot about that.
But it would be strong. It would be strong.
Already slipped my mind.
Well, we had this long, weird substitution thing, but it's all going to be worked out in the end. Who's on the phone? Mom, I'm watching the Legends battle.
No, I'm not my Hagwon. I'm studying right now. Just ignore all the sounds in the background. I'm definitely at school.
Mom, I'm watching Guido play DPS on Lunatic-Hai versus RunAway. What year is it?
Oh, boy.
It's Nepal. Not going to be Lijiang this time around. RunAway's map pick for Control. So a lot more space available on this map, I think, to play the Sojourn style.
Okay.
Pharah still possibility, but Not with Haksal sitting on the support role. But, you know, it is what it is. He's not playing Mei either, is he? He's not playing any of his iconic heroes unless he's playing Brigitte.
True.
Which I could hope for. I know Brigitte's not everyone's favorite,
Hey,
but...
you can see it on the other side. Who are you? Pharah, something that he could bust out. That or the Echo, for that matter.
True.
Either pick is been quite a very solid one for him in the league. But let's see what they got pieced together as we are ready to go ahead and jump into map number 2 here in our second series of the evening. And looking like, pretty much what we had anticipated. Stitch flashing the Tracer for now. Like he's just going to get that TP forward for everybody. And Haksal is going to be showing the Kiriko. So seems like this is just going to be the way.
Yeah, I mean, I mentioned it was a good pick for him because I think it's the playstyle that she shows suits his knowledge of timings, when to use the immortality, when he's going to ult. Obviously, his ability to dash to his allies gives him a lot of power to roam around and be a menace. But the other thing is it's just really meta right now. So that was the other part of my prediction.
All right, well, Lijiang with a fast rollout, gets himself here to the center pillar, just ahead of Toby. Playing up above here on the pillar for now, just getting spot out, trying to force Who Are You away. Lijiang, of course, one that is always happy to play right on the edge of just, godliness and absolute insanity. As they try to move forward, Miro looking to contest this point. Takes a little bit of damage, initial lockdown looking decent for RunAway. 3 contests now coming through. Miro consistently getting chunked out. Has to go for the block. Try to keep himself alive, but even in the HP bars are just so very low. Bumper gets up close and personal, manages to take Toby down, and that should just be the unraveling of Lunatic-Hai here on the first attack.
This is really massive. We mentioned it in the first series with the Ramatra game, but it's just so valuable to be able to hold choke points defensively on control with Ramatra. It's just going to allow him to do stuff like this where he can poke around corners, farm, ult charge, use his Nemesis form to just kind of kite back easily and get back to the point without really taking any damage. He's got the tank passive. He's not going to be giving over ult charge while he trades this, really. And so he can get up to his ult and then use it to buy so much time on the point in conjunction with support ultimates, which are coming online soon.
Ooh, who are you? Pulse bomb at the ready, but so is Stitches. Ooh.
No, a pause in my Legends match.
Oh my
Legends battle.
God. Well, we'll see what the issue is and get back into it. A little bit of an awkward moment to have a pause, but
so Guido is using the hair clips here to keep the hair out of his eyes. I find that to be personally relatable because when I was a fencer, I had really long hair, and so I actually had to have hair clips like that to keep the hair out of my eyes because you're wearing the giant fencing mask, right? And you can't touch your face without like removing the mask really to brush your hair aside. Very annoying. So, wow, I'm like, he and I, we can relate to each other in this really bizarre way. I just want to point that out because we got to talk about something during this pause.
yeah, I never had to wear hair clips when I was fencing as well, but that was one of the things that we learned very early on when we started casting together. It was, oh, you know what? We used to fence. That was about it.
We liked video games a lot.
It's very true. Okay, seems like it's just a mic issue here on the side of RunAway, so hopefully we can get that taken care of rather quickly and then get back into the game where Miro is very much in danger of dying.
Yeah, certainly is. And any stagger, any slowdown here with RunAway's position is potentially going to be super deadly for Lunatic-Hai here on this first point of control. As pause is happening, but the spirits of the players unshaken. Everyone's smiling, joking around. Looks like we got it resolved.
Aha! Well, straight back into the action. Let's see what happens. Miro staying alive, at least for now. Pulse bomb still going to be held here by Stitch. Not committing into the fight, but nearly 50% built up for RunAway back over onto the point. Bumper going to go charging forward. They move in, the pulse bomb goes out. Stitch able to find Who Are You with a natural kill. The pulse bomb not leading to much, but still 2 kills found. Now 3, now 4. Toby going to be the last one standing.
Was a little bit worried about Stitch using his recall early there, perhaps a panic move after the pause onset, because he didn't, at the onset of the pause, like maybe he was like, gotta make sure I don't mess this up and get picked here, because he needs to be part of that force to push them through. But regardless, after the recall, they corralled him into that room, and instead of using the ult to buy time on the point, Bumper wanted to stagger them, and I think his hope was he could actually stop Miro from getting an ult at all and just win the point 100-0. But unfortunately, Miro is going to get it, so Lunatic-Hai have a great contest here with all their ults.
It was a good disruptive shot there for a moment. Now it's going to be the Rush V. Rush Hoxel starting things off. Overclock out from Hisu, looking for a target. Sound barrier gets dropped in by Toby. Not going to be denied there. Lijiang on. Oh, pushing the limits. Narrowly saves Hisu's life. Took him low, and Hisu immediately makes use of that, finding the disruptor shot kill on Nagito. Miro going to be taken down as well. Jae Hong now cleaned up. His Stitch has been looking damn clean today.
Really
It's
does.
like we have just taken a old time machine back into the past, because boy, what a map from him. 100% to 0 RunAway.
Now,
looking good at the start.
I'm going to do that obnoxious wolf thing where I make everything about the past in Apex, but for those who watch Lunatic-Hai, and the hardest of hardcore Lunatic-Hai fans will always tell you, might lose control, might lose the first map, might happen in that best of 5, but you bounce back. But Lunatic-Hai's worst map type historically was control, and obviously these are completely different rosters. Not really that different, realistically. 2 DPS here for Lunatic-Hai, never played together, but bit of a struggle here at the beginning. I thought it was creative the way they used the Annihilation RunAway there to stagger Lunatic-Hai, then had the advantage there, force Lunatic-Hai's hand on the point. 100-0 is how we start.
All right, back in with the continued mirrored matchups. Miro, trying to lead the charge, pulls down the staircase, takes quite a bit of damage. Down low, as RunAway will be able to pressure him out. Hisu getting the rail shot to go ahead and finish the kill. Lijiang on now searching for a target. It's frantically, he's constantly switching back and forth. Changing his sights. Spotted Guido for a brief little moment, but as the point gets unlocked, RunAway should be able to claim this first and foremost yet again.
It's like Miro just unfortunately the one with the target on his back right now. He's getting picked so early in these fights, and Lunatic-Hai just don't have a leg to stand on without it, the Ramatra.
Oh man, they are just completely locked in. Big shove back out of the room. Hisu again comes up with a headshot, this time with the Guido. Takes him down as Bumper just punching away, throws the block, gets some healing through, and it seems like Bumper is right back to his old ways of just limit testing and seeing how far he can push without dying.
Yep, it does feel like
he's got Annihilation.
The old days. He does have Annihilation here at 23%, and Hoxel just saves his Afuda cards to heal him up. All the heals go into him.
And he's right back to his old ways, charging forward. Ult is popped, and yep, just gonna go ahead, start zapping away at Miro, trying to take him down, which is inevitable. Bumper cleans up Toby to boot. But we did find Stitch, Lijiang on dead, so a little bit of a trade, but Bumper will find 3 in the fight as Guido falls. And can I just say,
is Bumper back to Overwatch?
I was gonna say, can somebody just sign this man already? Because he's looking pretty good.
There's still some slots open, right? Still early days. Overwatch League a few months away.
There's still time. They extended the signing period, so maybe make it happen.
Just saying. You may have locked up your main tank player, but have you locked up your Ramatra player yet? That's the question.
Hey, Albert from Florida, you want to get this going?
Give me a call. Let's see what I can do. All right, RunAway with a massive lead here. There's the rush.
Yeah, I mean, they're looking for the back-to-back 100-0s. Rush for Rush. Beat going to be coming through from Toby. Lijiang not quite having his yet. Miro, who pushes forward, finds 2 kills. Hoxel and Bumper will go down. It seems like it's not going to be able to be 100-0 this time around. Hisu will find 1, takes out Toby. There's a bit of a parting gift before he dies. Stitch will extend this, and Lijiang actually pulls the trigger on this. They're going to throw the sound barrier in? They're going to try to 2v4? Well, so far they don't surrender the point, but now they die, and Lijiang probably going to be saying, well, maybe it was a little too much faith.
Yeah, that's definitely something we're going to have to criticize a little bit. I think too much faith is a nice way to put it, and the way that Lunatic-Hai held that so well, or rather took that so well without using their ultimates, was really massive. However, Miro kind of panicked and used his Annihilation during that sound barrier. So at the end of the day, despite the waste of the ultimate there, they traded for Miro's defensive Annihilation, which is actually a massive trade-up for RunAway given their 90-20 lead.
Oh, looking for the drop-down pulse stick. Not going to be able to get that. So turns their sights back over towards Bumper. Trying to lead them back in towards the point. Punch is coming through, just absolutely beating the hell out of him. Bumper, though, will get the pummel cross on Amiro, but now traded out. So Ramatra's down on either side. Toby, however, going to get picked off. Lijiang is starting some dominance after the bit of a botched sound barrier. Jae-Hong now has his work cut out for him. He's trying to connect these guys through, quite make it happen. Throws down the Suzu, needs to TP back over onto the point to join in with Who Are You, but that doesn't really get him out of a sticky situation, just puts him right back into an even stickier
This
one.
is nasty.
The cleanup comes
They
through,
have annihilation.
91%.
I mean, touching is going to be so hard for Lunatic-Hai here. One try.
Proved to be difficult, but yeah, Toby going to be taken down. Stitch finds the kill, and no one can get there in time. And there you have it. RunAway able to answer back with in dominant fashion to go ahead and take our second map. Didn't quite catch what percent Lunatic-Hai got to, but either way, RunAway now tie the series at 1-1.
I think one of the untold stories for us in that second round, one of the things we didn't focus on so much is how much work the DPS players of RunAway actually did in that neutral. Stitch was absolutely popping, and as a result, Haksal got to use all of his Afuda healing onto Bumper only. He never really had to heal the DPS as they were forcing recalls out of the Lunatic-Hai DPS side. Lunatic-Hai DPS side was losing that 2v2. So Bumper just had all of the healing resources because, you know, unlike Lucio, as Kiriko, you have to be really careful to decide where you're going to heal, where you're going to put those resources in. You're very limited in that regard, and Bumper got all of the resources, so ends up winning the trades against Miro. It looks like Miro is just messing up, like, how's he getting dunked on this hard? But I think part of it is because he had more healing resources, Bumper that is, because the DPS war was being won off camera so much there by the RunAway squad.
I mean, Bumper always has more healing resources than everybody else in the game. That's been the story of his career as a tank player. But yeah, I mean, nicely piloted. Just looks very much at home, whether it's the Doom or the Ramatra right now. We'll see. As Lunatic-Hai will go ahead and scoop up a map selection for themselves.
Eichenwalde? Maybe.
Surely.
Maybe.
Surely. It has
RunAway's
to be.
worst map for so long.
It's got to be the fan service pick. Just give us the Eichenwalde, show us Toby on the bridge. And see, there are going to be some shufflings of the rosters on either side.
It's the lore pick, right? It's fated, right? We will will it into being. It has to be Eichenwalde, right?
Well, it seems like Haksal is slotting back over to DPS, if I'm correct, replacing
like
Hisu, and I think Stitch is staying. So I think that we're finally going to get the Stitch Haksal DPS lineup with Bumper on tank. I just need to see what the rest of the support is going to look like. As it's
Runner, you staying or going?
Looks like he's gonna be going. So I guess it's gonna be a Lijiang Gangnam Jin.
Yeah.
Set up here for them.
And
so 3 old age players,
yeah.
and then the 2 newer support generations getting ready to clash. And if it just comes down to Eichenwalde, oh, it's gonna be juicy.
I thought I saw Guido get up, but I'm not 100% sure. We'll have to get another peek back at the Lunatic-Hai roster and see if it is going to be Eska coming in. You know, a little bit of Eska Cassidy, maybe a little bit of Eska Tracer. You know, that's what I need in my life. I mean, if he doesn't get subbed in, I'm starting to worry if he's going to play tonight. Like, you've got to play him, okay? It's not in the rules, but it's in the Wolf rules.
Yeah.
It's my rules are the same, except it says Eska has to play at least once in every best of 5.
Well, they're preparing the graphic, but I'll just go ahead and say it to make you feel better. Guido is out. Eska is going to be stepping in for this map. We still don't know which map it's going to be, but we'll have to just wait and see. And it is going to be Gangnam Jin coming back through to join alongside his old school teammate, Lijiang, in that support lineup. So I am going to be thoroughly entertained.
No matter what, I'm going to be thoroughly entertained, but it is... It's a close series so far already. Yes, both maps were one-sided, but it makes it to a competitive 1-1 scoreline. And fans are ready, the fans are hyped, and the only thing that makes it better is if we go to that map 3 Eichenwalde I've been wanting and hoping for, and it just feels like it's fated, man. Oh, look at this! This is sick! Using the letters from all of the OG orgs to spell out Overwatch legends. Man, if I find her, I'm gonna be like, can I keep that sound put on my wall?
Oh, that's awesome. Got a little messed up with the kerning on the Kongdoo and CL1. That KO's a little far separated, but you know what? I'm still really like
this. It's a shout out to KO, the region code for Korea.
I see.
Just to remind everyone, this is the Korean Overwatch Legends.
I mean, a lot of people probably, again, we're talking about teams that people might not know existed, but Rox Orca's there at the bottom of the one sign to finish off the Legends word. The debut team for Geguri when she started her career.
Metabellum?
Yep.
Or Bellium, as it was called in Korea.
Yep. So many just story teams, the ones that have just kind of been, forgotten to the ages because they weren't, the championship teams in their respective eras, but many that we remember with very fond thoughts.
So, I mentioned taking that side. If I see her, I'm going to be like, can I keep that? I'll put it on my wall. When we did the Apex Season 4 finals, where we were the two casters who held up the signs, the I get it, we get it, I still have those, actually. Those cheerfuls we held up in our caster walkout. Got them in my house, man. I keep everything. I've got all the esports artifacts in my house, all the Overwatch ones especially.
I have 3 jerseys between these two teams that are playing right now. My one Lunatic-Hai Jaehong jersey, and then I've got the modern era RunAway, and as well as the sweater.
Zumba gave me his. I have Zumba's. Sad he's not able to make it tonight. Shout out to Zumba and Kaiser, of course, two iconic players who are not playing in this Legends battle tonight.
I didn't quite see which player it was, but I know one of the players on stage right now for Lunatic-Hai is actually wearing a Zumba jersey, so he's here in spirit.
Yeah, love to see that.
But he himself getting ready to undergo his military service. But hopefully on the back end, we'll get to see him returning to the esports scene and continuing to dominate wherever he may go.
Yeah. And no matter what game he plays, too, we'll always remember where he came from, where he started.
Exactly.
And looks like it's time to reveal the map. Nope, not yet, not yet.
Should be just after this. And I mean, it surely has to be, for our hybrid map, it has to be Eichenwalde. It would make 0 sense to go anywhere else.
They pick Hollywood. I'm like, that's not iconic for either of you.
It's like, oh, Blizzard World.
I mean, that was a cool pick for RunAway a few times back in the day, but it's Lunatic-Hai's pick.
That's post-Apex era.
Lunatic-Hai didn't exist when that map came out.
Yep.
And, we'll see what they go for, but I got my fingers crossed, This is going to be such a buzzkill if it doesn't happen.
Yeah. They're bigging it up, it's got to be this. It's going to be the Eichenwalde. Think about the bridge.
Numbani is not in the pool, but Numbani is a pretty iconic map for both of these teams, too, I'd say.
Sure.
All right, what's it going to be? What's it going to be?
Apologies if that broke anybody's eardrums. I don't know how loud we're coming through these microphones because I don't have any feedback.
Yeah, sorry about that, guys.
We're using hand pikes, so if my scream just killed your ears, just know that it was worth it. We got the Eichenwalde. It's happening!
All right, Eska's in. It's time for some Eichenwalde. It's just poetic, Achilios. It doesn't get better than this.
It's everything we wanted and hopefully a little bit more. But back to the bridge where so many RunAway fans' hearts were shattered. Time and time and time again.
The bridge that was iconic for our cast and duo, because I always called it a drawbridge, even though it is not a drawbridge in any way, shape, or form. It doesn't go up or down. It doesn't turn. But I always call it a drawbridge, and you'd be like, why do you call it the drawbridge? It's not a drawbridge, Wolf. I'm like, I don't know.
Sometimes
so many memories.
Sometimes you just get one of those calls in your head, and you're like, surely that's just what that is. No, it's not. But here we go. And oh boy, is this some firm handshake material right here. We're going to be getting our look at Ash. Gangnam Jin is running it, which means that Jaehong will run it, which means that Eska's on Tracer, who are used on Genji versus Haksal on Genji.
Toby, you put that away.
Get rid of that. These characters didn't exist back then. You pick up the Lucio right now, young man. That's right.
Well, I think the Ana on attack here for Lunatic-Hai is very strong, obviously. Defending Gangnam Jin is an amazing Ana player for those who aren't familiar with the player, but I think probably most of you are since he's a more recent RunAway generation player. The purples are going to be handy on the defense.
Haksal having the dash away. Taking low, Lijiang as well, going to be tagged up. Going to reply damage onto the Lunatic-Hai with Jae-Hong taking low, but Toby's going to find first blood. Stitch taken out of the equation. Now down to Tracer. That cuts out the damage quite a bit here for RunAway. We're going to have to peel back off of the point and now look to retake. Good anti-out connects onto both the supports. Bumper only able to find one, as Who Are You will carve up Gangnam Jin as well. Dash up onto the high ground, Bumper drops down, matched by Miro, who Goomba stomps him out of existence. Does end up falling to Stitch, but I don't know if Stitch is going to be able to try to keep them in this one.
Well, you know, Haksal initially in that interview, he was like, feeling pretty confident about Who Are You? And Storm said, are you sure? Oh, unfortunately not able to stop that. Nice try there from Stitch, but then he was like, well, we'll see. Because inevitably we knew it was going to be the rematch of Haksal and Who Are You going into this one, right? And so far, Who Are You getting the better of him? Just slightly.
I mean, surely this is just fully agreed upon. I think no matter which team was going to be victorious in map 2, they both probably decided, like, it's got to be Eichenwalde. I mean, this has to be the comp. I mean, just look at it. Who Are You burned down, Bumper just zaps away at him, finds that kill. Miro going to be denied his exit for a brief little moment there as Lijiang is just pushing in, looking for the finish, and he helps set it up for Haksal. Now they further dive in towards the spawn doors, and RunAway looking a bit more comfortable, a bit more like themselves. Who Are You does get Haksal once again.
If Zumba is watching, man, he's boosting up his diva thrusters right now. He's like, just let me in there. Let's go full dive. And not anymore, Zumba. We only have 5 heroes in the game now. But here we go, one attempt to hold on the high ground.
Again, trying to limit Tez, but Stitch is the one who's really coming away with the kills. Finds both the DPS members. Pulse bomb for one, neutral for another. And yet again, they chase up here to the spawn doors. We'll go ahead and drop the bubble, allows him to back away. Good anti as well, stops any forward chasing from Miro. And despite Bumper going low and playing down on the cart this entire time, he has not had to use that primal quite just yet. Haksal now pulls the blade, receives the nano. Swipe it in air, got Jae-Hong. And I think for Haksal, that's a moral victory because most of the times when he's pulling out a blade versus Jae-Hong, he's going to end up taking a nap, so.
Yeah, you know, he was just shouting out my boy Arhan we were talking about earlier. Just wanted to give him a little shout out. 2 ultimates committed, and Lunatic-Hai back away. Now they have their own Nano Blade set up here for Who Are You. Season 2 all over again.
Gonna jump forward with the Nano now on a Who Are You. The Blade's still not going to be pulled. Sound barrier for sound barrier. Looks like he's going to try to wait up the shielding a little bit. Gets in, carves up Haksal a bit, helps set up for the kill, but Bumper finds 2. Jae-Hong and Eska both going to be taken down, and Who Are You is only able to get Lijiang onto the back end, so the trade-up is still monstrous for the side of RunAway. Gangnam Jin jumped on, grabs the mini pack, grabs a bit of extra time for himself, but Miro eventually with the primal pop will be able to stop him down. Finds Stitch as well.
Slow
2
roll.
kills, tries to intercept Bumper, sends him back over towards the gate of the castle, and the cart can now advance forward.
A little bit greedy from Who Are You to wait that barrier out, left the back line very open there, but still Lunatic-Hai with Miro's ult there will win out. It's a slow push though, so there's another chance here for RunAway to contest. No major ultimates though here on the bridge, but this is Toby's playground.
And it is. Stitch moving forward, tries to go for the pulse stick, gets quite a bit of damage down, but straight it out. Who Are You able to punish? Gets the kill, gets anti. Bumper finds the kill as they collapse forward. Eska with the pulse going to be able to take down Haksal. Bloody battle back and forth. So far, it's going to be a 2 for 2. Eska managing to stay alive. The nade goes out. Jae-Hong takes down Lijiang, or Ryu Jae-Hong takes down Lijiang, I should say. And now Gangnam Jin is going to be eliminated as well. It's going to be the nano out onto Bumper. Words are difficult. Bumper will be able to find Miro.
Another sleep on the Bumper. These sleeps for Ryu Jae-Hong have been massive, actually, to stop their advance.
It slaps down. Yet another bio nade. Helps kill off Bumper, but the turnaround starts coming through as Haksal and Stitch rejoin. The cleanup coming in. Looks like the cart going to be halted just here at the edge of the bridge.
Yeah, spawn advantage here starting to show through for RunAway, despite 2 great sleeps from Jae-Hong on the Bumper to allow Miro to win that neutral fight, despite being purpled even from Gangnam Jin, but they will hold them at the bridge. Usually it's the other way around, Lunatic-Hai holding RunAway here on the defense, but it's RunAway's got the advantage now. Haksal with a blade and high ground control to execute the backline.
Stitch is dropping down, making the call, saying that Toby is on his lonesome. They are managing to find the kills. Haksal as well with a blade pulled off screen, comes up with 2.
Now, arguably, I'd say Haksal didn't really need to pull the blade here. They're even getting back capped a little bit, so resources expended here that weren't necessarily absolutely necessary. Haksal will punish him for the back cap
I mean,
attempt.
that's a really big stagger.
But, you know, I mean, Lunatic-Hai is still a ways away from the cart here. Who are you? Doesn't have blade. They're still missing that nano combo that they need so badly here to close this out as the cart rolls back.
Toby gonna slide along the wall and try to stay alive. Nano out onto Miro. Jaehong under fire yet again. Will get finished off. Stitch able to get the headshots across the pulse pistols. Finds the kill. Bubble down from Miro. Desperately needs some healing. Who are you getting juggled? It's finished off there by Bumper. And Miro cannot escape. Toby answering back with 1 kill of his own. Eska as well, making it a second little pick off. As Bumper is trying to stay alive with 65 HP. A little bit of healing coming his way, but it's just not going to be enough.
wow.
Jaehong comes back through. They will find the kill, and that's going to be an opening now for Lunatic-Hai to start getting this across the bridge.
Yeah, if they could just push this cart a little bit closer, they actually get to have the blade at the point itself, which didn't look like was going to happen. Especially
Also,
Lijiang.
however, Stitch finds Who Are You.
That's no blade.
Just on the blade for now, but Jaehong gets Lijiang gone. Ante goes out as the beat gets dropped. Toby locked off. I think the bubble actually from Bumper cutting off the rest of that sound barrier, so only 2 members are able to receive it. That's going to be the support cell taken down as Stitch finds 2 and Escalol! He goes off the side of the map. I don't know what happened, but it's definitely not good for Lunatic-Hai. That's for damn sure. 5 seconds remaining. Miro, the Primal, running low. He's out of HP. They need to get the touch. It's going to be Who Are You? He goes forward. He does manage to get this into OT, but he instantly is dealt with. Now Toby dead. And that is going to be the hold here on the bridge as RunAway dish it back to Lunatic-Hai after all these years.
Whew. What a nail biter. It really looked like it was checkmate for Lunatic-Hai there when the sound barrier was ready for Lijiang, and it was just a way for Achilios is losing it with Escalols in the chat. We do occasionally peek at the chat.
So
but,
I just knew it was happening, and I just wanted to confirm because it makes me happy.
But then, like, Lunatic-Hai actually pushed past that. It was the pick onto Who Are You again that really sealed the deal. And we saw Haksal pull some blades that didn't get that much value, let's say. And Who Are You was actually just shut down several times in his. We did see 1 or 2 great sleeps on the Bumper from Jaehong. It feels like old times. But this is just a super competitive match. It's hard to even break down, like, what the thing that these teams need to do is, because they're both doing it so well, and they're both doing the same thing stylistically the same way they did 5 years ago. So I'm a happy caster.
As am I. But, I mean, just tempo-wise, RunAway played that defense to perfection. I mean, you think about, where Lunatic-Hai was starting at. It was like 5 minutes, 40 seconds in the time bank because they were able to get onto A basically for free after the initial early pick on the Haksal. Well, now they have their work cut out for them.
High ground control was so massive for RunAway. The defense they set up there, the dives onto the back line, so successful. See if Lunatic-Hai can do the same.
Dive forward from Bumper. They're going to pressure out Who Are You. They know that he's going to be a big member to go ahead and try to target one of the biggest carry potential players that we have on the side of Lunatic-Hai at the moment. But Haksal again going to suffer an early death. We got anteed out, finished off. Bumper, however, wreaking havoc in the back lines. He gets on top of Ryu Jaehong, finds that kill. Miro now going to be taken down. Eska and Toby Howard fighting back as much as they possibly can. Eska dips over to the side, picks up the health pack. Who Are You? Going to be eliminated here at the end as Lijiang goes in with a melee hit.
Oh, huge.
Yep, not going to be able to get that sleep dart to connect. Is trying to still lock down Eska as best as possible, but Eska playing like a bit of a slippery snake. Manages to keep himself safe for the time being, and Toby, as he makes his way back on the solid ground, is instantly going to be greeted by Lijiang's fist and an anti-nade. So the cleanup comes in. RunAway now find themselves forward here onto the point. The first stick going to be locked in, and with Eska going down, the chances of stalling this out looking like slim to none here for Lunatic-Hai, so the cap will just be coming in, and it's a very similar time bank of 5 minutes and 17 seconds as they go ahead and gain control of the card.
I think the main thing here is, we're not done yet, I might have to toss it right back to you, but main thing is that commitment to killing Haksal spent a lot of Lunatic-Hai's resources. They lost control of the backside of the point, spawn advantage RunAways, and couldn't actually turn that pick onto the Genji into anything, except a small ult advantage for Who Are You.
Eska's been making good pace as far as these pulse bombs are concerned. Just needs to be able to find some value from it. Stitch now catching up. Have his ready to go.
Opportunity here onto the Ana.
Oh, yep, right into the back line. Slipshot did connect on a one, I believe, there for a brief little moment, but Jin does get taken down. Lijiang now going to fall as well as the Winstons get involved. A little bit of a wet noodle fight between the two with the Primal rolling. Bumper just turns his sights over towards Who Are You, forces him back. Still though, Cart not advancing. Now that Esk has been taken out, they can start getting this rolling, but that's already going to be about a minute bought here off the time bank here by Lunatic-Hai. So not too terrible, but need to still get out of the castle and reestablish some form of control.
Yeah, this is really important for Lunatic-Hai to get value out of this blade here defensively before things get out of hand. The time bank is massive here for RunAway. Here we go.
Yep, Nano out, sleep already used. Jin gonna fall. Hawks with a blade of his own. Does get Toby to trade it, but Who Are You? Trades up, finding 2 kills. Stitch evens the count by taking down Eska. Now takes down Who Are You as well. Lijiang under fire. Lijiang once more going to be able to find that kill. And Miro, well, he will get Hawks on the very end. Ends up going down. So the card again is going to be pushing forward as Lijiang and Stitch just try to keep moving.
Disastrous for Lunatic-Hai. The cooldowns for Who Are You used there. They saw his dash cooldown. They knew they could punish him there. And then he gets taken out. There's no more follow-up damage. Hawksall's later Nano Blade lasts longer, gives them that extra advantage. And now they're just trying to get out of their own base.
Oh, Bumper. Again, trying to limit test. Spam coming out. Jin throws down the Bionade to go ahead, boost up that healing. Jaehong going to be taken down. Stitch finds the kill. For you and half Miro as well. Getting chipped away at the Sleep Dart. Not going to be able to connect, but Bumper is there. Coming to the rescue of Jin. Keeps them protected. The push comes through. And RunAway look impeccable on the attack. Impeccable on the point B defense. They take Eichenwalde for themselves, finding some catharsis, I think, here in this legendary matchup. And now they will take the lead 2-1.
Certainly true. And before we go to the break, I just want to say we got to see a little bit of everything there. The Eichenwalde history, the bridge where it all ended once again was the focal point here. We got to see Hawksall versus Who Are You. We had Eska in, and that was a fanfic in real life.
Oh yeah.
And I was here for it. And the Genji battle was so interesting because I think at both times, there's Flowervin, she's here. Both players actually got the better hand of it at different times, so it's very even.
Yeah, well, that's 2-1 the lead here for RunAway. One more to go to close out the series. We're going to go to a quick little break, and we'll see whether or not they're going to be able to end it here. If Lunatic-Hai can once more give us a Game 5. So don't go anywhere, guys. Action's continuing in just a few. are back. RunAway now in the lead. 2-1. One more map for them to go ahead and take this series and advance into our next matchup versus Kongdoo PANTHERA, because that's right, we're not done yet. There's still one more series after this. The winners have to face off. We have to send some more teams down to the lower bracket. You can see, though, plenty of fans out here to show their support. Flash in the Dynasty Toby jersey. And he needs that energy right now if they want to try to run this one back.
It is not impossible by any means. Things looked crazier for GC Busan in the previous series, and they were able to bring it back to a 5th game. We started this one with a 1-1. And despite what was pretty one-sided games for all 3 of these, they've been back and forth. And the final game, you know, was really quite interesting. I think, like I was saying before the break, Who Are You and Haksal both really trading blows quite evenly in terms of the Genji power. We saw some great sleeps from Lijiang, as you would expect. As the players come back from the break, we'll see what these final rosters are going to look like here for our push map. See where we're heading for this one. It is, of course, Lunatic-Hai's map choice.
Let's see where they want to take us. Because, I mean, this is two teams from an era with a lot of players who have never gotten to play push on stage. So
it's true.
We'll see how that is going to look here.
They might not have a strong opinion just yet.
Could be.
And the one piece of the puzzle I'm missing for my DPS trios for Lunatic-Hai is the Eska Guido. We haven't gotten that one yet. So if they don't do it now and they lose, I won't get everything I want. But, you know, it's not all about me. It's about winning and going to Game 5.
There's also tomorrow and potentially a map 5.
True,
so
true.
That could still yet happen. But we'll have to just wait and see. For now, though, it is going to be Eska stepping away and Guido stepping in. So will not happen quite just yet. As well, on the side of RunAway, I believe we have Haksal going back to support. So it looks like he's going to go back to playing the Kiriko. And we'll have Hisu stepping in that position, with Kangam-jin taking a little bit of a break.
Sure. So very much looking like it's going to be a different setup here, potentially going onto this map. Hard to play dive versus dive going into push, but we've seen it before, and we might see it again, as there's the confirmation for Guido coming in for Eska. And it is, in fact, he who wears the Zumba jersey you mentioned. See it there on his back. So, who are you keeping the hair back? There's the Hisu Gangnam Gym graphic. Of course, Haksal is coming in to the support role, as you mentioned. See what map we get very briefly here.
Yeah. Should be just about ready to hop into this one, as Miro and Bumper having to go ahead and guide the team the whole way throughout. But man, I mean, we knew this was going to be entertaining. We knew it was going to be just great to see them again. But I love the back and forth that we've been seeing, and I'm hoping that we can get yet another map 5, because it feels like if this just ends as a 3-1 scoreline, it will have ended far too soon.
I think so too. I want to see, I mean, obviously we're playing push, which is the longest game, you know, you're going to get possible, but I just want to see like more gameplay, more action, more dynamic fights, because I think all 3 of these maps in this series kind of fizzled out a little bit as RunAway takes the lead here. Colosseo.
Colosseo.
Colosseo. I mean, like, I played him and cast him.
I'm going to call it Colosseo from now on, though.
So the EO in Korean pronunciation is like, makes me want to say Colossal.
Sure, like soul, you know, the way that it's written. I understand where you're coming from, but
all right, Colosseo. I'll say it right.
Y'all playing on Colosseo?
You guys playing that Colosseo?
It's good to have you back after all these years. And I think that there's been, as far as all of the changes have been concerned to the game, you've been keeping up pretty damn well. Feels like you haven't really missed a beat.
prepare a lot for this, you know?
That's true. You have been doing your research.
I just didn't look up pronunciation guide for this map. Okay.
Alrighty, well, this could very well be the last map in this series. Winner has to go up against Kongdoo PANTHERA in just a little bit of time. So not too much time to go ahead and have a turnaround, have a rest before you've got to go back in. We'll see which team it's going to be, because we still may just yet have a Game 5.
Well, you may yet. In terms of compositions right now, looking like we are going to see the Tracer, Sojourn, Winston meta comps. Bumper teasing us with a little bit of hook action. Will he stick with it, though, is the real question. Is, you know, the Roadhog has been kind of a soft counter to the Winston, because you could obviously pick him and use the Winston dive against him very well with that. It's very difficult to kill the Hog. It gives less ult charge, obviously, in Overwatch 2, so still, you know, a viable option here for Bumper, and it's the one he's going with.
Oh, and Guido playing out into the open, didn't really have many places to go and wasn't receiving enough healing, so ends up getting taken down. Hisu fresh back here onto the server, starting off things quite nicely. Has that next rail charge ready to go. He's looking for Jaehong, who does TP away to safety, but they found Miro. He was in the corner. Bumper gets the hook, gets the kill. The bot can now start moving forward. RunAway going to be in control as Stitch is just surging towards that ultimate. 74% already built up. Who are you not far behind, despite the team losing out of the fights?
Yeah.
Good damage output.
Good damage output. Let's see how far this bot is going to get pushed.
I mean, look at Bumper.
He's just flank angling as usual.
Yep, takes a breather. Back up towards full HP. Stitch now trying to pressure out Jaehong, forces him to TP.
Jaehong here getting kind of low.
Okay, pulse goes out. Stitch not going to get the connection. No stick, no kill, but Miro, in all this confusion, I mean, Jaehong is just kind of getting ushered around by the DPS members of RunAway, so he's not playing with the tank. So Miro ends up going down. They will find Hisu for the trouble. Faster and the closer respawn, so they should still be able to contest this a bit, but now Toby is going to be dead, so trade out. One support revives, the other one falls. It's going to be the whole hog from Bumper, but he ends up dying. Guido able to get that punish. Finally breaks down the front line here of RunAway. The bot should be able to be grabbed up by Lunatic-Hai.
Yeah, no line of sight to grab Guido. He's had free reign here on the high ground. Back up to full health now. He's got his ultimate.
As he returns, yep. Gets the punish once more, and the bot, it did not retreat much at all, so it's straight back into the push. RunAway very firmly in control. Into the dominance shown. I mean, do we just see a finish on the map?
I mean, Bumper had such great control of the early parts. His ultimate bought a lot of time. RunAway regroup here. Hisu gets the pop-off kill onto Guido the second he returns, and now it just starts to feel hopeless. So we see the Orisa swap here to try to deal with that.
Okay, there's a Kitsune rush. Hawk's going to be quick to match. Bumper getting focus fired. It's taken low pretty quickly here, but Hisu again finds Guido moments before the sound barrier came out from Toby. Cannot keep him in the fight. Now Bumper gets on top of Miro, finds the kill, and it's just an explosion of death. The kills continue to fly. That is a team kill, an extended one, as the checkpoint will be snatched up by RunAway, so forward spawns now in their back pocket as well.
The Orisa swap here is really interesting, as we've seen Orisa, you know, get changed and buffed a little bit, and you know, obviously she might find a place against Hog in the meta. She can block his hooks and his poke, but still very difficult to pull off. I think and RunAway have the superior comp in terms of the meta right now, and see what Miro can get done with his ultimate, but he has to close the gap first.
Bump over the top. There's the overclock. Instantly finds a headshot on Hisu, very nicely done by Guido, and much needed. It's a little bit of extra damage through, as Bumper likely going to be the last one to fall, if he falls at all. Honestly, wouldn't really want to go chasing him. Instead, just stick with the bot. So they will start moving this away.
Now, Miro doesn't have to close the distance to use the Orisa ultimate. He can actually just sit on the cart and use it defensively. He'll, of course, have to walk with it. I call it a cart. It's a little bot, you know. Old habits die hard and all that. But they have a nice angle here to get value against this Hog pick comp. They can watch their corners.
It's more like new habits develop slowly, but either way.
There you go.
It's going to be Bumper whole hog at the ready. Ult's going to be coming through. It's an early pop, though, so still gets to get a little bit of damage down, but it's not going to be enough for an elimination. Can't find that. Hisu, actually the one who finds a rail shot and kill. It wasn't Guido. This Bumper gets tagged low, takes yet another breather, gets himself back up above half HP. Healing needs to be pumped in to just try to keep him sustained. Stitch stunned up, got clipped by the spear, but Miro's going to be the one who gets taken down. Bumper again finding the elimination, just winning out in the tank battle. And Who Are You will fall again.
It's really tough to get utility out of this Orisa pick if your ult doesn't get the elimination, like you said, and it's a very obnoxious tank body on the point, but it's not going to actually amount to anything when Hisu has a free line of sight chunking away at you nonstop.
Bumper's going for a sneaky play, gets the hook, gets the kill. And there you go. Opening kill as the whole hog gets let loose, as is the overclock. RunAway, they are looking for the finish on the map. Sound barrier just to really seal the deal. I think that one came in a little bit too late from Lijiang, but either way, pops it. Now they're trying to kill Who Are You within his own spawn.
Yeah, this is the kind of one-sided game you very rarely see on push, but it might just happen. We might actually have push completed. Lunatic-Hai struggle to muster up what ultimates they can here. Miro matching the hog now, trying to look for a counter pick potentially. It's going to be very difficult.
Oh man, the damage on the bumper, but somehow they don't kill him off. Instead, Hawk Salt pops the rush. They get on top of Miro. They find the elimination. The healing still needs to come through. Bumper takes another breather. Guido comes out with the overclock. Does manage to find one kill before getting taken down. Lijiang down to a sliver. Means that both supports could be eliminated from the fight. Guido gets a little kill from beyond the grave onto Hisu though with that nade out. Finishes him off and Stitch down to 27 HP. No recall to speak of. Ends up falling to Who Are You. Bumper trying to keep this extended. Stuck into the corners. Trying to trade something out here. Find another pick, but eventually will die. He still buys a good amount of time. They get up to 130 meters. And a run back from here, even with 4 minutes remaining,
takes some time.
It's nigh impossible for Lunatic-Hai.
Takes
literally
0.00. It takes some time to get back to neutral even, is what I was going to say. And now we're sub 4 minutes here, and they have to do more than what RunAway did in a shorter amount of time.
Lijiang, what is this? He's going for the break.
Is bringing it up.
Okay.
I mean, it can be very annoying to the Roadhog, but I don't know if I agree with the choice.
I mean, so can Ana, which Toby is running. Not something that we get to see very often when Jaehong is here, but they need him and want him on that Kiriko. Which is much like, you know, Lijiang playing the Brig over Axel. So just because of the roles, because the Kiriko being necessary, they just kind of have to stay in this, so it's a little suboptimal for either side. Who Are You, though, trying to dive into the back lines, ends up getting taken down the pulse bomb, unable to find a kill. Slide forward, Jaehong, or Toby rather, spotted. See, old habits die hard. Looking for that one, he nades himself to try to stay alive. Still down to low on the HP, and while Miro gets the hook in on the bumper, he just says, well, I can just keep whole hogging you point blank now. And he goes ahead and
he's
kills
like,
him
I'll just take a break from the whole hog for just one moment, and then I'll push it through. Thank you very much. And yeah, I mean, the Ana heal deny is great versus a hog if there's no Kiriko to cleanse it and make you feel like it doesn't matter, right? And that's one of the interesting conundrums that Lunatic-Hai find themselves in here. Who Are You swapping over to Genji for the miracle comeback here with 2.5 minutes on the clock?
Bumper again looking for the sneaky play. The hook not connecting. Who Are You going to be taken down? Bumper does get anti out. Guido's able to find the kill, but then he's punished by Stitch. Trade back coming through as the Nano goes down to the Miro. Hook in. Hisu going to be taken down. And
Miro on a tear suddenly.
Okay. Huge kills coming in.
The dream is alive.
I mean, it is kind of terrifying having to play against a hog when the Kitsune rushes up because that hook cooldown is so fast.
Yeah. Not to mention that killing hog in itself is hard. Then you see the Suzu come through and it's like, oh, this guy is just never going to die. It's crazy how viable hog is as a solo tank, which I never would have thought was possible when 5v5 was announced, but it's happening, it's real. And he's very viable at the moment. His bumper's going to swap over to Doomfist.
Oh, somehow.
Just barely.
Yeah, Miro not quite lining up that shotgun blast well enough, so doesn't get the kill. Bumper now trying to stay alive by getting some of these shields, but instead Guido will just get the headshot. There's a rally from Lijiang, tries to keep the rest of the squad alive, but they desperately need an elimination if they want to be able to win out on this fight. Guido down to 13 HP, then gets knocked back up. The Nada comes out. Stitch and Lijiang both going to be clipped, but it's going to be Who Are You who falls. The shield bash comes up with the kill. Is Toby under pressure? Will just get taken down by the flail. TP's over to the side. Whip shot not going to connect, but Lijiang is just fiercely charging forward as they swarm onto Miro. They find the kill, and yet again, RunAway continue to surge forward, trying to get the finish on the map. And the stagger kills are just way too brutal here.
Time's running out. Now down to 60 seconds here. Who Are You just desperately trying to get that blade, but you know, he's going to struggle to have a nano with it. They really have to regroup here.
I just realized that Stitch is on Genshin. He's pulling a blade. I don't know what reality I'm in, but I love the insanity of it all. Toby going to be taken down. Meteor strike from Bumper, not going to find anything with the seismic slam follow-up. Will Guido able to find a headshot. Miro gets Lijiang gone, but I think that's about it as Hisu just goes ahead and takes shot after shot. They push to the end. And RunAway will be able to take this series 3-1.
Bumper coming up big tonight after such a long hiatus from professional play, and he's clearly very well prepared for this. The whole roster seems to be all on the same page, and when you get a lead like RunAway had early on in the map, it's just so hard to recover on push, and they tried a few different things. Miro tried to match the hog, and he did have that one set of great hooks and kills, but besides that, I think he was overall kind of gapped by Bumper in the rolls. Says, I ain't gonna shake your hand.
Jaehong is bullying Stitch. The hugs coming through. You know, obviously there's money on the line. There's pride on the line between these two teams. It's one of the oldest rivalries. But ultimately, I think that no matter the results, the players are widely just so happy to be on this stage just versing one another, and you can see that. It doesn't matter who walks away with the win. I think this is just such a harkening back to great moments in the past, the golden era of Korean Overwatch.
Celebrating your history and what led to the successful careers of some of these players for years after this, and for some, just to sit on a stage in front of a Korean live audience and play the game again. I think for Bumper especially, that's huge.
Yep, absolutely is.
And you know, we're in a world now where we might not see this matchup ever again in our whole lifetimes. I didn't think I was going to see it after Lunatic-Hai disbanded, but the only way it happens again is if we see these two teams go to the finals, which certainly could happen.
Yeah, it would take that
we'll
run back. I lingered on the Korean casters because I didn't have my jacket on.
A common Achilios mistake.
I mean, it was just getting a little bit warm in here,
Getting
you know?
heated.
I get it. It's cold outside. We had some heavy snow the other day, so it's a bit chilly. But when you're in a studio and you've got 1, 2, 3, 6 lights blasting you in the face, it gets a little warm.
I shouldn't have
so the
looked up to
jacket's
count
gotta
them.
come
I'm like, whoa.
Yeah, exactly. Now you're blinded. But, man, another series out of the way, but still one more to go. Now we have to see who's going to be walking away victorious in the winners matchup.
That's right. The winner of this will go straight to the finals. So they'll be waiting to see who wins those loser matchups tomorrow. So today we're doing top side of the bracket, obviously, and then tomorrow we're going to do losers into finals. So the winner gets to watch those teams play for 2 series in a row. And actually have that extra advantage. Who's the player of the match, though? Hey, we know it's Bumper. Hell yeah.
He comes in big. While he might not have played the Reinhardt, he still comes into his player of the match. A little highlight there, dropping the hammer, showing off the shatter. Honestly, I kind of thought that it might be Stitch, because Stitch played incredibly well
really did.
the whole way throughout, whether it was the tracer. I mean, the Genji that he showed us at the very end was just weird. But Bumper, I mean, the man played in every single map, and it didn't really matter which tank it was. The Hog, he pounded with that. The Ramatra looked incredibly well practiced and well versed from him, as well as the Doomfist. So just really well done by Bumper, and seriously, please, God, somebody.
The Bumper comeback, man. That's what this tournament's really about, actually.
I need this. I need to see him play in the league. Somebody make it happen. I'll never say a bad thing about your team, your organization ever again if you sign this man. So please, just make it happen.
He's made a case for it so far tonight, and I agree with you. Stitch was pretty good. Huxel had his moments too, but for me, like, Bumper ran away with that. Huxel on Kiriko was pretty insane. Like, he was actually really good. So, yeah, there were a few arguments to be made, but I think Bumper was most consistent across all of the maps, and as you said, played a wide variety of heroes. You know, whereas a lot of our other tank players are just like, Winston or bust. He's like, I'll play all of them.
No, I'll make it easier for you. Just sign this whole team. Just sign everybody that you just witnessed right now.
RunAway, what a good team. What a concept. What a crazy.
Who would have thought?
Would anyone have ever signed that full roster? Let them go? I can't believe it.
Yeah,
I can't believe that would ever have happened and did happen.
I don't think anybody would ever do that. I think that yeah, if you sign them, clearly you would keep them because they're so very good. But anyway, we're going to go to a break, and when we come back, we will have our third and final series of the evening. Kongdoo PANTHERA versus RunAway. Do not go anywhere. We'll see you guys on the other side of the break.
난 옴닉을 전쟁으로 이끌기 위해 창조됐다. 하나 내가 바랐던 건 우리 동족이 더 나은 삶을 영위하는 것뿐. 우리가 존재한다는 사실은 그 자체로 기적이다. 우리는 탐구했다. 평화와 조화를 이루는 방법을. 우리는 명상했다. 세계와 그 속에 위치한 우리 자리에 대하여. 우리는 인류와 공존하고자 했지만 인류는 그들 세상을 나눠 가질 생각이 없었다. 인류의 꿈을 위해 얼마나 많은 놈들이 희생되어야 하는가. 더는 안 돼. 우리 종족은 단 한 세대만 존재한다. 유한은 모두 너무나 빨리 죽는다. 우리만의 자리를 지킬 것이다. 그래야만 한다. 함께하지. 우리 같이 모든 놈닉을 위한 더 나은 미래를 만드는 거다. 난 나 자신을 위해 싸우지 않는다. 과거에도 그랬고 우린 함께 맞서리라. 내 승리가 아니라 우리의 승리다.
석양이 친다.
넌 끝이다. 놈들을 응징할 시간이다. 분명 경고했다. 나와 함께 싸우자. 마지막 순간까지. 날 굴복시키려면 그걸론 부족하다. 놈들에게 절멸을 선사하리라. 이건 잔혹함이 아니라 정의다.
난 빗맞히지 않아.
전력을 다해라. 나도 그럴 테니. 네 실력을 보여봐라. 그 오만함의 대가를 치르게 될 거다. 자비로운 자들만이 자비를 누릴 자격이 있다. 영이여, 적들을 삼켜라.
적을 신속히 제거하겠다. 피바람을 불러일으킬 준비는 됐어? 번개와 복수의 신이라고.
함께할게. 좋아, 가보자고.
우린 궁지에 몰린 야수처럼 저항할 것이다.
Let it. Let it.
And here we go, one final series this evening to see who is going to be pushed forward into the grand final and who is going to have to fight their way out of the lower bracket. Kongdoo PANTHERA getting ready to go up against RunAway. We went from our Apex Season 2 grand final now into our Contenders Season 2 grand final, where RunAway was able to be victorious. Can Kongdoo PANTHERA flip the script and change the course of history? We'll have to just wait and see.
That is the question on everyone's minds. Is we're not going to have walkouts, so this one looks like we're jumping straight into the game here very soon as players are still finishing warming up here, especially on the PANTHERA side, obviously, since they had, you know, they were the ones watching the last game. They have to get back in and get warmed up and make sure everything is working, whereas RunAway can just stay at their original setups. We're just going to take another look at the bracket. So to remind you guys what is happening right now, we're doing the winners finals. So the winner of this will go directly to the grand finals tomorrow. And the loser will drop down to face off against GC Busan versus Lunatic-Hai's winner. And if you're a Lunatic-Hai fan, you're hoping it doesn't go the way that it went twice in Apex Season 4 with GC Busan. It crushed Lunatic-Hai twice on their way to being Royal Roaders.
Well, GC Busan going to have to fight against Lunatic-Hai to see who moves forward into the losers final to play against the loser of this next matchup. We're getting down to the wire. It's only a 2-day tournament, unfortunately. So it won't be too much longer until we are into that grand final itself come tomorrow, about 24 hours from now. But for now, let's go ahead and get into this winners final. See who is going to be waiting, who gets to just kind of sit back and relax until the end of the evening tomorrow and see who their opponents are going to be. Right now, RunAway, a little bit of a rocky start, obviously, with that Shambali Monastery play. Couldn't quite get the cap on. It was a nice full hold at the hands of Lunatic-Hai, kicked things off with a bang. From there, RunAway, it seemed like they finally had really started finding their footing and got synced up.
Yeah, and this is the Season 2 Contenders matchup you mentioned already. We went from Season 2 Apex to 2018 Season 2 Contenders to kind of relive RunAway's first win as a team. You know, we'll see if that happens again here tonight, but we talked about a lot of the legends of these teams who actually aren't here and didn't make it this time. I think one of the shout-outs that Kongdoo, I think, deserves that we haven't talked about at all. Somehow, I think we just missed it is Fisher as well, one of the great legends of the team. Would have been amazing to have him here too. I was thinking about Fisher, you know, Bedosin as well, another one of those names that kind of pops up in your mind when you think about these legends. I just want to shout out the ones who aren't here because we got so many. I mean, there's so many names. You can only have 5 people on a team, and these rosters have to be so small so we can actually make this tournament work, but shout outs need to be given.
Sliding in to the shot there.
I didn't actually see. See, this is the problem. I actually know literally every StarCraft player's Korean name, but sometimes in Overwatch we don't use the names really that much, so I don't always know who they're referencing when they use the real names. Don't know.
Well, either way, fans abound. That's basically the TLDR of that. Plenty of people out here to show support. I mean, just also difficult to get tickets, you know, at this point, because as soon as this was announced and tickets went on sale, they got snatched up very, very swiftly. So many people that players that just haven't really been able to be seen because we haven't had LAN events out here in so very long, and a lot of these players haven't played in so very long, so many fans coming out of the woodwork from back in the day and now get to see their favorite players once again. But once again, it's going to be Shambali Monastery to kick things off, as that has been the standard for this event. We'll have that, and then we'll go into our Ramatra required control map. Loser will select. So we'll see what happens and whether or not RunAway can actually get to point A this time, or if if Kongdoo will be able to slow them down.
Yeah, I feel like we only watched Shambali once tonight. It really does feel that way because of how well held, and then the obviously follow-up clash and early capture of A happened, or not even A, the point before A where they stopped them on. But see what the compositions look like. We know that Kongdoo PANTHERA has been liking what I like to call the quote-unquote meta comp, where you actually just run the Tracer, Sojourn, Doomfist, Kiriko, and Lucio. RunAway ran it quite a bit, but were much more open to running dive. There was some gentleman's agreement potentially going on between them and Lunatic-Hai, but maybe in this winners match, they just match it. We get to see this classic Overwatch, like, yeah, we've got a lot of heroes in this game, but we're just going to play the same 5 because they're the strongest right now style of play, which usually is my favorite as a commentator. I want to see the best, not necessarily the most fun. I want to see the strongest versus the strongest.
Sure, which is why the GOATS meta was actually so very good. A lot of people still complain about it, but it let you know who the hell was good at the video game. That's
you and I
sure.
both loved GOATS the most.
That we did. But now, let's see how Bumper fares going up against Void. Because, well, Void was in. Kongdoo PANTHERA were able to net all of their map wins. Not to downplay Changshik at all. Might have a bit of a tougher opponent this time around. So as we play him around the corner, going to connect onto a couple different people. The fists immediately come up. Void's going to be pinned into the corner, taken low. But they cannot get the punish quite just yet. We'll stop the advance for now as Isu struggling to track a target. Dive aimed towards him. Nice disruptor shot to cut off any reinforcements. Looks like Colosseo does manage to actually slide up, and disruptor shot from Birdring is going to find Bumper. Gets the kill, and so far the trade not there for the side of RunAway. Unable to equalize.
Isu is just such a smart player. I love to see these first-person view moments from him as Stitch is down.
Kalma moving up, gets a right-click kill, finishes him off. That's going to be a good amount of space now bought for Kongdoo PANTHERA. Can start bringing the card forward over towards A. They're already about halfway there. RunAway yet to get a kill.
Void low, though. Will be able to get healed up as he backs away. The cart still rolling forward here, relatively uncontested before we hit major ultimates. Birdring has a nice line of sight here, and Kongdoo PANTHERA, if they get a pick here, it's likely going to be A.
We'll talk about ultimates. Decay, he's got that pulse bomb, and he gives his life to go ahead and get that kill through. So Hisu going to be taken down. A DPS for a DPS at the end of the day. Bumper in the corner, getting taken low, and now Lijiang going to be taken out. So the healing throughput from the side of RunAway very much limited, as Hoxel is the last one standing, and Bumper will die once more. Void finds Stitch, and that should be the cap on A coming through from Kongdoo PANTHERA. I mean, we look back at the first series, them versus GC Busan. They were able to finish the map with a 1 minute and 17-second time bank. So right now, things looking even better for them as they kick things off, moving on the second stretch with 440.
Yeah, it looks like they scrimmed this map a lot. Obviously, it's a new map, so there's not a lot known about how it's going to be played, but Kongdoo PANTHERA really have a lot of angles they're taking, a long range, of course, with Birdring on the Sojourn, but Decay's finding picks consistently on this Tracer. We'll see if he can do it again. Last pulse bomb was good.
Okay, Birdring going to be sliding away. Lijiang gets up close and personal there with Koma, finds the kill. Birdring going to be taken down. Hoxel dead. They've used the rush here in the fight. Lijiang still alive means that they could commit the sound barrier should it be necessary, but looks like it won't be. This little wall climb with the punch at the ready and the TP out. That is going to be Rascal getting himself out to safety just narrowly. For now, the cart halted.
Gets away. Cart does get the checkpoint, but RunAway here setting up now for several ultimates. Hisu eats some damage, but in terms of what Kongdoo PANTHERA want to achieve, it's trying to fight around this corner and get Birdring's sight lines. That's what Void is trying to set up for right now because he has the overclock. Hisu's going to use his first.
Okay, Stitch though finds Void, finishes him off before that sound barrier can come in. A major pickup as Birdring looks for a little bit more for his squad. And, well, okay, he sets the stage, finds Lijiang gone. Quickly thereafter, Hoxel and Hisu both end up dying. RunAway hemorrhaging members at the moment as Bumper has no healing, no peel available. There's a stick just to really ensure the death of the Doomfist. Stitch able to find one. The cart's still going to be getting brought forward here ever so slowly.
Bumper ends up getting MVP of the last match against Lunatic-Hai, but against a tougher, more recent, storied veteran in Void, having a little bit of a tougher time in these matchups. Birdring out.
Okay. Good stick here from Stitch. Finds one. Cart's going to be locked up on the ramp for now. As Stitch may be thinking about a drop down, play around the back, and it's exactly what he's going to be able to do. Rascal's still under a bit of fire, but the healing starts coming through, and Bumper gets taken out, and now they counter-aggress, they play forward. Hisu punched away, almost taken out. Stitch will end up falling. There you go, the cleanup comes in. Kongdoo PANTHERA playing this out nicely.
Yeah, this card is just rolling super fast now. It's clean and easy, and Void's got his Meteor Strike available to contest for the B point once they get there. And if Decay finds any single pick, RunAway just doesn't have the sticking power without sound barrier here, I think, to hold this. So really important for Decay to actually be tracked well by RunAway here. He's got an angle here to the left side of this entrance. One pulse bomb kill is all it takes.
See if he can nail it. Burger for now, just charging up. Rail shot at the ready. Decay going to be using recall. And Stitch takes advantage of that. Gets on top of him. So the pulse bomb not going to be seen in the fight. Void, Meteor Strike burned. Trying to stay in this one. And the healing looking decent here for the side of Kongdoo PANTHERA. They keep the tank sustained, and Stitch ends up getting taken down. It's the rush out from Hoxel, however, and with nothing to match, both supports will end up getting taken down. Void's going to try to exit and keep his life intact, but the block is out. They're going for the chase, and they should be able to kill him.
A bit of a greedy call here from Kongdoo PANTHERA to actually commit the Meteor Strike with no real follow-up ultimates, knowing that RunAway has a better ult economy here after this happens if they don't win it. If they win it, the reward is huge. Almost gets a back cap. Okay. The reward is huge if they actually win that fight because they get a massive time bank, but what they lose when they fail is even greater. And not only do you lose a ton of time in your critical ultimates, but you might not actually get B at all, as RunAway have so many ways to stall this out. We're still looking at now a 70-second time bank here, about to eclipse a minute. Kongdoo PANTHERA needs something big here, and they need it fast.
They nearly have 4 ults to work with. So too to RunAway, but having the double support ults could be the big difference maker here for Kongdoo. Already, Stick goes out, but it goes under the Doom Fist, and that's going to be the Suzu out from Rascal to go ahead and try to keep him safe. Birdring trying to escape, but Lijiang, God of all people, manages to hound him down. Bumper tries to dive in, but okay, pulse bomb. Stick finds the kill. Rascal with a headshot on Lijiang gone. Helps him trade up. Isu punched into the wall, trying desperately to stay alive. As Suzu comes in and keeps him alive for a little bit longer. The left is flying forward, but Hoxel just cannot do enough. Tries to TP out, but goes right into Decay's welcoming arms. They find the kills, they'll find the cap. The time bank severely limited. I mean, think about where they started. After they got that cap onto point B, 4 minutes, 40 seconds. There's good time buying here by the side of RunAway. So Kongdoo PANTHERA, they still may just be able to get the finish on this map, but it looks like it's not going to be with nearly as strong of a time bank, if a time bank at all, compared to the first time out.
Decay is really coming up big on the Tracer this time around. He got that pulse bomb to help them secure it, and they punish Bumper for his overextension there, his early Meteor Strike. And I think if RunAway had played this alone a little bit more passively, might be a different story, but they decided they wanted to fight fire with fire and fight away from the point. And as a result, Kongdoo PANTHERA do glide it through. But as you say, time bank severely reduced, and it's a very close game right now in terms of where we head when we go to the second round, because it looks like RunAway is very much in strong form at the moment. And you know, a low time bank here is definitely eclipsable. Maybe they can actually stop them from getting to C. I'm not entirely sure what the pause issue is just yet. We'll see if we can get an update on that for you guys here very shortly. But hopefully it's something resolvable pretty early.
It looks like it's just a headset issue. So we should hopefully be able to get through this one pretty quickly and get right back into the action, see how the rest of this push is going to play out for Kongdoo PANTHERA. Because as stated, not quite as good of a time because they had versus GC Busan.
Void built his next Meteor Strike so incredibly quickly. You know, I talked about it was a risky call for him to go in on that last fight and use it, because obviously they failed to capture the point and lost a lot of time for it. It's like I blinked and looked again, he was at 70% during the next push. So just playing an incredible Doomfist here, and you know, at the end of his career, obviously had to do quite a bit of that. And Bumper competing with him in a new era of Overwatch, obviously a completely different scenario here in terms of what's meta, but Bumper is very well prepared on a wide variety of heroes. We talked about how he performed in that last series against Lunatic-Hai against Miro. And he was definitely the stronger of the two tank players, picked up the MVP, but Void is really making him work for it so far in this series, in our winners final.
He certainly is. And I mean, we kind of knew coming into it that it was going to be a bit of a tougher opponent. I mean, nothing against Miro, but just as far as recency of play and competing, Void obviously is right there at the top in that metric. So Bumper definitely getting tested a bit more. We'll see how he fares as we continue throughout this stuff. But looks like Hisu just continuing to confirm with the admins and the refs on stage to go ahead and get this headset issue resolved so we can get back,
Somebody's like going to the the speaker icon in the Windows system tray, right-clicking, going to like devices, make sure it's set as default. You know, they go into the Overwatch audio settings. Is it set to headset that Hisu is using, or is it set to like default? Changing that? No, that's not working. All right. Did you rejoin the call? Usually in these types of environments, we don't actually use we don't use Skype, okay, or Zoom or Discord or anything like that. It's usually actually a wired connection, so it's very rarely an issue of the comms having a problem with the program itself. But sometimes a cable can go loose. You know, there's a lot of things that can happen. And we usually aren't told which one of it was. We're just like, okay, it's fixed now. So we won't be able to tell you guys what happened, except that Hisu's sound will be fixed and we'll go back into the game. Hopefully soon.
Yep. Just a matter of time. And it looks like that time is now.
We
so
willed
here we
it
go.
to happen again.
We
got Eichenwalde and we got Hisu's headset fixed. We're the gods of Korean Overwatch. What up?
Too true. Well now, back into the action. A minute 31 seconds here for Kongdoo PANTHERA. A couple ults available. DK trying to build up towards that next pulse bomb. Stitch trying to do the same, but Birdering says no. Hits him with the body shot rail. Ends up finding the kill. Now Bumper having overextended, diving into the back with no support, ends up falling. Lijiang kind of getting bogged there in the corner, can't make it out to safety. DK finds that kill, finds Haksal as well to boot, and that is going to be a big opening stretch now for Kongdoo to go ahead and continue shoving this card forward. RunAway widely contained back into the spawn room.
Now Rascal just trying to set up for Void to control this choke point, potentially lock this door with his ultimate. They're still not quite close enough for it yet, but he's got it. Here it comes.
Okay, Rush comes out, Koma drops the beat in response, and Void finds Hisu. Takes him down rather swiftly, Lijiang under some fire. Meteor strike down straight on top of the cart. A little bit of damage found. The support's in dire straits now for RunAway as Lijiang going to be taken out. The K gets the pulse bomb stick on the Bumper once again and shuts him down. The cleanup comes through, and that'll be the push coming in as Hisu was trying to swap over to the Widowmaker, but he can't even get into line of sight range. Ends up dying, and with 27 seconds remaining, Kongdoo PANTHERA will be able to get to the end of the map.
That's the Bumper smile, you know, where he's like, damn, they punched me, I got a pulse bomb stuck on me. They're targeting me, okay, there's nothing I could do. And he had a rough time there in the final moments of that first push, and obviously didn't have his Meteor Strike. Void was holding on to it. Thought Void would try to use it to stop them from coming out of the choke, but actually decided to use it on the card itself to help control that, which ended up being the better option. And Kongdoo PANTHERA, it's only a 27-second time bank, but I'm gonna tell you, for me, I'm worried for RunAway here. It feels like, even though the time bank wasn't as good as it necessarily could have been after that failed Void Meteor Strike there on the second point, it still looks like we might see a full hold here. Like the difference, it feels like there's a big performance difference right now, and I'm hoping I'm wrong.
Well, versus GC Busan, it was a hold in front of point B here for Kongdoo PANTHERA, so it's still a very strong defense from them in the first map of the day. We'll see how they fare. RunAway were able to play 50 seconds better than GC Busan on the map.
True. See if holds true. Where the hold is going to be this time for Kongdoo PANTHERA, if they can stop him early, or if it's going to be RunAway who surprises us with a good time bank. We'll see the mirrored compositions coming out here again after Hisu scouts things out, looks for a potential pick to punish Rascal's aggressive Kiriko positioning. We saw that punished last time on this map. This time Rascal walks away with his life, and we'll see the swap back to Sojourn.
Quick change up. As Bumper is right up close and personal, but Birdering again gets the rail shot through the Stitch. And the cleanup is swift and brutal. Kongdoo PANTHERA finding 4 kills. Lijiang being the 5th now. As it's an not even an extended team kill. They actually managed to make it happen.
Team kill early. Rascal once
And
again
he's
camping
gonna try
for a
this.
pick on the Bumper. Free ult charge. He can just warp. Oh, not if he's picked.
He took quite a bit of damage there, did Bumper, but no one else able to get no position to punish, so Rascal again does end up dying in that forward position. This is really kind of what led to the breakthrough for GC Busan in the first map. And now with Void also dying, it seems like it's going to follow a very similar track. As Lijiang moves up, finds Coma. The kills continue to be picked up here by RunAway as they try to get this cart moved up towards A. And yeah, Rascal, maybe it's time to stop.
Yeah, well, I mean, both of these maps have actually kind of been... They've lost control because of this. Now, the idea behind this, obviously, most people know this, but the idea behind this is you can just warp to a teammate after he gets hit, but if he gets headshot by a railgun, there is not enough time for him to escape, and that happened both times. And this time it's going to give RunAway enough bolt charge here for Bumper to try to push through to A, but he's picked.
Yeah, Birdering making up for his comrade there. His mistakes, and Rascal says, okay, I'm sorry, guys. You know what? This time I'll actually kill Bumper.
I mean,
he does so.
It's a cool strat, and like, if you don't get railgun headshot, like, you could probably get away with it 9 out of 10 times, but he did not.
Ooh, and the snaggers continue to be found by Kongdoo. Haxel going down to the back end here. Just further bleeding the time bank down now, under 2 minutes remaining. RunAway, couple ults close, but you're talking about 4 ready to go here for Kongdoo PANTHERA as Decay nearly gets blocked in the corner and almost dies, but he does manage to stay alive. Pulse bomb, that was looking like a juicy opportunity, but he does not go for it yet.
He could have maybe tried to put Bumper out there, force him to ult.
He's just continuing to apply pressure, and Stitch this time around is just kind of getting manhandled. Void gets on top of him, the headshot off the primary click. It's the elimination. Oxel now going to be taken down as well. Rascal getting the better of the opposing Kiriko. He's able to peel a little bit of pressure off and get rid of some of that healing by taking down Koma. Now Decay as well going to fall. It seems like RunAway can start finding their footing here with just over a minute remaining. 2 more kills coming through. Kongdoo PANTHERA, though, they should have enough time to go ahead, get reset, and get 1 more contest ahead of point A.
Okay. Void being ultless here does hurt their chances. Bumper's going to try to lock them out, stop them from touching. There's a touch.
Yep, knock into the corner there on the Void, but now the rush coming through to go ahead and match against Haxel. Lijiang going to be taking down the sound barrier from Coma, as well as Birdering. Just finds 2 with the overclock, gets a 3rd, just spamming through to finish off Bumper. The team kill comes in. I mean, it's a heavy investment. It's everything that Kongdoo PANTHERA had. But now they take RunAway down to 30 seconds, and they only have a Meteor Strike.
And yeah, the Meteor Strike being the only ultimate, so no real sticking power. They can get to the cart with it, but the rest of the team is going to have to follow up perfectly. I think this really has to be a Hisu hero mission where he somehow gets a pick or Stitch gets into the back line. They're losing out the DPS war right now, and Bumper fading low. He's going to try to touch before he uses that Meteor Strike.
Comes forward, still 10 seconds remaining. Stitch again taken down. Birdering just has his number in this map. Bumper with a nice punch, will go ahead and equalize, trading Tracer for Tracer. Should be able to rejoin here pretty quickly, but absolutely needs to get back into the fight and try to build up towards that pulse bomb. Decay now going to be respawning as well. The OT going to start dwindling rapidly if they can just clear out the card here on the side of Kongdoo, but now Birdering taking down Hisu, finding that kill. Void goes up into the air, quick little Meteor Strike, drops back down right into the thick of the enemy squad, and sets up for the headshot here from Rascal onto Hisu. Now has Haxel going to be taken down as well. Rascal finding 2. Does he find a 3rd? Pulse bomb goes out, Stitch looking for the kill, unable to make it happen. Decay and Coma down to slivers of HP. Lijiang on Stitch able to finally find those final blows. Lijiang gets a 2nd one as Void will fall. It seems like we're not done yet. 2.5 minutes going to be added to the time bank. RunAway get a 2nd lease on life.
Kongdoo PANTHERA made it close though. 4v5 for a majority of that fight. Void was not going to die. Coma, if he lives there with a sliver of health and gets a sound barrier, it might be a totally different story. RunAway do close it out in the end, grab that 230. But man, did they have to work for it despite having the ult advantage, despite having that man advantage.
They absolutely did. I mean, Bumper built up another Meteor Strike right in the middle of that fight, which he's going to use now to go ahead and retreat to safety. But really rapid build from him. Shows that he was absolutely doing work for the squad in that last final fight. Dive into the back, Boop to try to go ahead and push Void away from getting the seismic slam across. Still get some damage in, still get some shielding. Continue dropping down off the high ground, looking for a target. The overclock nearly online.
Okay, overclock's up here. Not a great angle just yet till they get around the corner.
Dive into the back consistently coming through. That's going to be the rush out from Haxel. Rascal now matching. Coma dropped the beat. Lijiang not quite having his own means that he cannot keep Haxel alive, and now both supports are going to be taken down by Decay. Kongdoo PANTHERA look to go ahead and regain control of this card. Decay with a 3rd kill, finds Stitch, finds Bumper. Do we see an ace? He's on the hunt for it. They have the pin down.
For it. I think he'll just barely miss it.
Oh, Hisu spotted. Certainly possible. Would be an extended ace if he can get it, and he's got it. What just brutal scenes being shown here by Decay, and that's going to be a 6th kill.
This is rough, and they really only, I mean, if you go back
7.
If you go back to Bumper using that Meteor Strike to escape, I think that really hurts their chances because with that Meteor Strike inside the choke, they could have actually tried to force Hisu around the corner. But right now, they basically have only a sound barrier to work with because Hisu, yeah, he has his ult, but where can he fire without line of sight? Kongdoo PANTHERA could just hide in the staircase here, and there's not a great place for him to actually find railgun shots unless they peek out. You know, I mean, if they make a mistake, maybe Hisu can find value. That's something you want to have to hope for.
Not going to be pushing up the street. Void goes diving into the back. Oxalt and Suzu out. Game with the pulse, not finding a kill. Bergering going to be taken down. Hisu with the overclock, managing to find a second. Rascal now eliminated. Decay finished off by Lijiang gone, and that's exactly what they needed. A very swift team kill to finally get this cart rolling, but it's going to be overtime, and Kongdoo PANTHERA will have another attack to try to clear out this cart.
The problem is there's no sound barrier here for Lijiang, and Void can buy so much time. Kongdoo PANTHERA will have some line of sight for Birdring too. Have to make a perfect last stand to run away.
Punch! Void setting up on the 3, goes to the 56 HP, drops down around the corner with a Meteor Strike to stay safe. So the knockaway there onto Bumper, Seismic Slam as he re-aggresses. Birdring, overclock, rolling, just trying to connect onto somebody. Jumps up over the top of the cart. Stitch going to be taken down with a punch. Rascal finds Bumper, and it seems like this should be the end. And it is. The OT bleeds away, and Kongdoo PANTHERA will go ahead and once more take Shanbali Monastery for their own.
What a odd spot to get the cart stopped. I think Kongdoo PANTHERA knew that if you lose control in that particular room, we don't have a call out for it yet, like the ice tunnel staircase. I don't know.
Yeah.
We'll think of something cooler, some actual.
No,
Overwatch
I think that
caster
one rolls off the tongue.
Yeah.
We'll keep that.
Some great Overwatch League caster will come up with a great name for that call out one day, but in that particular location, it's very difficult to recontest as the attacking team when Sojourn is your main point of attack. And even still, Kongdoo PANTHERA came out to meet them. We did see the railgun actually for Hisu, the overclock, get 3 kills. He popped off, but they had to use that in all of the rest of their arsenal and then still push through that staircase where the cart had rolled back. So it was a really tough time to then actually finish the map when Void can just go deep, ult out, get healed up. The Suzus have been really good for Rascal. Everyone's been saying this guy is actually still Overwatch League level despite being a coach for Dallas Fuel right now, and it's maybe even unfair that he's playing in this match as a non-Overwatch League eligible player because he's so good, but the guy is just performing on all levels. Yeah, he got punished twice at the early parts of the map, but that's okay. You know, we'll let it slide because the rest of the map has been very convincing.
Yeah, I'll let it slide as well. The guy having a quick little nap in the audience. We are getting into the late evening now, as it's about to be 11 p.m. for us over here. So a very long day of matches, which is not something that we kind of anticipated, to be honest. Just given the usual flow of Overwatch 2 matches, things have been quick. You and I were talking about it coming into this, like, oh, you know, what time are we going to finish up? Right? Maybe like 10 o'clock, you know, 3 best of 5s. It's usually pretty fast. Nope, not to be. That 5-map set from GC Busan and Kongdoo PANTHERA kind of set the stage for how this evening was going to go.
It really did. And we'll see where we're headed for our second map. It is going to be Control, of course, the Ramatra map. And I'm excited to see if Bumper can bounce back, actually, on the Ramatra, because he and Void, I think, obviously, of the 3 tanks we've seen so far, really performed well on it. Looked really closely matched, potentially, right? Obviously, Miro versus... I mean, the matchup wasn't as close, right? Miro versus Bumper is not as competitive. Fortunately for Miro so far, it's a little bit more skewed. Or at least a little bit easier for Bumper, let's say. Let's see how Bumper does against Void, who actually had a great time against Gesture, a more recent pro, obviously, than Miro. And that matchup is really exciting, and also where Rascal's healing goes, because the 2v2 matchup with the DPS ended up giving more resources to Bumper, because Stitch and Hoxall, I believe, were the DPS playing that map, were winning. It might have been Hisu, but either way, they were winning it so hard that all the resources could go to Bumper. We'll see if that happens this time around. Let's win! RunAway!
Some
great drawing.
Classic. God, I miss seeing that logo. It's been far too long. As you can see, founder, owner, captain, and all-around great guy runner is going to be
talent scouter, manager, investor.
Yeah, I mean, we talk a lot about in the more modern era, you know, O2 Blasts and how good the talent scouting is there. And it is. And the development that they have at that team is also just absolutely incredible. But Runner was kind of the OG in this regard, as far as picking people out of just the ranked ladder and being like, yeah, this guy's good. We can make him into an absolute monster of a player.
Yeah. Again, I mentioned it earlier, but I'll mention it for people who maybe didn't tune in earlier on, but he's widely credited for getting Faker noticed and getting him on SK Telecom T1 and so long ago, back in 2013, excuse me, and it's really, it can't be overstated the impact he's made in Korean esports in general, but Overwatch in particular, and Flower Vin as well, you know, taking up the helm, I think, with the newer RunAway generation while Runner was in the military. Obviously, he checked in from time to time, but she did a great job of managing the team and setting up a new set of coaching staff. Coaches like Yangwon, who ended up really shaping that new generation and melding it into what it is today, and or what those players became today. Obviously, RunAway disbanded, sadly, very recently. But enough of the sadness. We are getting the substitutions set up before we go into the Ramatra control map. I'm going to call it that map type instead of calling it control because it is Ramatra locked. Can't switch your tank hero in map 2.
No, you cannot.
Just showcasing what the hero is capable of, obviously, is the point. And teams are probably messing around with it a little bit, but as you can see, no one's playing it on other maps. So we're forcing them to show what they got. And so far, it's been pretty fun to watch.
Yep. Well, we do have some shufflings going on here as far as the teams are concerned, as Choice A1 will be stepping out for a DK. So he'll be coming back in. Choice A1 was an absolute beast in our first series, picking up the player of the match. Let's see if he can do it again. This Runner going to be coming in for Lijiang, and Stitch will be stepping out. Hoxel's going to be moving back over to DPS, and Gangnam-jin will be joining Runner as well. Let's see what the map pick is going to be. RunAway do have their selection for control.
This one's a little bit more difficult for me to predict. Obviously, we did see Nepal, where RunAway dominated in that previous series, so maybe we'll just see them pick it again.
Could be.
It's hard to predict, right? And selfishly, I'd like to see Achilios. I just want to see more, control maps. But if I'm Runner right now, I'm like, all right, Nepal looked really good for you, Bumper. Let's play that one again.
Yeah. It will be a different look, though, because we had, Runner play on the first map, and then he didn't play in the other 3, the ones that RunAway were able to win versus Lunatic-Hai. So let's see how he's going to be faring now, as don't let the graphic fool you.
Yeah.
That is Hoxel in Stitch's position, and run. There we go. We updated it. All right, cool. Thank you, production.
Yep, Choice A1 is in. So, Choice A1 played out of his mind in that first series we had earlier today, and if I'm not mistaken, he picked up the MVP.
Yep.
Yeah, he played a wide variety of heroes, including the Genji on the first map, so a force to be reckoned with here, especially when you consider that Runner is going to be one of the vulnerable targets in the backside here. And Gangnam-jin and Lijiang obviously split and went 2 different ways in their careers. It was a sad breakup, kind of thing when that did happen with the second generation of RunAway. But they have that pre-existing synergy. You could really feel it when they're together. We'll see if Runner can. Obviously, he knows these players very well, but he can kind of maintain that against such a terrifying opponent in Choice A1. Nepal again.
Okay, well, you were right. They just go right back to the pick that worked previously. Slightly different team makeup, though. So we'll see how this goes versus Kongdoo, who have very much proven that they are a tougher opponent, if not the toughest one that you could face in this whole little tournament bracket. So work cut out for them here for RunAway. But if it worked once, maybe it'll work again. And Bumper did look quite strong with the Ramatra pick.
We didn't get that RunAway GC Busan matchup yet. Might happen tomorrow, potentially, depending on how that all shakes out. The Season 4 finals for Apex. That's on my bingo card, all right? That's on my list of 6 things that need to happen in this tournament.
And there's a lot that need to happen, unfortunately, but there's only so many.
I know.
Because, you know, Kongdoo versus Lunatic-Hai would be another storied one, what with the Season 3 rematch, but don't know if that one's going to happen. That one seems maybe slightly more unlikely.
All right, here we go. Ramatra, the new Omnic hero, battling it out against his clone on the other team, is all about who gets more resources, who gets the first cap, and how they use that Annihilation ultimate.
Well, it's going to be Choice A1 back over to the Tracer, but Haxel onto the Genji. Thumper taking the low ground approach for now as the spam starts flying.
The spam, indeed.
Oh, Bumper down low for the HP, and Choice A1 able to help pressure him out alongside Void. The first blood found. Runner is pummeled against the wall. And that should be Kongdoo PANTHERA setting up nicely to go ahead and get the first lockdown to the point.
I'd love to see a replay of that. It almost looked like Bumper didn't quite get full value of his Nemesis block there and just got deleted super quickly. Whereas Void ended up doing way more damage and had the full follow-up from his team. Obviously, Haxel not going to be able to match the DPS of a Tracer, so that might be part of it too.
Need to be cautious there. Bumper nearly getting taken down just on the reapproach over towards the point. Damage output right now looking nasty. Choice A1 almost dead. Goes down to 19 HP, but manages to stay alive. Now down to 23. As the shots continue to fly over towards him. We're trying to play in onto the corner of the barrier, now coming up. Bumper having to pull out of the AoE, just trying to stay alive. Block going to be used. The punch is now flying. Hisu, 3 members of RunAway, all going to be taken dangerously low. Continuing to fly, Choice A1 moving forward. Pulse Bomb going to be slapped down onto the ground, doesn't find a kill, but Bird Ring still gets the headshot. Runner now going to be taken out. That's going to really slow up his build time towards that sound barrier. Bumper eventually pressured out. Void gets on top and finds the kill. He finds a punish. It's the second kill for him. But now gets shut down as Bird Ring gets yet another rail headshot. Haxel, the blade pulled, needs to find some value. Gets one. He's looking for a target. Looks like RunAway have successfully cleared the point, at least for now. Push around the back. Koma keeps it contested. He's going to drop the sound barrier, actually. Shields up 3. Rascal and Choice A1 both going to be profiting from that. And now Rascal puts it to good use. Finds Kongdoo Jin. Koma going to be traded out, but Rascal gets a second kill. Punishing Runner now. No supports in the fight for RunAway.
Void's in.
Rascal taken down, but Void. Focus fired. Haxel finds the kill. Choice A1 continues. Keep fighting back, and RunAway will finally be able to get this flip into their favor as Haxel just comes up, I believe, like 4 kills in this
that was
fight.
massive. I mean, if this was a risky call from Kongdoo PANTHERA to try to hold there with Koma's ult to make sure Void could get in and get his Annihilation off, but he comes in so late. By the time he's there, I mean, that ultimate buys you a ton of time. It does slow damage over time, but it's not going to change a fight for you if it's lost when you use it. So an extremely expensive contest here for Kongdoo. Yeah, if you're pushing for 99, you'll take that, but pushing for 50, definitely feel like RunAway got the better exchange of this trade.
Now looking to take the lead. Haxel finished off. Disruption shot from Bird Ring, able to find the kill in the end. It's Bumper trying to get on top of a target here. The Nemesis form can't quite do it though. Bird Ring full charge. Easy setup from Jim Bumper. Now Runner going to be falling. The quick flip there. Kongdoo PANTHERA. They lose the lead, but only narrowly. Now they're just 10% shy of taking it again.
It's almost like Kongdoo PANTHERA is like, I'm just straight up better. I know you have the Annihilation, but we're just going to kite you. Koma speed boosts them away. Bumper's like, come back, I need to do damage to keep this one going. And you just can't keep it alive, as you say. And now it's another huge tool they've lost. Void's halfway to his next. Haxel going to have a blade.
Let's go big once more. Well, Hisu not getting the shot. Void dropping down. He's here on the low ground. The block is not going to mitigate nearly enough damage for him to try to stay alive. So just get picked off. PANTHERA, 86% RunAway looking to take it, and they do. The point now theirs. 70% moving upward. Any kills they can find from here is going to really help them establish the lead. If not, just go ahead and close the round. Good deflect from Haxel. Finishes off Bird Ring. That's going to be the recall from Choice A1, takes himself out to safety.
I think Bird Ring is going to have to come up bigger. Choice A1 is going to have to find a pick in the back line. Kongdoo Jin has his ultimate online here. Haxel can blade when they try to approach, so it's really difficult for Koma to get in here and get a sound barrier because he's going to be target number 1 for Haxel here. Second one, of course, being Bird Ring, who's going to struggle to find the LOS. Not an easy retake.
Oh, Hisu's got the headshot. Now the overclock nearly about to be online. The blade pulled, Void shut down. carve him up. Birdring only able to get one before he dies. It seems like RunAway are going to be starting things off here on Village with a round win, 187%.
So much of the game plan here for Kongdoo PANTHERA is to get that sound barrier up, buy enough time for Void's ult to go off, and hope for that longer fight. But he's under threat from a Genji who's got Blade. He's under threat from the Sojourn, who ends up taking him out in the end. Can't get to the point. Having that extra defender's advantage, really playing into RunAway's favor there. And for the first time in a while, since we've had these Ramatra control maps, I feel like that one wasn't really about the Ramatras so much in terms of what their value was. It was really about the Sojourn and the ult economy. So very close, competitive first round here on the Paul. We'll see how things shape up as we have the same compositions locked in for the second round. We'll see these Symmetras swap off. Does Hoxel stay on Genji here, though, is the question. The answer is yes. Choisei Juan, though, says, I'm going to match.
Okay. And we saw Choisei Juan playing this in the previous series. You know that he's damn good at it. Boyd trying to shove forward. Maybe Rascal finding a runner to start things off. HP bar is getting ripped apart on the side of RunAway as Boyd's the only one really taking any damage whatsoever, but he's perfectly safe in his position. And will provide plenty of ult charge over to his teammates. Run, on the other hand, getting picked first and foremost, now finds himself at only 10% charge towards that sound barrier.
Really nicely played from Void, isolating Gangnam there and going to Nemesis form to force him to teleport out. They have the follow-up damage there. The rest of RunAway is losing the fight, so no matter which ally he jumps to, he's just going to have a bad time. Runner in here picked. Kongdoo PANTHERA take a pretty nice lead.
Very well set up here right off the rip. Just trying to approach, trying to move forward. Continues to get tagged down. Keeping pace at least with Void towards that annihilation charge. Hoxel dashes through, finds Choisei Juan. RunAway. They can just go ahead and get this flip, if not force them over to the point, but Kongdoo PANTHERA not in a position nor interested in trying to fight that one out. Instead, they're now going to get caught out here on the balcony side and likely absolutely destroyed. Koma trying to wall ride his way out to safety, but Hoxel dashes in, finds the kill, gets back up onto solid ground.
Very rarely, this is topical for what I was about to say, is you very rarely see actual 1v1s in professional Overwatch. It's usually a team effort, and this is no exception to the rule, but the identification that he had his dash on cooldown, had to use his deflect, meant that Hoxel was like, I'm dashing on him and killing him. It's a guaranteed kill, he's desperate. See that moment there where he goes for the dash kill was pretty nice to see. Losing control now, though.
They are. Kongdoo PANTHERA go ahead and flip this back into their favor. Nearly 5 ult strong. RunAway not far behind either, though. Hisu just needs to get this next overclock at the ready. But given the defensive positions here from Kongdoo PANTHERA, should give them a nice little advantage. As the push starts coming through, Void moving up, and Birdring going to be taken down. Hisu actually finds the elimination. Now Koma taken down as well. Hisu with a double. Hoxel does get traded. Choisei Juan needs to do a hell of a lot more heavy lifting than that if they want to be able to hold on to this point. And it looks like RunAway are having absolutely none of it.
Yeah, really difficult to stall this one too, and RunAway walk away with 4 ultimates here. And Gangnam using his to help secure, but they have a massive ult advantage. Void used his to try to control that choke, but it's the back line that gets collapsed on by Hisu. And without, you know, the approaching Ramatra ult here, it's going to have to be on Choisei Juan. He won't have a sound barrier.
Played out, Hoxel good for 1. Attack low, kills come in, he's going to get another. Choisei Juan able to only find a runner before getting taken down. Gangnam with a nice little punish. As RunAway look like they are very well set to go ahead and tie up this series by taking a 2-0 on Nepal.
Yeah, Choisei Juan just pulling his blade there, hoping to get the better of that matchup there on the front lines, but with all the tools RunAway had, I mean, it was a pipe dream really to hope that was going to work out. Now it's another tool missing.
For a second, I thought Hoxel was just going to die by falling into the pit, but he's got the wall ride.
Thankfully, he's good.
He stays safe. Still knows his limits, it would seem. There's now Bumper popping the ult. Looking for some targets here, but everybody widely playing at an arm's length.
Zoning
push
ultimate.
on the corner. Void getting chipped away at, but we'll be all right. Rascal just trying to keep everybody alive. Pops down that Suzu on the floor. Bumper Hoxel both low. Hisu, however, again, monstrous performance from him, and they just don't get the touch. Big win here. RunAway answering back on Nepal once more, looking incredibly strong on the map.
And what's
managed to just close it out.
What's so interesting about it is they played a completely different style this time around than they did the last time. It was all about bumper controlling choke points and using the ability for him to poke and peek around walls and be extremely obnoxious and lock their opponents into choke points where he has the annihilation advantage. Was kind of how they won out in that previous series against Lunatic-Hai. But this time, it was really just about the DPS and taking control and forcing things that... forcing fights that, unfortunately, Kongdoo and PANTHERA were just not prepared to take. Haksal had the better of the Genji matchup this time easily. Yep. Even though he's punished that one single time, he otherwise had way better blades. And I think Kongdoo and PANTHERA a little bit quick on the trigger fingers sometimes to match ultimates when they probably should have held them. And tracking ult economy, you know, when you're out of the game for a while, as I mentioned earlier, one of the toughest things to do as a pro, you're thinking about your hands, you're thinking about headshots, you're thinking about where people are. But tracking ultimates is something that's very difficult to keep up with when you're out of the game for a little while. It felt like, I think there was a little bit of that going on for PANTHERA. They're just not able to always know when they should ult, and RunAway just had the better economy there.
Well, looks like Choice A1 going to be stepping out. We will see Decay coming back in, and I mean, Decay was a pretty big beast on that first map. You think about, I mean, what, 7 kills in a row in the one fight, basically. Just picking them up one after the other. So, not going to be a bad shot having him in as they get ready to go into their map pick for our hybrid map. But we are at least guaranteed 4 maps in this series. One of the teams is going to be taking a step towards victory and locking in match point as we get ready to go into this.
Yeah, we will see what the map choice for hybrid is going to be. We did see the Lunatic-Hai Eichenwalde pick last time, and in the first series we saw the pick from GC Busan of King's Row. So those are the 2 maps we've seen so far. In this one we could see Hollywood, Blizzard World, Midtown, which I haven't commentated yet, or Colosseo. Is that how you say it? Did I say it right this time?
Oh dear. Yeah, you nailed it. You absolutely nailed it. But
that's my favorite Harry Potter
Colosseo.
spell. My favorite Harry Potter spell, yeah. Colosseo.
Colosseo. But yeah, I got Hogwarts Legacy coming out.
Yeah,
soon.
that game looks pretty good. Looks pretty good.
I haven't watched the movies or read the books in a very long time, but they were a big part of my childhood, so maybe I'll have to pick that one up. Because also, I'm not usually like an open world guy, but like the only ones I think that's really kind of gotten me is like Breath of the Wild. And
you're like,
maybe some Elder Scrolls, you know, like when Skyrim first came out. But
you're like, I'm not open world. I'm an open Hogwarts. That's my genre.
I'm down with that. But we'll see. Anyway, enough about that.
So, it looks like we will have Decay in, but also Changshik is coming in for Kongdoo. We got the confirmation on that. RunAway doing no substitutions. So, that's going to be the same look for them. And we'll get the update on the map for you guys as soon as everything is set and good to go on that. Just going to take some time for these substitutions.
Yep. Just get everybody swapped back in, make sure that their stuff is working properly. Because as somebody who's been going through some computer struggles over the last couple days, you know, you want to make sure that everything's functioning properly.
Yeah, computer struggles are the worst. I had a driver update issue recently where I was trying to actually load into Shambali, and because I reinstalled Overwatch, my computer just wasn't working for some reason because drivers needed to be updated. No, everything else was working fine, but I had to do some troubleshooting to get in there and test out the map. Took a little bit of time. Computer issues, man, the worst.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you just want to sit at home and play video games, and when you can't do that, it kind of sucks.
But luckily, we get to sit at this studio and watch and commentate video games instead. So your computer may be broken, but it looks like all 10 of these players got working ones.
Looks like it should be underway here in a moment. We'll have to see what Kongdoo, you know, where they like to take us for this hybrid map.
Birdring looking hyped as we go into this. Glad to see Changshik back on the field. As it is getting late into the evening. We're hitting the 11:30 mark in 10 minutes time.
There we are. Ooh, well, there you go.
Ah, Midtown, my favorite.
Okay. All right. All right.
All right, Midtown though. This is going to be a good one. I haven't commentated this one yet. Newer hybrid map here for Overwatch 2. It's been all about legacy on Kings Row and Eichenwalde. Now we're moving into Midtown to write some new history for these legends that are battling it out.
Yeah, we'll see how they fare. The map has had some mixed results depending on the team that you look at during the 2022 season. Fusion in particular, I mean, I think they had, by the end, a little bit of redemption, but it was definitely not a great start for them in the season when it came down to playing on Midtown. But, you know, we don't talk about the Fusion incident.
Anyone want a slice of pepperoni pizza?
Genuinely, I would eat that off the ground right now. I'm that hungry.
Achilios would eat a Fisher-Price plastic slice of pizza right now.
Yes.
If I drew a slice of pizza on a piece of paper and gave it to him, he'd probably gobble it up. It's getting late.
Don't tempt me.
We had some ramen earlier. That was like what? It was a late lunch too. It was like 3
o'clock. So we're now going on 8 hours later. And all I've had so far is whatever this thing is here, a French pie.
Hey,
a strawberry French pie.
Bumper on Zarya, by the way, potentially here. I mean, he's already got it here for the defense. It's a forward hold here.
Yeah,
and
he's in with this.
It's a Genji comp.
This is an old bumper pick.
Yeah, it is. And it's going to be really fun to see how this one pans out, because obviously you can get a lot of charge here and try to just basically spawn camp on Midtown here. We've seen this strategy before. Very risky, though. If you fall behind, you are going to have a hard time catching up.
Yeah. He's got this rail at the ready. He's just waiting for a moment where he thinks he can go ahead and get a one-shot, but instead he'll just take the headshot there. Nearly take down Changchik. Forces him back, but taking some damage off screen. As the bulls goes out, and Runner can be taken down. Birdring able to find the opening kill. Now the rest of RunAway have some heavy lifting to do if they want to try to hold on to control of this point, but Hoxall going to be taken down. Changchik leaps up onto the high ground as it's Birdring who's putting the team on his back. Around the corner, Bumper nowhere really to go, running out of bubbles. He's trying to answer something back here, but it's going to get knocked into the wall and eventually fall. Seems like he will be able to sustain. And because of that, RunAway, they do have a chance to go ahead and recontest this before the cap comes in.
Yep, Bumper back on the point. No more bubbles, though.
Running out of it. They're still going to be zoned off the point for now. Damage coming down. Bumper, Hoxall, both under fire. Decay finds 2. The aforementioned members of RunAway going to be taken down. They're still trying to make it happen, but the Kitsune rush committed into this fight is a bit much, I would say, here for Gangnam Jin. The Rascal just holds his and says, hey, we got 5 ults for this push now.
So the idea with this comp is to obviously push hard at the front with high energy Zarya, and then you double bubble Hoxall, basically just constantly bubble him, and it's almost like a triple support composition where the Genji gets insane resources, you build energy on the Zarya, or Genji gets his ult, so it's a win-win. But it's very risky, obviously, when he goes poorly, but those ults are finally starting to come online. Well, Bumper high energy here.
I mean, another great shot into the corner of the seismic slam with the finisher. Runner going to be taken down. No chance in hell for him. Rascal, I mean, the rush is used, it's whatever. Spin around, why not? Not under too much threat, but eventually the cleanup will start coming through. But.
You don't want to be messing around as a Doomfist against a Zarya up in a doorway like that, because she will eventually grab ult, she will eventually start to hit the 80+ energy mark, and you're just not going to be able to compete with that level of DPS. RunAway now getting control of this high ground here. They have the blade ready. Another Kitsune rush almost ready for Gangnam Jin.
Oh, okay. Blade pulled by Hoxall. They get the sound barrier in response. One swipe across into Decay, who does use the recall. Now Dragon Blade going to be resheathed. Meteor Strike having to be used by Changchik. Hisu, however, pulls out that overclock, finds 2 quick headshots. Birdring and Koma both going to be taken down. Now Rascal dead as well. A third for Hisu, as the cart will be halted.
Bumper builds up another half of a grav here, too. Bubbled Hoxall instantly during the blade. It was the threat of the blade, I think, that did more damage than the left clicks on it itself. Kongdoo, but they're losing a lot of control of positioning here. Birdring struggling to actually compete with Hisu's high ground line of sight. And RunAway in a really nice spot here to actually burn down this clock, especially if they can build another grab here before point B. Or the first checkpoint, I should say.
But Hoxall picked off. So they might be able to build a grab with the blade. It's going to be that much further delayed. Decay almost has a pulse. Chanji is just claiming lives with seismic slams. Every single time he uses it, it's runner dead again. And Birdring will just go ahead and kill 3 or 4 people.
Yeah.
'Cause why not? And hey, it's another pause! Woo!
Hisu's headset not working again, question mark?
Yep, he got punched so hard by Doomfist, his headset just broke.
Looks like it's actually on the Kongdoo PANTHERA side. Potentially. Yeah, with the Kitsune Rush commitment there, it was really interesting because, so kind of a weird, rare interaction with Zarya where you get more bubbles with a cooldown reduction, but like, it's not enough to where you actually get like 4 bubbles during the Kitsune Rush and you're like, oh, this is it. And unfortunately, it's not able to get enough energy there. So another ultimate committed. RunAway lose control. Looks like Kongdoo PANTHERA taking the advantage for the moment. But we'll have to wait until we jump back into the action after this issue is resolved, whatever it is. Rascal's microphone is the update.
I see. I think he's been playing well enough. He doesn't need it. Just
silence him. That's the handicap because he's basically an Overwatch League player.
Yeah, make it a little bit more fair. But all right, looks like we're gonna go straight back into it. So a very short fix, which is always good to see. As Gangnam Jin was taken down, the most recent death here. Good nade out from Birdring, trying to cut off that retreat. Hiso has to slide out. They have to use a bubble as well. Changchik going to be taken down, but Bumper gets exchanged. And
Bumper's getting a grab at any cost. That's what he's telling us right now. He's like, all right, just shoot at me, give me that energy, I'm getting a grab.
He's trying to, but now he gets reset. Runner picked off. Decay. It's an absolute nutter here. Gets on top of him, finds that kill, and the pulse bomb is still going to be held.
I know it's a throwback. I love seeing Bumper on a Zarya pick, but it might be time to swap after this grab, and it might be too late at that point. The cart's just roll, and here's the rush.
You have to go diving forward again. The rush there, as you say. Birdring with a disrupting shot finds Runner, who just can't really seem to stay alive for more than 10 seconds as he respawns. Decay will eventually get beamed down. Bumper able to find that kill. Hoxall dashes and finds Birdring as well. The pressure alleviated as the DPS members are gone. Still widely contained back towards the spawn, however, the card advancing forward. Grab is at the ready from Bumper. Medium energy for now. Rascal manages to jump out to safety. Seismic slam back from Changshik. He keeps himself alive.
Ideally, you want to grab the choke point here, but there's 2 other points the PANTHERA members could spill out of here. And they've got a high mobility tracer, they've got a Kitsune, or rather a Kiriko. Here comes Hoxall.
Oh, and there goes Hoxall. Gets on the coma, finds that kill. Changshik, however, to reply, finishes him off. Now Bumper going to be taken down once more. So the grab not going to be able to be in this fight, and that just further delays the buildup on this energy for Bumper. So even when he uses the grab, it might not be nearly as deadly. Meteor Strike drop down. Hisu trying to keep them in this one. A headshot on the Birdring is a good little step, but he needs much more than that. Changshik pulls back around the corner. Does get taken down in the end by Hoxall, but
Massive they can hold
out
without using the grab. That would buy them so much time here. It would look like an otherwise doomed hold. Hoxall picks off Decay. The stagger is massive. Bumper has some space to work with to build that energy we're talking about now. And maybe there's a chance they can actually pull this one off now.
It's possible. Changshik swapping it up. Goes to the Winston. Grab. Lobbed in here by Bumper. Low energy. In fact, it's just going to be no energy. Decay gets in, finds a kill. Rush the beat. Everything invested here from the side of Kongdoo PANTHERA other than this pulse bomb. And a Runner. Oh no, he loses the beat. Mid drop. Decay strikes him down. Finishes off Gangnam Jin to boot. And now Bumper is the only one left alive.
Somewhat peculiar usage of the 0 energy grab there to try to lock down Changshik and get a single pick. They fail. Bumper trades his life for the attempt, and that should be the finish.
Certainly should be. Pulse bomb down.
Uh-oh.
Okay, Decay. That's a questionable little maneuver right there. Walking over top of the pulse bomb, ends up going down. That might just be enough for RunAway to buy some more time. 0.57 meters left to go. Kongdoo PANTHERA making the call to go ahead and retreat. Now Changshik is going to die. So, yeah, Decay off at himself leads to RunAway being able to hold this for at least a little bit longer.
This this is actually really unfortunate for Kongdoo Panthera. Huxall's got a blade here too. Definitely holdable if they could set up for a nice one. Changshik's trying to make sure he has this ultimate for the final contest. Just a little bit of disruption is all you need to close this map out, but it's probably going to be an overtime. Blade?
Yeah, the blade coming through. Koma going to be spotted, tracked, finished off. Fleck used. Primal Lab going to be popped by Changshik. Just looking to try to somehow keep them right back into this game, but he's going to have to make his exit because there's only 15 seconds remaining, so he needs to join back in with the rest of the squad, make sure that they have a full 5-man unit as they try to get things finished. But somebody's got to go for the touch. In all likelihood, going to have to be Decay.
Super awkward timing of that Primal too, but they just have such a weird time left, and I don't know if they can actually get in here. Doesn't look like it. Barely.
Decay gets there. He almost dies for it, but he gets the touch. The OT now starting to bleed away, and this time, oh, headshot. Back of the skull, Hisu gets the hit. Finds Changshik as well. Huxall dashes through, finds Koma. And just like that, it boils down to one little post bomb that Decay stepped on as if it was a landmine. And now RunAway, they managed to successfully hold in front of point C.
Yeah, that really unfortunate, you know, self-destruct for a Decay, to use a Smash Bros term. I think definitely had to come back to potentially bite Kongdoo Panthera here, because it looked like they had it in the bag. It was locked up and done. Bumper's ult did nothing, and it was looking like there's just no way that RunAway can muster a hold. But with the DPS advantage they had with Decay being out, there was a really huge opportunity for them to then get spawn advantage and start to hold on, which we did see. This might be the replay of said moment. No, this is going to be Hisu actually popping off and getting the overclock kills. As what about a plastic hot dog?
Is that a hot dog?
I think so.
Oh, okay. For a second, I thought it was like an eclair with.
But it doesn't have mustard, so I wouldn't eat it.
I thought it was a chocolate eclair at first.
It might be. I thought it was a hot dog, though.
I was standing up, so I'm looking at a weird angle, so the color was a little bit off on the monitor.
Oh, we'll have to ask chat later if it was a hot dog or an eclair.
What do you put your vote in right now, chat? Was it a hot dog or an eclair? Let us know.
Hashtag team hot dog.
Yeah. Which one do you wish it were? But
it's going to be Bumper back on the Winston, by the way. No Zarya or anything like that here for their attack run. And it's just straight up going to be Tracer Genji, you have to imagine here with the Winston pick. Low Hisu does go to Sojourn.
Okay, Rascal, he gets out this time. Yay, improvement. There's quite a bit of damage on the Huxall immediately as they swing around the corner, and Rascal this time will be able to get the headshot. Finds the early punish, and oh boy, it just starts falling apart. Hisu nowhere to go. Changshik gives a quick little wave, says hi. Bumper's the last one to die. And yeah, reset, go again for RunAway.
Yeah, it's tough to, when you have this annoying Doomfist on the high ground, it can leap down onto you to break through with the comp like RunAway is running with this Genji, because they don't have the high density DPS of the Tracer to actually punish. They don't have anything like a Sombra. So Changshik kind of has free reign here unless he gets headshot by Hisu, which is so difficult to do. As you can see, Huxall's just getting bullied a little bit here.
Trying to make his way through. Time though, good opener. Bumper manages to find Koma. Holds the door for the time being. So he looks for a little bit more, and that's going to be Rascal take it down as well. So now the support's out of the equation. RunAway. They start getting the cap coming through. He loses out on his rail energy, but I don't think that we're going to be able to see the recontest. And again, Decay does do that.
Recall.
Could be huge, but Gangnam Jin catches him in the skull, and that is the cap. Now 5+ minutes here for RunAway. After a bit of a rocky start, they make up for it in spades. And Kongdoo Panthera are going to get pushed back to the further spawns, and now need to try to hold here in the street space.
Midtown's A-point defense is really difficult to pull off. Great time bank here for RunAway, and Kongdoo Panthera got a little bit split there. Rascal cut off from the rest of his team, and speaking of yeah, well, it looks like he's going to get out this time. Just trying to be really greedy to grab an early Kitsune rush, which looks like he will be rewarded for to match Gangnam Jin's.
Good disruptive shot, trying to slow up Bumper's aggression here on the high ground, but now he's going to have that primal to rely on, and never mind, he's going to die. Bird Ring able to pop him before he can go ahead and use the ult. The rush comes in. As Rascal's still lasting, Gangnam Jin trying to set up the squad for success. Couldn't quite make it happen though, and Huxall cannot exit. Bird Ring able to find back-to-back headshots with Rascal picking up a kill as well. So another reset here. A minute bought off the time bank since the cap on A, Kongdoo PANTHERA. We can just do that 4 more times. They'll have a map win.
Yeah, RunAway's got a nice set of ultimates though. The Genji ultimate in particular is going to be very strong if Changshik's pushing this far forward. The backline will be exposed. Huxel has a lot of mobility he can use to get to that backline, and you can see he's trying to set up for it. Sakoma is trying to taxi Changshik back to safety. Here comes the Blade.
Blade out, Huxel finding 1, looking for 2, gets it. Rascal taken down, Koma push him away. Keeps himself alive. Decay seems to fight back. Manages to find 2 kills for himself as well. Tank and a support. Changshik now Meteor Strike to safety. As RunAway continue to bring the card forward through the underpass. Dash in, trying to get on top of Decay. Still a very risky situation there for Huxel, as Decay has just been a monster today.
Yep, just trying to find another backline access here. No recall.
Runner taken down, Birdring finding the kill. Looking for a little bit more here before the ult expires.
Late Primal.
Huxel can't quite make it happen. Yeah, the Primal is there on the back end, as you say, but okay. It's Gangnam Jin, Huxel going to be taken down, and Bumper's not going to be able to find too much of anything here, other than an exit back over to the rest of the squad.
Yeah, that late Primal does hurt a lot.
Bumper. It was a very risky high ground contest.
Looks like he's going to get away safely, but giving over a little bit of extra ult charge here, Achilios, and 5 minutes cut in half now, down to 2:30. It's potentially dire straits here. Huxel can't build a Blade quickly. It's not going to change comp.
RunAway certainly at risk now. Overclock from Hisu, sound barrier in response from Koma, just trying to keep everybody alive. He gets knocked off the high ground, slides back up, tries to retake this for his own, but Birdring in the meantime is the Sojourn finding the kills, and oh boy.
1 health.
Yep, Zenny Rush comes out, Changshik narrowly holding on by a thread. Look at this, I mean the fight back here from Kongdoo PANTHERA is just stellar. Rush of their own, and yep, they will just come up with kill after kill. Gangnam Jin, the only one able to find anything there is Rascal will get taken down, but Bumper is going to be the last one to fall for some additional stagger.
Decay is out of his mind.
This is just nutty play. I mean, not only him, but everybody right now in PANTHERA is just looking nuts.
Yeah, Hux only builds 45% of the Blade after the dust settles here, and missing that tracer damage. I mean, Genji does a lot of damage with his Blade. He can get picks off. He has a combo, but he can't delete Changshik here on the front lines. Changshik has a lot more free reign. He's building up these meteor strikes so quickly. And this fight is probably not going to be any exception. He'll be able to do it throughout this fight, stall so much time.
A disrupting shot into Runner, getting railed there by Birdring. Just nasty stuff from him, and he's going to have another overclock ready to go. Up onto the high ground, now has it at the ready. We'll see when he wants to pop it, if it's even necessary, but there's a minute remaining now for the side of RunAway.
Oh.
Another headshot, Hisu taken down, and man, Birdring, where'd you go? Come back to us. All of you, just come back. Anybody who's not looking to, you know, just rejoin the league, it's fine. It's fine. Decay, nasty, 2 more kills for him. As with 40 seconds remaining, RunAway. Ooh, I mean, they need to get this cap, and then they still need to make it basically to the end. It was like, what, like 0.3 meters left to go for Kongdoo PANTHERA, so you effectively have to finish this map. Meteor strike from Changshik, just look for the exit. Huxel will find a punish on the Birdring. Good amount of damage peeled away here from RunAway. Maybe can find some space for themselves, and yes, with the additional kills coming through, seems like Kongdoo PANTHERA have blown a little bit too close to the sun.
But they have enough time to reset.
Exactly.
As you were getting into, and with this overclock, Decay's ability to set up for a potential pulse, and Koma having the sound barrier to answer this Blade, Runner's sound barrier is going to be so critical. If Runner dies before he gets that, I think this is a lost cause for RunAway. Overtime ticking.
And then he goes ahead, he pops, and the Blade going to be pulled from Huxel. He's trying to get through Changshik. Both bomb out from Decay, not going to be able to find anything. Changshik, 1 HP. Sound barrier keeps him alive for a little bit longer, but eventually Hisu is able to find the elimination. Birdring now looking for something, gets Huxel, looks for a little bit more. Sound barrier in response, Runner tries to keep them in the fight, tries to get them here into point B, and with Hisu using that overclock, it seems like RunAway should be able to make it happen. Decay ducking and dashing around the cart, eventually gets clipped in the head. And Limjin finds the elimination. Changshik now needs to make his exit. Or risk getting staggered. And the cap will come in. It's going to be 1 minute and 20 seconds now. Just about here for RunAway as they get moving into the final stage.
You have so much time to work with here as Kongdoo PANTHERA. rather, they have so little time to work with that you feel really comfortable despite that. Looks like Como was going to go for a last-minute contest. Very risky to do so. He thinks better of it. RunAway had to use a lot for that, a lot they don't have now. Beautifully timed sound barrier from Runner, though, to secure the point, but it's not over yet. They still have to push this all the way to make it happen, nearly all the way, as you mentioned earlier.
Still cut out for them. There's the Kitsune rush from Rascal. So far, kills not being found, but RunAway widely on the retreat. Trying to push their way back over towards the spawn. Changchik is able to find Runner once more. Isu with a good answer. Will shut down Decay. Some space bought and pressure alleviated, but still get shoved away. Still time bought here for Kongdoo.
Isu trying to build up more railguns here as they push around the corner. Needs that line of sight.
Jumped on. Knocked down the 63. Heals come flying through. They keep him alive for now. Push forward. Rascal going to be taken down. Hisu with a nice opening kill. They look for Birdring. They will find him. Changchik able to find a Runner in the end, but it's still a massive trade up as RunAway might just be making it happen off the back of the Kitsune rush.
That's ultless from Hisu. He's about to have that ult online here in 7%, and he pulled that off without it. Think of what he could do with it in this finals push before Coma has sound barrier.
The primal as well from Bumper, just a couple percentage away. Runner again getting chipped away. And he just continues to get on top of him and find these kills.
There's the ult.
Pulse Bomb is at the ready. Rascal nearly taken down. The ult rolling, as you say, now going to be expiring. Looking to try to hound down a target, but they pressure out Hisu. They find the kill. That's a good start from the side of PANTHERA, but they still have members at risk. Haxel dashes through, finds Changchik. The blade now going to be pulled. Slicing away, Coma drops the beat, try to keep everybody else alive, and Birdring comes back through with the overclock. They shut him down. They clear off the cart. Despite how good it was looking for a while, RunAway cannot make it to the end. Instead, it is Kongdoo PANTHERA who close out Midtown. And now we find ourselves going into map 4 with Kongdoo in the lead.
What a close game that ended up being, and man, Hisu with the heroics there to actually push it through the one final fight. We saw when he actually used the overclock, he didn't have any space to work with. Too many threats on him, and there was no peel, of course, to keep him alive. And Kongdoo going nuts over here. And look, I thought it was a heroic attempt. I thought we were going to maybe see one of those miracle RunAway overtime pushes come true here in 2022. And it didn't happen, but it was so close, and I still think RunAway could bring this back. I think this series is still anyone's to take here, potentially, with how close these maps are played out. And I think Bumper bouncing back a little bit, too.
Yep. Well, we're going to go to a quick little break while we get ready for what could be the final map, so don't go anywhere. Kongdoo PANTHERA currently up 2-1. We'll see what happens when we come back. And we are back and burning the midnight oil. It's 11:46 here in Seoul, South Korea. The audience still full watching these two teams clash as we come down to the wire. Kongdoo PANTHERA now with the lead 2-1 in their favor. If they can close out one more map, the series will be theirs and they will find themselves in the grand final tomorrow. Otherwise, RunAway trying to answer back as we get ready to go into push to see if they can extend this all the way to 5 maps.
I am feeling like this is still anyone's series to take. This might be another 5-mapper. And what's really fun about how this is all playing out is we're seeing overall a pretty wide variety of maps here across all series. So I'm hoping that we'll get new Queen Street this time just to complete the trio of push maps. My first night casting push, and I get all 3. That would be the dream. That's what I'm hoping for. As we take a look at the rosters here this time, just no subs across the board, sticking with what has been the most competitive, I'd say, of these two teams' rosters in terms of how close it's been. So I'll give it a thumbs up.
Yeah, I think overall looking decent right now. We'll see what happens though as we get ready to go in and what the map pick is going to be, and it's going to be. You want to try it again?
Colosseo.
Oh my God, he did it! Everyone
I was
say,
actually nervous. I was like, oh, is this the right way?
Everyone say good job, Wolf. But yes, Colosseo.
By the way, I did do a little scroll in the break, peek back. I think Team Hot Dog won big time. Just saying.
Well, I'll blame it on the angle I was looking at the screen. But Colosseo could very well be the last map here of the evening. Unless RunAway have anything to say about it. We saw them, get the full push versus Lunatic-Hai just in our last series. So if they can replicate that again, perhaps we will see a Game 5, one final round of control to decide who will be victorious.
I think they might win it. I don't think we'll see the full push. But, hey, we've seen crazier things. You and I have seen a lot over the years casting Overwatch here in Korea, so.
Yeah. Been some wild scenes throughout the ages. We'll see what they piece together now. Is looking like Bumper. Okay, shows the hog initially.
I was hoping for a little bit more hog action. I enjoyed it. What we saw previously didn't work out as much for Miro, but it was fun to see the try the attempt.
Ooh. Okay, no, I was gonna say Rascal on the Brigida, but goes back over to the Kiriko and. Looks like, a bit before what was anticipated here. Probably going to be going for the Winston. Hoxall back over to the Genji. So very much the same scenes that we just saw on Midtown from the side of RunAway.
Birdring trying to get an angle, gets chipped down. So it's the Tracer versus Genji once again, and this can be a big problem for RunAway in terms of the tanks, but it gives them a really strong ult to use in those big team fights.
Still holding on to this rail here is Birdring. Waiting for the right opportunity to send it flying. Deflect going to be used, so waits it out. Hoxall now not much more at risk. His disrupting shot gets a good amount of value there and slows up the members of RunAway. Hoxall under fire, down, low on HP. Hisu, however, manages to find Koma with a rail shot. Now Changshi going to be taken down as well. RunAway starting things off nicely as Rascal will be maybe the last one to fall. No, Birdring will also join him in the grave.
Clean play from Hoxall there, doing a ton of extra damage, hitting those headshots. Now he's going to grab 60% of an ult while they push this one as far as they can, as fast as they can. And he can threaten Koma on the reset. Notice how he's just lurking around, seeing which targets he can find, who sticks their head out first, and he's going to just go over and build ult charge. That Dragon Blade is worth a team fight here if he can build it up quickly enough.
Speaking about building things up quickly, Decay, Pulse Bomb at the ready. In behind the team now, right up in front. As Kongdoo PANTHERA look for the counter aggression. Pulse Bomb goes forward, not going to find a kill, but it might not matter because Birdring already got Bumper as the Kitsune Rush comes in from Gangnam Jin. If they can't get any follow-ups here, aside from Koma, they might still be in a bit of a stalemate, if not lose out on the fight. Changshik goes up with a Meteor Strike, drops back down, no kill to be found. Right now, going to be committing the barrier to this one. Koma still looking to build his up. Rascal, the rush nearly up. push onto the high ground here. Now the overclock invested as well. Hisu is looking to close out this fight and keep this bot pushing forward with that kill on Decay. It certainly works a treat.
That was a great call by Runner to sound barrier there. They had just enough resources to actually hold onto the point and keep that high ground here. They get another pick. They buy some more time. Still rolling.
Yep,
56.
Just the right amount of aggression. Runner down to a sliver. Dive onto the corner. Haksal dashes away. He stays alive somehow. Changshik, it looked like he should have had that kill. Not today. Bot's still going to be locked into position for now. The blade's going to be pulled. Haksal trying to cut through these sound barrier shields. Spots Rascal low. Gets the finishing blow. Runner going to be traded out, but it's still the fight very much going the way of RunAway. Gangnam Jin now has his work cut out for him to try to keep everybody sustained, but with the fight being won so handedly, they look quite strong.
Man, RunAway, they're the push team
Clearly.
to beat in this tournament, and that's
least
going to be
the
another
Colosseo team.
checkpoint. Yeah, Colosseo as well. Like, it's been looking very good for them. That's another checkpoint under their belt, so they're going to get the better spawns. And we were only 3 minutes in. But they're a checkpoint away from finishing the map. I don't think it's going to happen, but we have to start asking the question.
And it. Pulse bomb stick goes across, but that's going to be the Suzu out from Gangnam Jin. He keeps himself safe. Decay knocked down to 32 HP, pulls back around the corner, but Murdering is here on the flank. And yeah, he is just free shooting right now. Good headshot. Now Hisu going to be taken down, but I don't think they're going to be too bothered by this. They will get a little bit of a split spawn as the bot goes back across the neutral lines. The forward spawn's going to be lost as Runner and Hisu get ready to rejoin. Bumper in the meantime, trying to get a Punisher on Tarascal, but he's able to just push the bubble and get the kill.
Kongdoo Panthera getting a lot more control here. Not going to be a 0 meter run for them. And setting up to try to shut down Haxal's blade build while also getting line of sight here for Birdring is the name of the game. See what he can do with it, obviously in that last fight.
So they rush used by Gangnam Jin, but again, they pop the rush, they immediately lose a player. Haksal narrowly staying alive as his Runner. They get Birdring in exchange. 1-for-1 on those Sojourns with a little bit of a faster run back here for the RunAway side of things. Runner will get his hands dirty for what feels like the first time this entire series by taking down Rascal before he's traded out by Changshik with a primal rage. Haksal now zapped away at, Decay's there for the kill. Changshik finds 2.
Now
it's them trying to keep the bot in position, but RunAway's been sealing it away.
Yeah, and you know, if they had actually solidified their hold of this, Kongdoo Panthera that is, might have actually been able to take the lead. Been a bit of an awkward tussle here though, buying RunAway a little bit of extra space.
Birdring comes back through, gets the headshot on the bumper, so once again, some good kills found for Kongdoo Panthera. They can get the bot pushing once more. Still have to make it all the way up to the checkpoint if they want to be able to tie this, and now they lose out on Birdring once more. Hisu holding on to the ult. Haksal taken down with his in the back pocket. So there's a blade for our future follow-up. Bot though slowly making progress.
Hisu with the high ground here, trying to find that angle as he drops down.
He's gonna rush around the back. Hisu tries to get this flank angle, throws down the disrupting shot, but couldn't quite get the headshot on the Changshik, otherwise he might have finished him instead. It's gonna be the Winston finding 2. Now Decay getting a 3rd kill. His bumper will fall. That should be the checkpoint, honestly, grabbed up here by Kongdoo Panthera. So all that early pressure, all that early distance from RunAway, it's going to be nullified.
It's fading away here, and with Runner dead, Haksal has to hold the blade. And this is a very awkward spot here now for RunAway to try to grab back control of the bot here. And if Runner has to preemptively sound barrier, Coma can just sound barrier second to nullify that.
Yeah. So you can see he's trying to set up for something. Runner now going to be dropping the beat. Blade comes out. Coma drops the beat as well to go ahead and keep everybody protected. But Birdring didn't receive the shielding and instead gets taken down. Now Rascal going to be dead on the back end. Looks like Haksal final will go ahead and stop this push in its tracks. But crucially, Kongdoo Panthera, they just narrowly overtook the lead by about 1.2 meters.
Really, really huge. You pointed it out, Birdring not getting that shield there. If he eats one more left click from Haksal, maybe it's a totally different story. Doesn't get that dash reset, doesn't get the double. Still a meter in the lead, as you mentioned.
Onus is on RunAway. Try to retake this. Kongdoo Panthera, if they can continue to win out some of these neutral fights, they might just be able to keep this locked in place, and that's a good way to go about it. The rush out from Gangnam Jin, shut down by Decay here. With that pulse bomb, but they still managed to find Changshik, so breaking down the front line. Still a very good look here for RunAway, but speaking of which, it's going to be bumper falling. Continue to trade blow for blow. Haksal finds Coma, Hisu down low on HP. Birdring sliding in. Gets the melee hit across the rail shot. Yep, comes in with a kill. Gets running a boot before falling to Hoxel, but Rascal's there for the finishing blow. And once again, the bot being kept on RunAway side of the map. Now 3 minutes remaining. RunAway, they need to run this back, and Bumper is swapping over to the Hog.
Yeah, I think this is a good call because you need to start getting picks here. You need to actually start winning 5v4 fights and hoping that Hoxel's damage is going to be enough here without Blades to win those fights. And breaking Changxi down earlier, grabbing a support, even Decay just one-shotting him, gives Hoxel way more opportunity to have agency here when he's bladeless. Not running an auto this time, you know, it's a little bit more tough to get that value out of the Genji Blade and build it up without having some sort of extra potential pick. Now the risk obviously is that he's not going to have any staying power. Bumper in a lost team fight, can't turn things around, can't primal. It's pick or lose basically as he looks for a hook.
Pushes the corner, puts some damage down on the Changxi. The Kitsune Rush now going to be used by Rascal. Runner going to fall. Bumper taken down as well. Birdring just going on an absolute tear. Finds a double kill, finds a triple. For a little bit more, but Hisu answers back with 3 kills of his own. Changxi in the support's now going to be taken down. Low on HP, slides over to the sides, looking for a little bit more damage for another kill, but
it looks flashy.
There, they just pull away.
It looks flashy, it looks cool, but it's not effective if you can't really win the fight, concisely. Yeah, Hisu gets a triple here, but so many resources otherwise committed here. Bumper needs to get these picks. He's getting hooks, but he's not able to secure the eliminations. And yes, RunAway pull the bot back towards their side.
Oh, they have no idea. So Decay opens up, just puts some primary fire spray. Thought maybe he would go straight in for the pulse, but maybe it doesn't even matter. He finds Hisu, he gets Runner. Hoxel dead to Birdring, who also finds Gangnam Jin, and Decay will get Bumper. So between the two of them, the DPS duo on the side of Kongdoo managed to go ahead and clean up RunAway. Another team kill found, and now they're looking to reestablish those forward spawns by taking the bot past the checkpoint.
Yeah, they're running this map. I mean, they end up grabbing Hoxel, taking Runner out before he gets sound barrier. It's just nothing that RunAway could do, seemingly.
Yeah, and Runner dead again, not being able to use the sound barrier. Even more distance being accrued here for Kongdoo PANTHERA, who now stretches the lead by about 9 meters. Gangnam Jin taken down. They did manage to find 2. Bumper playing forward here on the bot. They should be able to start moving this once more in their favor, but RunAway, they have got so much work to do.
And so little time to do it, as Bumper has whole hogs that should be able to help them secure this choke point if they can get the bot all the way there. That's a big if, considering Changxi's coming over with his own primal here. It's really just, I think, about what the DPS can get done while Bumper's trying to set up for this hog. Hoxel looking for an angle, switch to the Tracer.
Okay, Decay dead. That's the kind of neutral kill that RunAway needs, and they need to string together a couple more. Hook about to be off cooldown. There's a TP out. Rascal stays safe. Bumper considering going for that flank again, but decides not to do so.
There's hope. They're getting closer to choke point.
They are.
One more fight.
A couple meters left to go with 10 seconds left. The whole hog going to be coming through. The bot not pushing for the time being. Sound barrier out from Runner, trying to keep everybody alive. The support ultimate's not quite yet there for the side of Kongdoo PANTHERA. Changxi goes dropping around the backside. He gets Runner, and then gets taken down. Rascal with a headshot finds Hisu. As we get ourselves a 2v2, or 2 for 2, I should say. Gangnam Jin being chipped away at. Such low HP remaining for him. Needs Runner to come back in, but Rascal manages to find the headshot as the OT is here.
Bumper
They just
so
clear
much
this
time.
one off. And this is just going to be Kongdoo PANTHERA closing out the series. Decay finds a second kill. Runner going to be taken down. It seems like they will make it so damn close, but so very far all the same. OT will bleed down, and Kongdoo PANTHERA will successfully defend just mere meters away from RunAway being able to take us into a Game 5. Colosseo is theirs, as is the series, and Kongdoo PANTHERA will find themselves now in the grand final tomorrow night.
Very impressive run from Kongdoo PANTHERA here tonight. Wasn't easy by any means, but they are definitely the tournament favorites. They have the strongest lineup right now, and they showed it again. And I'll be honest, I didn't expect it to be as difficult for them to actually win the winners match. For me, I was kind of thinking, all right, this team is definitely the strongest, and so which team can even put up a fight against them? RunAway did. GC Busan almost reverse swept them. So yeah, at the end of the day, our prediction for Kongdoo being one of the strongest teams that go straight to the winners finals here comes true. But the way they got there, I think, was a tougher road than most expected. So they're going to come up on stage to give a bow as they advance to the grand finals, and will wait their opponent, who will be fighting through the gauntlet tomorrow. Player of the match, it's a tough call, but I think it's going to be Decay.
Okay. Decay taking it for himself. I mean, this series, the previous one as well, the whole day throughout, he's just been an absolute menace when it comes down to the Tracer. And these are the kinds of plays that, you know, made him famous when he first joined the Overwatch League all those many years ago. Whether it was him playing DPS, it was mostly him playing the Zarya. But
yeah, I mean that's where I mean, look,
made him incredible.
He got famous back in the Uncia days for his Tracer. Obviously, when he joined PANTHERA, he made a big name for himself on Tracer. But there were a lot of names he was competing with, including one of the players sitting on the support lineup of his team right now, Birdring too. It was a tough lineup to compete in and be the best in, but he performed really well in that last series. I think big shout-outs to Rascal and Birdring, who both played a phenomenal series too. And as we crack midnight, Achilios, it's you know, it says it's Friday right there, but it's Saturday now.
It is indeed. But we started on Friday. We ended on Saturday as it's now 12:02. So just over 6 hours of gameplay for you guys. And of course, that's just the first day. We've got plenty more tomorrow. GC Busan versus Lunatic-Hai will kick things off. The winner of that will go on to face RunAway in the losers lower match there. And then the loser, unfortunately, will have to go home with the 2 million won prize pool for themselves. So we'll see who can come out on top of that one. GC Busan, given how hard they were able to push Kongdoo PANTHERA in the first set, you would kind of expect them to be able to take it over Lunatic-Hai, but maybe with a day's rest and kind of a bit of a warm-up day for some of those vets to get back into the action, maybe they could put on a stronger performance.
Yeah, I think Miro looked a little bit rusty, but he also had some really strong highlight moments as well. I think the same could be true of Eska. And, you know, Guido, I think, was the biggest surprise for me. I think he played extremely well. In terms of the Lunatic-Hai roster, there were a lot of surprises overall, but I think Guido performing really well at DPS was a big standout for me. And Lunatic-Hai taking that first game against RunAway in such dominant fashion was pretty sick to see too. They might be the first team to go out, you know, tomorrow, but I hope that they, even if they do, I hope they give us a good showing. And I think those two players, you know, Eska and Miro, if they can step it up tomorrow, there's a chance for a good series.
Well, we'll have to just wait and see. A little less than 24 hours for us to be able to figure out what exactly is going to happen. Who is going to be victorious at the end of it all. Plenty more action to come up because we've got 2 best-of-5s and then a best-of-7 grand final for you guys tomorrow. So thank you guys so much for tuning in. It's been an absolute pleasure to be here casting this Legends Battle Tournament, and I can only hope that tomorrow is even better, even closer matches as we go through the last day. So make sure you guys have those alarms set. Make sure you wake up on time or stay up late, whichever you got to do to make sure that you tune in, because we want you here. We want to be bringing you guys the action, so we'll see you then. Good night.